Have you heard of archaeoastronomy? I am the Honorable Priest Isaac, and I am certified in the field of archaeoastronomy. Do you want to learn archaeoastronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. Have you heard of archaeoastronomy? I am the Honorable Priest Isaac, and I am certified in the field of archaeoastronomy. Do you want to learn archaeoastronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. This is a studycation. You will visit the beach, experience the Rastafari camps, yoga, vegan food, and much more. For more information, visit priestisaacinstitute.com or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing? Visit us, priestisaacinstitute.com. Family. I mean that family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Give thanks.
It's just a simple comment he made. And you may say, because I actually painted the picture for you just to make this point. Thomas Smiley said in that conversation that he will not sit here. He will get up and walk off the stage, because there was another fella that walked off the stage. Another, I would say, apologist that walked off the stage. Thomas Smiley said he will get up and walk off the stage. If Malik Zulu Shabazz is on the stage trying to tell me or anybody else that as a black man, they should not vote. Hear what he said. That is insane. I said, wow, that's insane. Not to vote? not to vote. If any of you listening to me think like that, I challenge you. Listen, listen, whether I vote or not, that is not the point. That is not the point. They talk them same foolishness around here. That is not the point. You have the right to vote and you have the right not to vote. What madness you gonna say? That's insane. You're insane. I just tell you, and nobody can deny me. It's Satan and the devil. Them is your choice. Well, you know, Satan is really not a bad word, and Lucifer, me. Listen, you know what I'm talking about. Don't try to twist the subject. It's me talking. We know them heights. Come on. No offense, more than likely you got that from us. Come on, let's stick to the topic. Don't feel no way, family. Sometimes you gotta put people in check. They are there. They are there. We have an eagle-eye view of the whole classroom. They are there. Sometimes it's because you don't see them, but you need to put them in check. Their energy affects all of us, especially when we're live. That's why live programs have a different energy. This is serious stuff, eh? So what we're going to do, I just want to present a few things here. So what was she saying now?
Joe Biden to get away with this nonsense. He's been doing it for decades, and he continues to do it. And I think all Americans should be incensed about it.
Okay, hold on. All right, let's get straight to the point and get this over with.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Wait, who said that? Who said that? No, not Uncle Joe. No, man, no. I refuse to believe that. What I'm saying, let me tell you what trouble, and I'm not trouble, I shouldn't say trouble me. That's the wrong choice of words there. Let me tell you what it is that I see that make me have to burn a fire. Just the lack of comprehension amongst my people. And when you speak like this, again, they somehow put you in the box of the supporter of the other. That's why I don't even want to mention the other name, really. You know, this is about Uncle Joe. And again, I'm sure my audience can see why I purposely waited until now to do this program.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Wow.
I learned a lot. And I learned that and Corn Pop was a bad dude.
I think the two-party system is good for the South and good for the Negro, good for the black in the South. Other than the fact that they still call me boy, I think they've changed their mind.
If Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean, or
if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean,
or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot. Is it because blacks are involved in Haiti?
It was old media that got him in trouble. Personal comments he made about another White House hopeful, Senator Barack Obama.
I mean, you got the first sort of mainstream African American who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man.
I mean, you've got the first sort of mainstream African American who is articulate and bright and clean and nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man. That's the same thing Bill Clinton said, that fairy tale stuff. Bill Clinton said a similar thing. Can you imagine? I'm surprised. Not Uncle Joe.
He's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules.
No. This was a lecture given to largely black audience.
Unchain Wall Street.
It is.
They're going to put you all back in chains.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it.
Hey, this one is the best now. Or the worst. Listen, we have this notion that if you're poor, you cannot do this. Hear this now.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as rich kids. Not rich, we say? White kids. Black kids are just as no, he said poor kids. Right, but then you said it wasn't rich. No, he compared poor to white. No, not Uncle Joe.
You cannot do it.
No.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Poor, white is the opposite of poor? I thought rich was the opposite of poor and black was the opposite of white. Not unless black and poor are synonymous with each other. This is like a tic-tac-toe kind of cross, you know, me vibes. This is a deep stuff here. So rich and white becomes the same because poor is the opposite of white. He just said so. And if that's not what he meant to say, but that's what he meant to think, for sure.
You cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
It's a long way until November.
Hold on now, somebody clap to it.
Just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
Charlemagne the
You
God.
got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact I want something for my community. I would love to see.
Take a look at my record, man. I have a record that is second to.
That's what we're doing now. You know, his record is second to none. Who is none? What does it mean to be second to none? You worse than none. None done is none already. And you're second to none. English.
None. The NAACP's endorsed me every time I've run.
Yeah. That's a false. That's PolitiFact clearly says that nothing goes on.
The world. I mean, come on. Take a look at the record.
Come on, baby, let's investigate. Joe has a terrible history in the black community, and everybody just loves him because he's the fluffy old guy.
Former Vice President Joe Biden, he's run for president twice before, unsuccessfully. He's never before been the front runner. Now that he is towering over all the other declared Democratic candidates, his almost 5 decades in public life are getting some real scrutiny. On top of that list, his record on civil rights during his younger days as a U.S. Senator. CNN's Jeff Zeleny has exclusively obtained some letters written by Biden himself.
Joe Biden is coming back as a solo act.
I'm ready to go.
With his long record facing a new look under the spotlight of the 2020 campaign.
Gentlemen and ladies of the Senate.
One chapter receiving fresh scrutiny comes from his earliest years in the Senate, when he strongly opposed mandatory school busing. It was designed to achieve integration and a more equitable education. What's less known is how he followed the lead of some of the Senate's most fervent segregationists. In a series of never-before-published letters reviewed by CNN, the strength of Biden's opposition to busing comes into sharper focus. On March 25, 1977, Biden wrote, "My bill strikes at the heart of the injustice of court-ordered busing. It prohibits the federal courts from disrupting our educational system." Biden sought and received support from Mississippi Senator James Eastland, the Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and a leading symbol of Southern resistance to desegregation. He frequently spoke of blacks as, quote, an inferior race. Eastland and others were partners on several of Biden's anti-busing bills. On June 30th, 1977, Biden wrote, "Dear Mr. Chairman, I want you to know that I very much appreciate your help during this week's committee meeting in attempting to bring my anti-busing legislation to a vote." Then in 1978, Biden again asked Eastland to put his anti-busing bill before the full Senate, writing, "Your participation in floor debate would be welcome." Ronnie Dunn is a professor at Cleveland State University who co-wrote the book Boycotts, Busing, and Beyond.
Those letters I find somewhat surprising given Senator Biden's or Vice President Biden's current position and potential candidacy for the presidency and his position as a liberal. Those those are issues that he's obviously going to have to answer for.
You said surprising. Surprising in what way?
Well, the fact that he would solicit the support of staunch segregationists, James Eastland as well as Jesse Helms, introducing legislation as opposing busing at that time.
Now to the race for 2020 this morning and new backlash against former Vice President Joe Biden. He's refusing to apologize as he faces growing criticism over comments he made about being able to work with others in Washington. But his examples were segregationist senators 40 years ago.
Apologize for what? Refusing to apologize for touting his ability to find common ground with senators he disagreed with, even segregationists. Biden is facing sharp criticism. At a fundraiser Tuesday, Biden describing Senator Herman Talmadge of Georgia as one of the meanest guys I ever knew, but adding, well, guess what? At least there was some civility. We got things done. And recalling Senator James Eastland of Mississippi, Biden said, he never called me boy. He always called me son. Biden's 2020 rival, Senator Cory Booker, demanding an apology.
Somebody running for president of the United States, somebody running to be the leader of our party, should know that using the word boy in the way he did can cause hurt and pain. Vice President Biden shouldn't need this lesson.
Now, Biden actually took it a step further, saying that it was Senator Cory Booker who owes him the apology.
Cory should apologize.
I was actually it was hurtful.
No, you hear that? You hear that? He's saying Cory Booker should apologize for asking him to apologize for using the boy term. I mean, they're all in the same Democratic House. Remember, Joe Biden is now the president now. In fact, check this one.
Apology.
Cory should apologize.
I was actually it was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country.
Well, you know who that is. That's the vice president talking to the president. Well, at the time, that wasn't the case, but that's the case now. And it wasn't too long ago. This is the vice president debate.
And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing.
I don't know if she still thinks the same. I don't know if their hearts has changed dramatically in the last 4 or 5 months, or 6 or however long ago this was. COVID does strange things, you know.
And, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools.
Real politics.
And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
To coddle the reputations of segregationists, of people who, if they had their way, I would literally not be standing here as a member of the United States Senate, is, I think, it's misinformed and it's wrong.
But Biden is not backing down.
Apologize for what?
Let's keep in mind, what's going on there. Give thanks to the little music interlude. What's happening is that reality is showing and kicking in there. This is, at least the news that you're hearing there basically came out while they were fighting for the position. You know how it is. They fight for the position, and then when somebody wins, they all come out and say, well, we all gotta unite and be one for the betterment of the party and to get rid of whoever it is they're trying to get rid of. And then everybody just follow along with that. A lot of people get hurt, and Bernie Sanders, we ain't voting for so-and-so, and all of that kind of stuff. But that's how the game is played. So that was where they were at that time, going head-to-head over these issues. And she obviously, first black and all of that, and woman, and she got to stand up for this kind of stuff because it's us, the conscious people. We believe in this kind of stuff. I don't know how we think like that. We believe in this kind of stuff. It's good to see a black woman in the seat of the vice president of the United States. Yeah, she's black. Her father is from Jamaica. That doesn't necessarily just make it black, but he's a black man. Fair enough. Mother is Indian. And there's some other thing in there, like 3 parts that I hear them speak of. Listen, I'm going to tell you, even when Brother Barack Obama became the president of the United States, and I'll be straight here, I said it before, it does have a certain level of effect, even psychologically too, it works. But you see what's going on here? Some of you who believe in Bible and believe in God, you know what's happening here? And talk about Sodom and Gomorrah and all of that. You know what's happening here? A lot of you that are listening to me are the wife of Lot. Even if you are a man, you are the wife of Lot. Because when Babylon begins to burn down, you will be looking back and wanting to go back. I'm telling you, you don't understand how sick Sodom and Gomorrah is. That's why you celebrate to see, you know what I mean, Beelzebub come off the throne and make way for you know what I mean, for Satan or whatever, however it goes. That's why you feel a sigh of relief. You know, when you hear that the stock market is crashing, you pray that it don't crash. What do you mean you pray that even if you have millions invested, Ras, when that coming down, you're supposed to be like Samson inside of the temple, ragging down the pillars too. Don't worry, man, you're not going to die this time. You will be saved. Rag the pillars down if you're in there. Rag them down. But no, you praying. You praying, you not talking about, you better wear a mask, you know, the closest you go. You know how many people have died. Now listen, I'm not telling you not to put on your mask. I put on mask. I don't wear mask, but I put it on. I mean, that alone is enough said. And trust me, because of how, you know, how I am and how I move, because this is a worldwide thing, I don't even put it on that much. Just because of how, you know, the isolation and XYZ and ABC. I ain't got no time. This is chess. I ain't got no time to be playing no games. Just do what you gotta do. But if you reach to a stage where you gotta wear that stuff, I mean, you're in problems. You in problems. You definitely have got caught in that web there. Man, any one of you out there that wearing masks and have it over your nose and breathing that for more than 2 minutes, man, check yourself. Check yourself. I don't know what's wrong with the whole world. Look how the whole world just gone. Well, you need to put on the mask. Give me a break. And you know, the sick thing about that is, I mentioned this already. I did a whole program on masks. You remember that one? All right. And that's, you know, that's how you present things. So let's just say, so I come on your side now. So you can't do me nothing, I'm with you. Yes, the mask protect us from the dreaded corona. And that's another thing. When you go into them phantom meters and nanometers and so, you have masks that don't protect you and masks that protect you. But that conversation is not very high on the agenda. The highest conversation on the agenda is wear your mask. That's all. There ain't no strong mask inspection. Just wear your mask. Make sure you cover your nose and your mouth. That's what they push. Not right mask and wrong mask. They started with some of that. But right now it's pretty mask and designer masks. And as I said, there's specialists that will clearly tell you that some of these masks, it's too porous to stop that COVID-19 virus, which makes sense. This ain't something you can see. And you can breathe through the mask, isn't it? So in a sense, you're not supposed to even be able to breathe if you really want to stop it. So I'm just trying to show you that no one is telling you the dangers of the mask. It's about 2 weeks ago. That's the first time, I'm speaking of here in Antigua, the first time that a quote-unquote professional was on the radio. He's an Antiguan born, but he was calling from, or they linked him from, I think it's Baltimore, Maryland he is, but he's a nurse. He's a professional nurse. And he started to go in on the dangers of the mask. And hey, listen, the hosts of the program, I don't think they expected that. Because you know, the people, everybody's a slave in a man. But he does, oh, you better get your vaccine and that and that. So they were looking for him to push that. And he was pushing the vaccine stuff. He was. You know, but I could see he's semi-conscious because he said he was skeptical at first, but then he said some kind of funny stuff, some kind of weird excuse. Yeah, come on, get better than that. But it was nothing hefty that made sense, you know. But then he just started to go on the mask. And I was so pleased to hear that. Because I've been on the radio. I may have, you know, my subscribers may have gotten that program when I've gone on the radio, specifically with Dave Lester Payne, and I've made mention of that outside of the program we did on mask. This is very important. Just bear with me for the moment, or tiger with me. We have spoken about that danger, the dangers of the mask. And not just the dangers of the mask, you know, but the fact that nobody is speaking about the dangers of the mask. This is the point. That's the point I've been making. That listen, you watch the nightly news, you watch local television. Somebody's always showing you wash your hands, stay 6 feet apart, XYZ, wear your mask, how to wear your mask, and you do not hear even a 30-second announcement, public announcement saying, this dreaded coronavirus is on us. So please make sure you continually wear your masks. This is the only way that you could stay safe. But remember, wearing a mask is not natural. And you are breathing back in your own carbon dioxide, especially if you're speaking to someone in your mask. So be careful when you're wearing your mask. Try your best to take a breath every 5 minutes. Sometimes try not to hold conversations in your mask. If you must speak, step back 5 feet away and then pull your mask down and speak. I've never heard anything, anywhere in the world, even close to that. I'm not a slave. Nobody can tell me the mask is not a conspiracy. Eat that for dinner if you don't like it. Trust me. Because I know some conspiracy theory. You want me to talk? You are a house Negro. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Negro. Black people ain't talking. Black people ain't talking. Straight up. It's disgusting. It is disgusting to see the whole world just conform and bow. I ain't fighting that war for nobody. I'm telling you. People see me all the time. But Priest, I hear on the radio, how come you're not talking about this and the vaccine and talking about? I say, yeah, why should I do it? Well, you used to talk. Good point. Good point. Used to talk. Man, you hit it on the head. Especially when nobody else was talking. Now everybody talking. This is like a game. Entertainment. And let's hear the next fella. We ain't got no time for that. There is going to be a time when talking stopping. Talk important. But trust me, you got to know when it's talk and what to talk about and what to say. Look what I said about the Joe Biden program we're doing now. I said I specifically waited. I could have done it a long time. Listen, I've been through so much too, on this, just doing this program here in them little internet scene that I think I've learned and matured enough to know what to do when to do it without bowing and selling out. If I got to bow and sell out, I ain't doing it. I ain't just go do something else. And we done doing something else, in fact. Yeah, that'll just make space to do something else than the something else that we've been doing. Yeah, so I'm just showing you what's going on in reality. Everything is connected to the subject. You know why? You know why? You know why? Donald Trump does not back masks. I got to say it with passion because we have too much slaves around us. I'm not a Donald Trump fan. I do not like Hitler. But it's the rest Hitlers that say, hey, we're going to take Adolf and make him the demon to take the light off of us. I don't have no time to play with nobody. I don't have no time to play them. It's make-believe business. Some of you into that. Oh, Joe Biden, fire. Joe Biden, my foot. All devils. Straight up. Do something about it, eh? Yeah. I upset. Straight. I really upset. It's sad to see my people, them just lost like robots in this foolishness. It's hurtful. I ain't backing on Trump. I'm fully, are you crazy? We've done several programs on him. Mad me? What's wrong with you? But to see we all just lost in this thing in the media play. Insurrection and capital. Insurrection. You come on, man. That looked like that was an open house. To me, that was a well-planned thing. Why? I'm going to sit down here and pick sides. That's like you watching wrestling and Ric Flair fighting Hulk Hogan and you picking a side. Yeah, you can pick a side because it's for entertainment. You can't pick a side. I just pick, even in election, I pick side too. I don't mean I go vote, I pick a side. And that's in an entertainment level, eh? Not that the side gonna mean anything. For me, trust me. Because who you picking is not even who running the show. That's another thing. Remember, left wing and right wing is one bird. You need to check the head of the bird now. Them is wings flapping, beating against one another, but the head is who flapping the wings. You voting for the wings. I'm backing this wing over that wing. Pardon me, eh? But this is what run the world. Eh? America is the police of the world, isn't it? America is the head and the presidency is the ruler of the greatest nation and the whole jazz that we get fed daily. And there's some reality to this, eh? So that's why when I see, especially us as conscious people, these last couple of months, to see how we just go to sleep, mask, Donald Trump, and vaccine. I see sensible people go to sleep right in front of me. Well, what are we going to do, Ross? We got to wear our mask. Huh? Conscious people. And boy, I want Joe Biden beat Trump and we can't take no more Trump. Huh? Conscious people. What's the other point I made? Oh, my. Well, Ross, trust me, if they said you need a vaccine, I didn't take my vaccine. Huh? Just gone to sleep? So trust me, some of us, we are alone in the wilderness. So you better be wise, I ain't gonna give it too much talking here to say, I say, but I'm just telling you, be wise. You have children, oh my, be wise. This is war. Just keep that. You think as you can watch TV and everything is peace. This is war. Anybody coming around to vaccinate the world, it's war. And you're not taking it to this and that. It's war. Can't go here, can't go there. Can't get this, can't get that. It's war. I hope you know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. I'm not going to tell you. Just be wise and think for yourself. Maybe if you're in the same room with me, not over no phone, I would tell you what I was going to do.
I know, let me just come in here a moment there. Blessed love, of course, I think obviously you pick up that this was a previously recording of the Shock of the Hour. Glorify and Haile Selassie the first and all good doings and saying, give thanks to the Black Christ in the flesh, the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, Marcus Messiah Garvey to be praised, the 3-in-1 and the 1-in-3, Holy Emmanuel I,
Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah. So yeah, definitely, you know, give thanks for your presence with us. Just coming in here just to remind you, this is as I said, excerpt from the Shock of the Hour program there. But this is something very important. I ain't gonna tell you over this no radio program. Sleepy Joe.
I like the idea they keep in jail longer. I'm the guy that wrote the bill requiring federal judges to keep people in jail 100% of the time for which they're sentenced. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons.
Wow.
So I don't want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street. Increase the penalties. Increase them. I would put the son of a gun in jail. Put them to death.
From the crack epidemic of the 80s to the crime wave of the 90s to the post 9/11 war on terror, throughout his career, Biden has represented the Democratic Party consensus, shifting his views to fit whatever best serves his own political career. Over his 44 years in the Senate and then as vice president, Biden was a leading architect of today's criminal justice system, which contributed to mass incarceration and the police misconduct that protesters are fighting back against today.
Biden crime bill, the Biden crime bill. The Biden crime bill. Hell, we've had crime bills coming out our ears. Every major crime bill since 1976. Every minor crime bill has had the name of the Democratic senator from the state of Delaware, Joe Biden. You got a gun?
Okay, well, I'm just going to go into the gun. Take it easy, Uncle Joe. No. Right, Sleepy Joe. No, yeah, it's serious. I don't care what anybody else says. You don't? Yeah, I really serious. If that's your teddy bear, well, maybe you're in the wrong place. All right, sir. Go ahead. Man's every major crime bill and every minor crime bill has had the name of the Democratic senator from where we from again? Fort Lauderdale, wherever we say from there. Joe Biden on it. Then he said, you got guns?
You commit a felony? 10 years. We already have it 5 years. Minimum mandatory. Judge can't say, you know, you had it in your pocket, you never intended to use it, we're only going to give you 1 year. Judge has to say 5 years.
Did you?
Well, he wants to make it 10 or 20 or 60. We can work that out.
He wanted to remove judicial discretion for those who, quote, don't meet the middle-class criteria of susceptibility to rehabilitation.
They are beyond the pale, many of those people. They literally have not been socialized. They are in jail.
It is.
Away from my mother.
It is.
Your husband. Our families.
You hear that? You hear that? Yes.
The Biden-Thurmond Violent Crime Control Act of 1991 would have increased the maximum sentence for 44 crimes to include the death penalty.
A wag in the newspaper recently wrote, Biden has made it a death penalty offense for everything but jaywalking. I'm going to make it for 46 crimes. Biden says make it for 51. We're going to get tough.
Then he presented the final version of the legislation.
60 new death penalties, brand new, 60. There are 70 additional enhancements of penalties, i.e. you go to...
Hold on there. He just introduced 60 new death penalties. What kind of people them people here? And you want to tell me about voting for them kind of people here? God should kill you. Listen, yo, I know how you feel. Trust me, man. For trying to tell anybody that they are wrong on any side, anybody, especially I talk to black people. You're gonna go to your brother in this situation here. Happy smile. And tell him and bring some sort of energy to him, like, yeah, you need to forget this one and pick this one. Yo. Hey, the God in the Bible is the real God in the Bible, that God will strike you down just for doing that kind of foolishness. Man, listen, you see these people here? One's got to be careful around them, because I'm telling you, a judgment coming at people. Man. And you see, that's the thing, that's what I'm talking about. When the judgment comes, we're going to be the ones that act as if the judgment on us. We act as if judgment on us. As I said, if the market crash, if this crash, that crash, you will pray that this stick up, because your account and your savings and all kind of thing, you will want the pillars of Babylon to stay up. You're not going to want it to fall when it is the judgment of God that's going to be on Babylon, bringing it down. Go ahead, hold up the pillars. So boy, the roof will fall on you. Yeah. Don't play with God. If it's one thing I know, we love to talk about God and the Lord and God. Especially Bible believers. God is a killer. God is a killer. And to me, these kind of times here, with the way people think, if you read Genesis and Exodus, especially Exodus, and that whole Moses story, yo, that God dreaded, and God tell you if your mother and your father don't praise him and be praising some other God, that you must wait till they're sleeping and deal with them. And of course, I would never advocate that. Believe me, whether allegorically or whatever, I would never advocate that. But I'm just trying to show the audience, especially if you're a believer, how serious life is, especially when you're dealing with reality and the cosmos and the Most High. Them is the enemies of the Most High here. We here fighting over the enemies of the Most High, celebrating the enemies of the Most High, expecting something good from the enemies of the Most High. Like, yeah, this one going to do something for us. Man, should take the book and just beat you in your head, yo. Yeah, man. I know I sound kind of old, but this is what it is. This is what it is. It's reality, this is it. This ain't unraveling no mysteries here, no cosmic, nothing. This is reality in front of your face. Enough of us bow for this. Real bow for this here. How far are you gonna go bowing for this? I'm not telling you not to be diplomatic. Not because, I mean, there's a family setting with me and you here, you know, don't have to feel no way. I'm not telling you not to be diplomatic. Yeah? I don't live in the US of A. If I did, I surely would be trying to get a seat with the President of the United States. Of course, whoever it is, he or she or however it go, it don't matter to me. Which the big devil, little devil, she devil, he don't, black devil, white, it no matter. Mixed devil, however the story go, I would want to sit with the Pharaoh of Egypt. I mean that. And discuss my business. And I would get it done too. If I was living in the USA, I would have had to have already sat down with our president of the United States. Because I mean, when we have our mind set on something, we go towards it. That's what we want, and that's what we want. So I'm not telling you not to be diplomatic. I ain't telling you to go make no noise and burn no fire, nobody. Just be smooth in all of your doings. You don't have to say a word. This is between me and you. Just keep it quiet. A lot of this, you can't even tell it to your granny. She get vexed with you. Oh, go out of my house. Just move, you know, harmless as a dove and wise as a serpent and all of that. With venom in you. And be diplomatic. Yeah, man. You know, all you're doing and saying. And all your expression. But just be wise. Have understanding. That's why you come and sitting into the shock of the hour to get levels of understanding. And different outlooks. We have a problem here, yo. Most of our people, this is not no big subject. This is not no allegory. This is not no great mathematics and no unraveling and no Bible scripture. This is just real today at midday. Joe Biden was sworn in. This is just real stuff happening, and the whole world, black world too, especially those in the Western captive, although the whole black world somewhat captive by the West right now in some way or the other, has just fallen for this whole lollipop story. Just hook, line, and sinker. Hook, line, and sinker.
Go to jail longer.
After his disastrous 1987 presidential campaign, Biden had staged his political comeback, in part by becoming a media darling on issues of policing and crime, and he led the fight to pass the landmark 1994 crime bill under Bill Clinton.
When I wrote the original bill that started this whole process, the so-called Biden crime bill, I didn't call a liberal confab and write it. I didn't call any big society people and write it. I called the cops.
A Democratic president wants 100,000 cops. A Democratic president wants to build 125,000 new prison cells.
That's the secret. That somehow the Republicans tried to make the crime bill tougher. I say poppycock. They didn't make anything tougher. Found out that this midnight basketball isn't getting them together a bunch of jive folks living in their city to do, try to see if they can be Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
When they found out, they were keeping schools open. So gangs come off streets instead of out raping my mother, marauding me, robbing the local store. They're in a gymnasium. And my daughter will be safer. My wife will be safer. My mother will be safer. And I will be safer. And I will be happy.
Never again should Washington put politics and party above law and order.
Along with several laws passed in the 80s, the 1994 crime bill drove up the local, state, and federal prison populations, and it tarnished the reputations of Biden and Bill Clinton, who signed it into law.
Hey, Clinton! You want to take pictures of our people here? We're still in jail.
When Biden ran for president in 2008, he told the New York Times that he knew more people would be locked up across the board.
You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. In fact, I drafted the bill. We had enormous success.
Recently,
The mass incarceration created by Biden's lock-em-up policies ripped apart vulnerable communities and families for a generation, and the federal funding streams and law enforcement infrastructure it created continue to hinder reform efforts.
I'll do my job and I will take responsibility.
You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all.
Come up policy is the man said. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. That's the part. If it was like maybe, let's say, one thing, like there was this speech. Yes, I understand. Or there's this clip. A heap of things. Yes. Over the years. Even up to recently. I wonder why when Cory Booker asked him to apologize for a statement, and he telling the man he must apologize. Up to recently. I wonder if Cory still want an apology. From when his hair was dark in color and now he is the Joe Biden, now the oldest president ever and all of that stuff. He's still making these harsh comments. Not just comments, Comments is one level, which shows who he is, the comments. And there's a lot of comments. Look, they're just there, and I could go for more. But we ain't going to go into that. There are more. And some weird comments. Poor people and white people. Imagine that. It might be the truth because of how they set it. But just to give you the understanding, and he's just one of them blundering ones. Maybe he never expected, I don't know, because he was very feisty when he was in the Senate there. Man talk like he really hate black people. Really, from the core, despise these niggers. The man said we had a nigger mayor already and another nigger mayor, just so the man talking. And he's now the president. Today, man. Today, you're not dreaming. That's your president. of the United States of America. Haiti could just sink. That's what the man said. So even though Mr. Trump now, with his comment about Haiti and African countries being S-hole countries, sugar, honey, iced tea, which is, what we say sugar and honey, ice and tea. That ain't that. That ain't that at all. But anyway, okay. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, is Beelzebub and Lucifer. This is my point. I ain't weighing one against the other. But since we like to weigh, okay, let's weigh then. Let us weigh. Yeah, that was bad. That was horrible. I mean, it's as, yeah. In fact, bring all the Trump statements, he say a lot of things, but let us keep it as it relates to black people. Not flick away things. I ain't lying. I mean, who don't know that? As I say, we talk about things already. But then put them against what you have here. Definitely not worse than this. But that's what I'm trying to show you. The people are just following a narrative. That's my point. I ain't telling you to pick no side. I would be the last person on the planet to tell you about pick side. I tell you, none of them dogs, I have any money on none of them dogs there. I'm on a different level. It is my people I'm concerned with that caught up in the entertainment. That's the main thing that I'm talking about. So, you know, yeah, there's some few other things, you know. Yeah. It is other demon, you know.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated.
Yeah. So definitely, so what I'm saying now, yeah, I'm going to give you one more piece. Let me give you a next piece. We're going to leave now, but let me just give you one more piece before. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it? Right. Is it a misplaced melancholy? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My God. Rise up, falling suffers. Rise and take your stance again. He who fights and run away will live to fight another day. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? You people may talk. It's politics time again now. Are you gonna vote now? You vote by the word. It's the right and it's the duty of a citizen to vote. By upon them constitution, long time indeed I chose. Fed up of promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty. Vote house closed. No one choose the color of them clothes now. But some just brain greedy. No matter how we teach them. You have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
I mean, you got the first.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
I mean, you got the first sort of mainstream African American who is articulate and bright and clean and nice-looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man.
Unlike the African American community, with notable exceptions, the Latino community is an incredibly diverse community.
This one here now, this man really didn't care what he said. That's dialect. This fella here really does not care what he says. Oh, this man really didn't care what he said.
Nice-looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man.
Unlike the African American community, with notable exceptions, the Latino community is an incredibly diverse community with incredibly different attitudes about different things.
So what happened? Why would he say that? Unlike the African community, the Latino community is diverse and something or the other. What was that all about?
Unlike the African American community, with notable exceptions, the Latino community is an incredibly diverse community with incredibly different attitudes about different things.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking. It's a long way in.
The man is a comedian as well. Hey, listen. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. I'm going to leave you with a nice one. This one is, yeah, you're going to, yeah. If you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, you know, it takes some real eyes, like in this case for sure. It takes some real eyes to realize the real eyes. Let me say that again. It takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Give thanks. Check this one out. Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
No, Brother Joe. No more. Just can't take it no longer, Uncle Joe. Oh gosh, you're squeezing my soul. Just can't take it no longer, Uncle Joe. Oh gosh, you're squeezing my soul.
And now listen to this, reform institutions, real thing.
Yeah, reform institution.
The crime bill.
Wanna set my mind in an illusion. Yeah. And I don't like your system.
Quite prophetic, eh, Greg?
So I won't be a victim. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no. No, 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 Uncle Joe. Turn me loose. Don't try to kill the goose.
Some man believe, eh?
This life is not for me.
The Gregory Isaac is our lover's rock.
In your TV.
If you were to collaborate on
No, Brother Joe.
so-called conscious music for the cool ruler, trust me.
No, Joe. No, 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 no.
Yeah, it might blow your mind.
Oh gosh, no. Squeezing my soul. Got to let me go. Only just Brother Joe. You're squeezing my soul. Yeah, reform institution. Yeah. Wanna put my mind in an illusion.
What's the name of them? Jamaican
No.
police.
And I don't like the system. So I won't be a victim. No more.
Blessed love to each and every one. This is about the resurrection. Give thanks to the full portion to come. that you have now stepped into the tiger's nest. Of course, Honorable Priest Isaac here with you, as you could definitely feel the vibration, such moment of resurrection and giving thanks and praise, even at this hour. Let me say, definitely we give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life in all doings, and say, give thanks to the Father and the Mother of creation. Glorify the power and the might of the Holy Trinity. Emperor Haile Selassie first. We give thanks to the presence of the Mother of creation, Empress Medin, with us. Of course, a wonderful evening here, and of course, this be officially the Wednesday before the resurrection. We had a wonderful reasoning with Empress Lily earlier, and what you would have seen is just one part of that reasoning. For the next part of the reasoning will be coming, as we will be going directly into the Honorable King Emmanuel himself, what the Honorable Empress Lily would have given to you, those who have seen that video, was really how she would have come into Rastafari. Interesting reasoning from the Empress. We'll give thanks for that. But what I wanted to do this evening, I really wanted to take some time to get into some knowledge, get into some information. We ain't got no guests tonight, or no visitors, or nobody sitting with us. And I think we should just do it the way that we know how to do it, you know. But even before we go to the depths of that, because what I want to talk about tonight is the daily manna. You know, the Bible talks about the manna that comes from Zion, the manna that comes from heaven, and these different things. That is where I really want to carry the reasoning even tonight. And as you would know, we had a wonderful reasoning with the Honorable Priest Kumi a few evenings ago as well, directly speaking about the whole aspect of the resurrection, speaking of the whole vibration of the Congress. And, you know, within that reasonment, of course, the subject of the white and the black over white, as it relates to Good Friday, came up. And a few people commented on it, and one or two would have maybe even contacted me as it related to such. And then I've even seen publications, you know, making commentary on that discussion, which is good. But it seems as if, as many times, I don't know, I don't want ones to get a misunderstanding of exactly what I'm doing or what I'm trying to do or whatever. So I would like to readdress that subject, because believe it or not, that is going straight into the reasoning that I have planned this evening as it relates to the manna. You know, again, the Bible talks about the manna from Zion, the manna from heaven. Well, for sure, and it's going to be a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. All right. So the Honorable Priest Isaac Online Lectures presents. This is a must-see lecture. This is Chalice in Wonderland. Huh? Yes, Chalice in Wonderland. So yes, my brothers and sisters, the online lectures are here again. And this will be Wednesday evening, the 14th day of April. That is Wednesday, the 14th day of April. That's 2 strongs from now. So you have 2 whole strongs to get yourself together for this lecture. I mean, the admission is only $20. 2 strongs is what, 14 days thereabout. All right. So if you could create $1.25 a day, because remember we're talking about minding your own business. If you could create $1.25 a day, by the time we come around to the 14th day, you should have at least $20 that you could be a part of this lecture. I mean, this is what it comes down to, you. This is a teaching moment here. I'm not afraid or ashamed to say that. This is a very important lecture that we will be presenting. And to be honest, you know, because of certain aspects of even, you know, copyright and stuff, we decided to put this one on the International Lecture Forum So those who want to be a part of this, I mean, this is something for the whole family to come and see. I am going to show you clearly that this specific movie is all about DMT, it's all about cannabis, it's all about the psychedelic, psychoactive, what do you call it, different dimensions and parallel worlds. Smoking herb. Yes, I know you see the caterpillar burning his hookah and the smoke coming out of his mouth, and even in the movie, the mushroom is quite placed in that movie there. Alice eating the mushroom, and she coming big and she coming small. And then now you yourself, you may want to, instead of coming and being a part of the scholarly presentation, you may want to go and watch the movie a couple times and see if you could pick up what I'm talking about. And the fact that we have already prepped it for you, you will pick up a thing or two. But trust me, if you really want to get the heavens open, you will join us on Wednesday evening, the 14th day of April, 2021. Did you watch the video that we did the other evening? The chalice video, the Holy Grail. Like, even before this, you should watch the Holy Grail again. You understand? In fact, you should watch the Holy Grail plus Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the online lecture. In fact, those of you who missed Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crime, the online lecture, do you remember that? We did that about 2 months ago. That is still available, and you could still watch it, because this is a university. This is not entertainment. To be very honest, the more I look at all of this, you know, I come to nothing wrong in entertaining. You know, that's why we like to be humorous and keep a vibes, because you got to keep people alive. But don't get lost in the entertainment. When I talk about Brother Midnight, Vaughn Benjamin, Ronnie Benjamin, I always try to tell you, don't get lost in the music. Listen to the words properly. So this is a teaching platform, my brothers and sisters. And this is what these platforms should be used for at this time. This is some serious information and understanding and decoding that we will be bringing to you. Now, it's not anything we are making up. The people that put this movie together have a lot of hidden codes in it, and we're just unraveling what we have discovered. And I'm sure there's more that we have not seen. And even when you pick up on the trend that we have discovered, you would say, okay, let me watch that again. And you will find something that even we didn't see, because this is what it's all about. If you observe how we dealt with the Pinocchio, how we dealt with the Snow White, the Seven Dwarfs, and the Mickey Mouse with the H2O, obviously it's a key we already have. And all you have to do is check the different locks. It's like a skeleton key, and it opens them all. So this one here, I am telling you, this movie here is about the chalice. Not just about psychedelics. It's specifically about the chalice. It's not just Alice in Wonderland, it's chalice in Wonderland. And you know that when we say something, we prove what we say. Yeah, watch the little caterpillar there on the mushroom with his hookah. But it's much deeper than that. So again, you could definitely make your payment. How does it look, Prince?
It looks fine.
It looks fine. He is a professional graphic designer. So that's why he will tell me it looks fine. I created this one specifically. Some of the works we have, he's the creator of them. So he's just looking at it for the first time. And because he's such a granddaddy of the thing, he'll pass it. I understand. Don't worry. He will do another one before the event comes, and you will see that as well. You will make a couple of them. But the point is, the information is still the same. It's Chalice in Wonderland. It's a must-see lecture. Honorable Priest Isaac's online lecture presents Chalice in Wonderland for sure. And of course, that is Wednesday, the 14th of April, 2021, 7 p.m. in the evening, Eastern Caribbean time, which is Eastern Standard Time. They're all at the same time right about now. Admission only $20 United States currency, and your payments can be made via the Cash App at Atonra 2723 at gmail.com. All right, and of course, you know of course, anyone that is a member of the subscription team of the Shock of the Hour, this is not even something for you to even think about. You definitely will be in the lecture room. You will get your code, your pass, which is your electronic key, just prior to the lecture. That is what is afforded all of our subscribers to the Shock of the Hour radio program, which is a radio program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So subscribe to the Shock of the Hour. Everything that we have, the information is the same. priestisaac27@gmail.com. All right. Now, as I said, we are going to be going into what I want to do this evening. Before I get into the whole vibration directly related to the manna, which is in the book of Exodus, it speaks about the children of Israel in the wilderness. And of course, the Father sending manna from heaven, angels, food, and they were supposed to collect a double portion on the Friday. This is going to be a nice vibration tonight. I hope you have your chalice and you're ready and set and you're sitting back and ready to go, because this one is going to be on another level for sure. And we're going to link this directly with the order of the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Now, with the black over white, everything is going to be in sync. With the black over white reasoning, let me just look for something here. So, the Honorable Priest Shimran has created a platform that, well, I am assuming it's my Lord's platform. And of course, I myself, I would, pardon me, okay, yes, I would invite everyone to even take a look and of course, even subscribe to the Honorable Priest's platform. It is Black United Nations TV. I don't know if there's a little editing to be done there. I think it should be. I mean, I can't tell my Lord what the plan. I think it should be Black United Nation TV. That's the way I learn it. That there's the United Nations and there's the Black United Nation. But if I might be misunderstanding something there, but so you could just type that in YouTube, Black United Nations TV. The Honorable Priest has put up some pilot videos there. I could see maybe just getting ready for, I could imagine a lot of other videos and works to come. So I would admonish ones, or I would encourage ones, I should say, to take a look at it. So the Honorable Priest was speaking in this video that was put up today about the preparation for the Good Friday, and the reasoning as it relates to the black over white that I had with Honorable Priest Kumi came up. Now listen, I've been speaking about this for a while. You know that. For a while, and just because of my observation, and it's not only spoken of, I can't remember the year, but one year I made an official, I prepared a document concerning that specific subject area, and I presented it in a reasoning at the Congress specifically, right there in the Congress room. So it's just something that I've always saw and seeked a better understanding of. And I've heard one's reason about it. Now, what I personally do here, I'm not trying to be vindictive at all. And I'm getting the impression that some people think so. So I gotta be clear with this. I'm a person that believes. I notice a lot of people run from subjects. They like to hide from subjects. They don't like to speak about things as if you're gonna rock the boat, or somebody might get offended. I don't know why. We should be mature enough that we don't have to shy from things. We could look each other in the eye and talk it out. You don't have to argue. Nobody has to be vexed. You know, I never really, even in that discussion, started off to declare a side. It's only maybe to the end of the discussion I said, well, you know, I've been wearing white for a while. But I'm a student. You know, that is a student thing. So this is why I do it. I'm not trying to compete with no one. I'm not trying to pull no one to follow it how I follow it. But I believe in harmony. That's all. You know, we say we're going to have a discussion as it relates to black and white, not necessarily Bowie Shanty, just black and white. You know, people get offended just for that. They're ready to thumbs it down. You don't even put the video up yet. You know, oh, His Majesty say. No, you see, what is His Majesty? Until the philosophy. No, you see, this is what I'm saying. The fact that you have to explain what His Majesty says, you've brought it into the realms of a discussion. So that means everybody don't know what His Majesty said. So the fact that you are saying, well, His Majesty already said, maybe many people need to hear what His Majesty said. You understand? So we shouldn't be selfish. If you have found some level of comfort in your heart, there are those that have not. Even if they're not aware of it, they have not found comfort in their heart. So we tend to put things aside until it's crunch time. And then we are like chickens without heads running around because what? We never took the time to really look into the agenda at hand. So really, I just want to be clear that the Bowie Shanty order is a standard order. I know that for sure. And even in this situation, there is a little misunderstanding. We shouldn't be ashamed to say that. A lot of ones just following it, what they see, and just the fact that the discussion came up, that's good. A lot of history comes up with it too. That's good. One thing that was said by the Honorable Priest Fligo in what I'm going to present to you now, to me, I've never heard it like that. I've heard all the stories. I've heard, you know, because they went to the Africa mission, King Emmanuel rise the black over white. I've heard different things, but Priest Fligo said that you have a freedom now. This is what he didn't say it in that words. You hear it for yourself. But he definitely indicated that it's a freedom now. So like you're free to do which one you want. Now, me personally, I don't even think that sounds like the real thing. But as my elder, if that's what he says, because I wasn't there. So if he say that Jah give you a freedom, like if you feel the way white, you can wear white. And if you feel the way black over white, you feel the way black over white. Well, that's the answer. There got to be an answer. So that's the answer. Now, that's his answer, because I know a next person doesn't see it. So Honorable Priest could don't see it like that. So what I'm saying to all the honorable ones, my Lord and Empresses, I am not trying to cause no contention. If ones feel that, trust me, you know, I think I'm doing a service here. But if that's the vibe, man, I can, trust me, man, I don't even want to get into that. There's no contention from my part. You know, it's sad that I always have to be coming and saying this after I do works. There's no contention. You know, it's just reality. So if that's the answer, that you have a freedom, all right, well, that's the answer. I didn't say I have the answer, well, that's the answer. So if you feel to wear black over white this Friday, you do it. If next year you feel to put on white, I guess you do that too. And if you feel to do it the next way, black over white the other year, I guess you do it that way too, if that's the answer. If it was left to me alone, somehow I don't think that's really it. I think it's one or the other, but it's no sweat. It's no sweat at all. So what I would like to do here, before I go into the next level of the reasoning, is to present a bit of course, I'm not going to present all of it. I'm inviting you to check the Honorable channel here, which is Black United Nations TV. I think it should be Black United Nation, but I stand corrected. It's even these simple things, like maybe there's something I don't know. I stand corrected. And I find this reasoning very, very upful, Honorable Priest. Fliego, Priest Morgan, and Priest Joshua will be reasoning here. A few other ones are in the video, but these key ones I want to highlight.
Black over white on Friday.
Yeah.
But resurrection is usually full white.
Okay.
Okay, let's listen to this.
Like the order Friday morning.
Be all white.
So what he's giving you, well, let me make the interviewer explain what he's doing. But basically giving you a good idea of how you prepare for the resurrection as well. Because today is the Wednesday, so the resurrection is Friday morning. And you know, these are the elders that can explain to you exactly how you go about it properly. You know, these are the ones that know their way. Yeah.
All white, because that is a hot topic out there. Some people are saying it must be all white. Some people are saying, you know, black over white. And
yeah, well, it's sabbatical, you know. I would know sabbatical are full white.
yeah,
But through Friday morning from the Africa program, they said there, you know.
sure.
They said we are black over white on Friday.
Yeah.
But resurrection is usually full white. So I feel like a Sabbath as a double Sabbath. I don't like the order Friday where I straight back at you. Is what I say?
Okay.
It's a sabbatical meditation with the partner work. Because usually the Friday morning they will wear black over white. I'll be straight by the bridge of the Africa.
Because even just the other day, them have a program, even this week, Priest Isaac from Antigua, Shalom, Shalom Isaac, Kideme, him did have a program with Priest Kumi, and Priest Kumi was talking about the white turban and the black turban and all these things, you know, so they want to say, like, you know, when them come at Jamaica to the headquarters, them see most people in the black over white. That Priest Kidem did that say when them come at the headquarters, them say like most people in black over white. But when them go to Trinidad and the Good Friday Sabbath, him say most people in a white. Him said the only two brethren that was there in black over white came from Jamaica. So they must say, like, the headquarters don't have the standard, don't have the thing like the Good Friday upon the all white, like that standard there. Like we mix up the standard, or like we're not too sure what we're doing at the headquarters. So, you know. So what you would say to those angels?
No, you see, that's why I had to present this. Please, it's just all love. The brother, the Now Church, one of the brothers that usually comment, well, I think it's a brother, no offense, I believe it's a brother, I never met the person, but the Now Church, you know, that usually comments on some of our videos and these different things. So he was saying, I know he may not have been directly saying it to me, you know, but he was saying something in the sense that Rastafari has reached so far. I mean, and now we are divided over colors. I think he said that divided. Well, I think we've been divided over colors for a while. Or he may have put it divided over black over white or all white. And again, even to the good brother, the Now Church. I don't know if maybe he was putting it to me directly. Because even what the Honorable Priest Shimron just said, which will I get to right now. Again, it seems like ones have definitely the wrong impression of me. I don't even see it's a division, really. I don't think Bobby Shanti is at all divided over it. It has never stopped ones from communing and holding the vibes the same way. But of course, colors do make sense. Colors have its vibes. So one should not just throw it away like, oh, it's all right. But that doesn't mean it should destroy any unity and gumminess amongst us. And so I thought that we were mature enough. And we didn't even have to mention that. It's just scientific elders and alchemists sitting down and unraveling the mysteries. That's how I see it. That's all I see. So ones need to clear their mind. Now, what the Honorable Priest was saying here, as he rightly said, myself, the Honorable Priest Kumi had a program. I mean, for sure, Honorable Priest Kumi is definitely very adamant with that and sticking with that. You know, I don't speak of it like that. I lean towards the whites, but I don't speak of it like, boy, that man gone astray. No, I don't say like, oh, maybe he would burn the fire. I take my time. I understand the history of it, and some of the history is going to be relayed here or replayed to you. But we've done programs, and we don't just make up our own things, you know, and bring it down to. That's why we call names sometimes. That's why it's sad that I don't usually call names now. I stopped using my name because I see this thing gone more than what I used to think it would be. You know, so I just even stopped calling people names. But I call people names because, number one, I'm not lying about them. These people that sit down with me and tell me these things so I can say, hey, the Honorable Priest said, the Honorable Empress said, even Honorable Priest Shimran, the wealth of knowledge. Look at so many things I say here. And I said, Honorable Priest Shimran told me, Honorable Priest Shimran said, understand? So it's not my thing I make up. You know, I'm just saying what I said. So the Honorable Priest Shimran is correct. You know, this is from years of observation. That's why I said on the video with Honorable Priest Kumi that not just a few years ago, just before even my son was born, there was a distinct difference. You know, and the few people that had the odd color, you could even name them. But now, as time moves on, it's very much amalgamated. That's all I was bringing up. And as scientists and alchemists, as we deal with colors and signs, I just thought it was important to put on the ground, on the table. I never expected it to, honestly, Black United Nations. I never ever expected it to sound.
Most people in the black over white, that priest kid them did that say when him come at the headquarters, him say like most people in black over white, but when him go to Trinidad and the Good Friday Sabbath, him say most people in a white, him said the only two brethren that was there in black over white came from Jamaica. So they must say like the headquarters don't have the standard, don't have the thing like the Good Friday upon the all white like that standard there. Like we mix up the standard, or like we're not too sure what we're doing at the headquarters, so you know.
Well, for sure. Oh my, for sure. In all due respect, I didn't mean nothing like that. You see, like how you just explained it. I don't even have to repeat what you said. You see, like how you just explained it. Believe me, I just had to be clear here. Remember, this is a video that gone out, you know, maybe somebody didn't see my video and see this video or whatever. So I just had to be clear. I don't even want to go no more than that. I don't mean that at all. I never say nobody have it wrong. And no, and mix up nothing. Believe me, you know, I just wanted to be clear. Because of like a statement similar to that, you could see where the conversation goes.
So what you would say to those angels?
No, this is freedom, you know. Freedom for black over white, and freedom for full white.
You see the answer there? It's a freedom. There's a freedom for black over white, and there's a freedom for full white. Now again, if you would ask me, maybe I will pick that answer there. But it's not me. I didn't make it up. You know what I mean? This is King Emmanuel driving them. That drive the man. That would have personal conversation when the two of them alone driving. I mean, yeah, why I gotta tell him I ain't not saying. I mean, we could have a discussion. We could even have a debate if I see something that I don't agree with. You know, but I mean, I think there's a certain level of humility needed here with understanding that, all right, the king who was there when it changed or when it happened says there's a freedom. That might be it.
Is that to know, sir? I just give away that freedom for black or white. I don't see where a problem should I.
Sure, the same thing I said.
If you are where you're full white,
you're free.
You're free.
I same thing I said, priest, naturally.
I deal with black over white. You're free because Johnny don't give out freedom for the Friday.
No, as I said, you know, I never even hear it that way. I honestly never hear it that way, you know. It's the first, this video highlighted that way. I didn't even know, like, you're free, any which one you choose. I never know. I know, again, everyone not going to agree with that. But at least we get it from that angle, you know. So give thanks. So that's why I call for the ones and them. That's why I call, you know what I mean, and ask for ones to come and sit in the tiger's nest. I mean, I only ask plenty questions. Sometimes they help the conversation along. But from a man and a woman have things to say, and I'll sit back and sip my cup and listen. It's my joy. The elders know the way.
Surely.
We are a black turban.
Naturally.
But me's a man.
Even a man like Chris Shimon, even though he's a young man in the sense of, you know, he's an elder there too. For the time his day born.
Most resurrection man.
A full white. Naturally.
I try some come learn it.
Surely.
But I now go fight against a man where I see I wearing black.
Black over white. Same so I see.
I don't see it as no violation.
True, man.
You know, are no double standard.
Naturally.
I just jag you with a freedom there. That's why I say, okay, I watch over wear black over white. With a full white. Same way.
Sure, my lad.
By the Friday man, but don't you wear black or white for Friday morning and a man about them full white. It's like saying man do something wrong.
Yeah, nothing no wrong. Sure, my lad. Give thanks for such mighty clearance. Great God, I Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord. Give thanks for the honorable priest Fligo. Yes, priest, give thanks for the resurrection coming up, you know. Sure, my Lord. So in terms of the resurrection now, my Lord, on the Sabbath morning, like the Good Friday morning, which we call the double Sabbath, everyone's supposed to turn out at the service. Where it go?
Resurrection still.
Not sure.
As the black people.
Sure, my Lord.
Supposed to join in and rise within the resurrection as a black nation. You know?
Surely.
So all Ireland black people supposed to recognize such a resurrection, so to rise to a standard in living, you know.
Sure, my Lord.
Each and every one about turn up and afflicted, you know.
Not sure.
Resurrection.
Thanks for such clearance. So in terms of, the white turban and the black turban issue, how do I see it?
Well, choose a resurrection still, I would say from then time there.
Sure.
From the come here still, this is 84.
Sure.
This is a full white to the resurrection.
Naturally.
But you as the priest, I should say, Jamaica send some Virgin Africa with the delegation. All right, that was a bit of the Honorable Priest Morgan there. So there's a lot more to that video. As I said, I won't give you no more of it. I will invite you to go and check the channel for yourself, the Honorable Black United Nations TV. There are several videos up already, videos from Trinidad, videos speaking about the Woman Freedom Liberation League, So it's something, everything is about the Congress, and I expect many things to come. So give thanks for such mighty works and royal works from the royal family there. So I just wanted to clear that up just in case. I mean, there's even more on the video, but I wouldn't go there. You just check it out for yourself. But again, that is only done because just out of a level of wanting just to know what it is. Especially when you come into something as a youth. And again, as I said, that clearance I just got, I never got it first. So maybe I even look at it a bit differently now. Maybe it's not one or the other. But then again. But anyway, let us move on. And I pray we move on, at least with that subject area, understanding where Priest Kidemi Shalom Isaac stands at it. Let's go. Yeah, we have a wonderful meditation. that like a chant, you know. This next verse, the first line say, an angel dressed in white, clad in white, they see resurrection. Definitely gonna go into our, and we want to look at the book of Exodus. Should I get it read for me? Let me see how this sounds. Exodus 16.
And they took their journey from Elam.
What's wrong? Go ahead. And they took their journey from Elam. What's wrong with this? Maybe I should just read it myself.
Chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elam, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elam and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said the Lord unto Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you. And the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, At even, then ye shall know that the Lord hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of the Lord, for that he heareth your murmurings against the Lord. And what are we that ye murmur against us? And Moses said, This shall be when the Lord shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that the Lord heareth your murmurings which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against the Lord. And Moses spake unto Aaron, Say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, Come near before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, At even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna. For they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and omer for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered, some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating, and when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, This is that which the Lord hath said, Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seethe that ye will seethe, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up till the morning as Moses bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, Eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto the Lord. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? See, for that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath, therefore he giveth you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, This is the thing which the Lord commandeth. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. And Moses said unto Aaron, Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before the Lord, to be kept for your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan.
Well, Emmanuel, give thanks. So that was Exodus chapter 16. I don't know, maybe you'd have preferred to hear me read it, but give thanks for the little moment there to the rest of the voice. All right, so the scripture here, as we can, gaze on it as we speak, speaks about the manna from Zion, the manna from heaven. This specific reasoning, the metaphysics behind of this is very layered. So you would have different ideas as it relates to what the manna is. Many ones consider the manna to be mushrooms. Many ones consider the manna to be just what it says here, bread that falls out of the sky in the morning. You know, some see it as some other psychedelic plant that takes you from one dimension to another state of consciousness. You know, and there are other different theories. Some say it's honey. It's literal honey, not that it tastes like honey, it's honey. Some say it's really the honeycomb. So many different things in the metaphysical occult world. Again, maybe in the religious world or in the religious atmosphere, you would hear ones tell you, well, no, man, it's none of that. The Bible says it was a bread that fell out from the sky. Remember, they called it manna. What manna thing is this? Because they did not know exactly what it is, according to the writings. Now, it's obvious, especially the way that people play around with what it really is. It's obvious there's a high level of symbolism here. Whether you believe it's actually bread, you know, dropping out of the sky, I guess you are free to believe what you want, but that doesn't negate the, let's give me a moment here. Pardon me. Yeah, sorry about that. That does not negate the reality that symbolism is very, very important, especially in a subject like this. So we have manna, all right, bread falling down. It means more than that. And for example, we're in the Lenten period, and I'm putting this directly within the realms of the Bobo Shanti order. That's what we do here on the Tiger's Nest. So we're in the Lenten period here. And there's a phrase that I've learned, a culture, that's what we call it, a culture. And one would say that during the Lenten time, King Emmanuel would say, you know, if you can't take a big bite, take a small bite. Now that's in the sense of the Lent. I want you to follow me, good family. If you can't take a big bite, take a small bite. Now, the Lent or the fasting period is a period of fasting. It's a time when if you don't eat or you eat very little, that's why it's called fasting, right? So you know how our fasting goes within this realms of Rastafari. It's basically a once a day eating, and it's called eating in a time frame. You may eat twice in the time frame, but it's a time frame eating. And that is, fasting. So one would fast for 22 hours. All right, good. So within that frame as Bobo Shanti, it is said now, if you can't do that, if you can't hold a fast for 22 hours and you could do an 18-hour, all right, do an 18-hour till you build, or whatever the case is. Or if you can't do the 18-hour and you want to do a 12-hour until you build. If you're a little baby and you're doing the 6-hour until you build. What am I saying? If you can't take a big bite, take a small bite. Now check the analogy here, or the allegory. If you can't take a big bite, the bigger the bite is the less you bite, you know. And the bigger the bite is the less eating. But those who can't take that big bite of the fast, they take a little bite. But a little bite is when you eat lunch and dinner and maybe supper. But you leave out the breakfast because it's a little bite you take in. But the man that just eat the lunch is a big bite he take in, because he doing the big fast. So the terminology, food, its symbolism. Again, Bobo Shanti, within the morning devotion, within the morning devotion, we refer to that as the morning cup of tea, or at least the first cup of tea. which is the morning devotion. What is the morning devotion for those who may not know? The morning devotion really, well, it begins with Psalms reading. The Psalms is read Friday, 5:30 in the morning, every morning except the Saturday morning. You have the Psalms reading from 5:30. 7 Psalms are read in a specific sequence, very dynamic within the cosmics of sound and meditation and vibration. Believe me, not no simple thing, but that Psalms reading, especially if it's carried out by more than one priest, drum sounds and everything at 6, and then the devotion begins with 3 hymns and 3 Psalms, a book, the morning reading of the principles, and choruses, and a few other things there. That's the morning devotion. It's about 2 hours in length, and it's basically morning praises, morning devotion. Good. So you haven't had no breakfast yet. So if you're going to eat breakfast, you eat it after 8. And that's the morning devotion. So at the end of the morning devotions, one will greet each other and say, "My Lord and Empress, give thanks for the first morning cup of tea." Maybe you're going out to the kitchen or to the food house or to your kids to have a cup of tea, but you just got the first morning cup of tea. You woke up before the sun rose. It was dark. You saw the sun coming up, you know, and you clapped and you sing, and the Bible was read and the Psalms was read and the book and the priest cultured and everybody chanted and sing and had a good time. It is the morning cup of tea that you just had there, but it's spiritual. You didn't drink no tea. It's spiritual. Even if you're fasting, you still had the morning cup of tea. You can't take a big bite, take a small bite. So the reason why I'm bringing all of that in is to show you how, at least within the Bobo Shanti order, we have used that symbology of food within the culture where it's obvious we're using it even in a sense where we're not eating food at all. This is why I look at the manna from Zion here. The bread, angels' food, is called angels' food, corn from heaven. Now, angels' food, and if you want to say human food, are not necessarily the same food. Yes, they have humans amongst us that are angels too, that may eat food, but that's not the angels' food. The angels' food is spiritual food. The angels take a big bite. The angels' food is the big bite, the fasting and the service. The angels' food is the morning cup of tea. The angels' food is bread from heaven, not bread from the baker shop. The angels' food is the corn from Zion. Again, the angels' food is the morning cup of tea. Where do we stop? Where is the line between food that you chew with your 32 and digest and send down your esophagus into your stomach and into your digestive tract? Where's the line that separates that food, that big bite, that tea, from the spiritual bite of fasting and not eating nothing, of the spiritual cup of tea, which is really singing and praising and deep breathing and Nyabingi music? What is the line? How do you know the difference when you read scriptures like this, when it's talking about the manna? So is it really manna? I know some people say it's mushroom. It may be on a level, it's layered. But the layer that I'm on now, is it really something to eat at all? Is it something you can even touch with your hand? Because it's angels' food. Or it must be marijuana. Yes, that's one of the layers. But honestly, that's not even where I am tonight. I'm dealing with the layer of this onion that you can't even touch. I am saying that the morning devotion is the full representation of the science of the manna that comes down every morning. Now listen, I know everyone that listens to the Honorable Priest Isaac is not a Bobo Shanti. You know, I don't think you could say that we ever try to force anything on you. Like, oh, you gotta follow this and you know. If I'm not trying to force people that willingly following I, why would I try to force a next man to wear a specific one? No, man, that's not even nearly where I am at all. You know? But as I said, ones may not be of the Congress order, but those who, you know, keep up with our work genuinely, they have a great understanding. Our audience has a deep understanding, so that's why they could hear a conversation. They may not be members of this, but they understand where we're going with the science. And I'm saying that as a Bobo Shanti now of the EABIC, the morning manna, angel's food that comes from above. And hear it, you have to come out and take it every day. It's something you come for every day. You come and have a nice morning devotion and you feel good. Yeah, that don't last for days. Do you know if you miss a certain amount of morning devotion when living on the camp, you get suspended for that? Not a week, not a month, 3 days. Why? Because the vibration of the morning devotion has already gone throughout the day. That's for the day. That's the morning manna. So every morning you come out and you get your manna. You don't save the manna for tomorrow. That was today's blessings. Tomorrow needs some fresh blessings. You need to wake up early again. And make sure you beat the sun up again. And take your River Jordan fresh up, Angels fresh again. And be there on the line once more for morning devotion to get the fresh blessings of the day. The morning manna. Again, I'm not debating with nobody. Oh, it's mushroom, I can prove it. Man, I can prove it too. But that's not where I am, please. You see, this is what I'm saying. We've been so colonialized even in the way we think. Everything don't have to be who right and who wrong, you know. It don't have to be curtain number 1, 2, or 3. Sometimes the answer behind all of them curtains. But we so religious that I have to take a commercial break even just to say this. Because I know how you think. You're too dogmatic. Just take your time and think, man. Yeah, it's mushroom. And it's marijuana too. And it's ayahuasca. But it's the morning devotion. And it's bread too. But it's the morning devotion. The spiritual uprising of the day. It comes down every morning and you gather it. The cup of tea. Take a big bite of the manna of the bread. Now, the manna does not come down on a Saturday. So on Saturday morning, you don't come out looking for this manna. Within the order of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Church of True Divine Salvation, the morning devotion does not go up on the Saturday. So on the Sabbath morning, the Saturday morning, there's no morning devotion. That's how it is from ever since. But every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 6 days. The Friday would be the 6th day. You have your morning devotion. Okay, wonderful. So when you observe now the science here, it is saying that every Friday, well, every 6th day, they're supposed to come out and collect a double portion. What is it? They're supposed to collect a double portion of this mushroom, of the manna. I'm just being friendly. They're supposed to, trust me, you want me to be friendly. A double portion of the manna. Because they ain't coming out for none tomorrow. At least not for the morning devotion. I found that quite interesting. So as all the priests them, Priest Kumi, Priest Morgan, Priest Flico, and other ones that I've had on my program and throughout the years, what is this black over white all about? Wait, you come back there already. I thought we don't talk about that. You can't bring up that. What is that we're talking about? What do you think we're talking about? You see, that's what I'm saying. Our thought waves are very shallow. Maybe you never thought I could connect black over white with this. You have to remember, you know, the hundreds of programs, not hundreds, we've done thousands of programs over the years. And we never start a program and say, before this program done, we can prove this or that. And the program done and we can prove it. Trust me, and it's usually something that the listener would say, wow, I can't wait to hear this. Thousands of programs with very seldom few repeating the same topic. You understand? Straight up, family, this is what we came here to do it. So I'm showing you that as the elders say, when the African mission began, King Emmanuel called for the double Sabbath concept. Because the double Sabbath concept, from my understanding, I could be a bit off. I stand corrected in all humility, but from my understanding, the double Sabbath concept is not just during the time of resurrection. It is something that has been established. Like, we actually supposed to be keeping double Sabbath every Sabbath. We supposed to end the double Sabbath stage. This one Sabbath thing that we feel we keeping up, that's not where we are. We have already advanced to the double Sabbath, if I am correct. So now, the Friday Sabbath may not have been thus rigid, and interestingly, it falls in line with the Friday holy day for Islam. But you know, that's another lecture. And some have gotten bits of that already. You know, Allahu Akbar. Isa Mariam, go you go again. Isa Ibn Mariam. Allah-Maseh, you know, the one that shall talk to them in old age. Which Christ is he that shall talk to them in old age, that shall teach them the Quran and the Gospel and the Bible, when the Quran didn't exist when the Christ was there? But that's the next level altogether by itself. But the science here now, I'm saying that the Friday now has become a different level, because even in our Constitution, one of the first things I read is that Friday is designated as the Sabbath day. That's what the Constitution says for the Boba Shanti. I don't know if it has been changed somewhat, but I can remember the original Constitution that we had. The first thing it says, one of the first things was highlighting the Sabbath. It said Friday is designated as the Sabbath day. Now we know Saturday is the Sabbath day. But what they call Friday the night is really gone. You've already gone into the Saturday. But when we keep the Sabbath, right, from Thursday, you're getting ready for the Sabbath. From 12 midday, as Priest Kumi was saying, Friday morning now, black over white. Not necessarily, not resurrection, regular Friday morning, black over white. We gone into double Sabbath zone. And midday, black turban come off, white turban come on, full white going into. So the Friday is like a holy day within itself. It is a double Sabbath. And from the early 90s, 1991, so the double Sabbath was established. Interesting. So Friday is a double Sabbath. Now, during this time, from the Lenten period, the 40 days, 40 nights, Boba Shanti all over the world celebrate this double Sabbath on the resurrection day, which is what they call Good Friday. We double Sabbath going into the next Sabbath, and it's like, yeah, man, that double Sabbath was nice, but the next Sabbath's supposed to be a double Sabbath too. And the next Sabbath supposed to be a double Sabbath too. And the next are we in double Sabbath zone. And as some of the elders is saying, yes, it is black over white the Friday morning, and we put on the white by the 12 midday. But when it comes to the resurrection, it's supposed to be all white. But as you hear, some saying, well, it's a freedom, and some very stern that it's black over white too, but that's not the argument at the moment. The main point here, there's no argument at the moment. The main point here that Friday is a double Sabbath. Not just during resurrection, in general. When it's black over white, or during the resurrection all white, the point is Friday, no matter what day it is a double Sabbath. So that is enshrined. Okay, don't have morning devotion on that level there. For the Psalms read, but for the resurrection, the morning devotion no go. Not unless there's something I don't know of. But I don't see the morning devotion go. But the morning devotion go every Friday morning. The regular double Sabbath, the morning devotion go. So if the morning devotion now, the morning cup of tea, what do you call it? The morning cup of tea, the bread from Zion, angels' food, because it's service and it's fasting. That's why it's angels' food. And you get a double portion of this on the 6th day, which is Friday. According to what we just read, I am saying that the manna is morning devotion. I'm saying you don't have to wrestle with me to see if it's your view or my view, because these are, if you are an alchemist, man, you would know things have layers. You don't have to argue about which is right and wrong in certain levels. You understand? So I'm not wrong. I am totally correct, and I can't even be. No one can even test what I'm saying straight up. Our morning devotion is symbolic of this manna, or the manna is symbolic of our morning devotion. If it's symbolic of something else, good for it, but it is symbolic of our morning devotion. We need to kind of think like that too, eh? It's not one or the other. This is not religion. It may be symbolic of something else, because it is marijuana too, but it's definitely the morning devotion, and we get it every morning. And we have to make sure we come out every morning to get a fresh batch of morning devotion, a fresh batch of manna, angels' food, corn from heaven. The one from yesterday not going to work for today, because it will breed worms. Service, the morning cup of tea, take a big bite. And none coming out on Sabbath, because we don't do morning devotion on Sabbath. But interesting, it says that on the Friday or the 6th day, there's a double portion of this manna that comes down. Huh? A double portion of the manna come down on the Friday. We refer to the Friday, at least that's what it's supposed to be. King Emmanuel set that in motion. That Friday is a what? A double Sabbath. So the Friday vibration now, hear me good. The Friday vibration, the black over the white for the regular Friday morning, double Sabbath vibes we're going into, is aligned, because you're doing morning devotion on that day, is aligned with the double portion of blessings that come down in the form of manna, in the scripture, in the book of Exodus, chapter 16. Because the manna is not just something you can touch and play with, but it's a ceremony. It's a ritual. It's a specific rite. Again, it's hymns. It's singing. It's chanting. It's breathing. It's the Psalms reading from the morning. It's going back in the tabernacle and kneeling down and getting up and doing everything that King Emmanuel teaches us to do. And I'm saying that the one that is done on Friday, to me, differently than the Thursday, even the Wednesday, and the Tuesday, if my alignment is correct, there's a double portion that is received on that day. And just to concretize it, the man himself said that this day will be now a double Sabbath, because it's the double portion. Holy Manuel Selassie, Rastafari. So take a big bite. The manna from Zion, Mani, you know. Yeah, the Mans represents the size of the morning devotion. Now again, it's more than that too, and even less than that, and even down different angles. But that's what it's all about when it comes to the esoteric teachings. There are even several doors that you can go into. So instead of fighting it, understand it and actually flow with it. My Lord and Empresses, Holy Manuel Selassie, Rastafari. So as I said, you know, everyone needs to just respect each other for why they are here. Because I can tell you, this is why I'm here. And I think by now, man, if we honest, we can just see that, yeah, Priest Isaac have a specific eye when it comes to picking certain things apart and laying them back out in clear reality in modern day time. And why I'm so confident, because in the same way we can do this with Bible and about other people, we do it with our own selves. That's why at times I always come, and I don't say it for no ego. In fact, I say it to encourage you. I tell you I know who I am. You may say, who are you? I'm Priest Isaac. I mean, who you think I am? But I do know who I am. I could point and say I was this and that in some past life, or I represent this or that. And I know it, and I can prove it. In the same way I could sit here and do a program and prove something, I can prove it. But that's not really for the airwaves. That's for me and maybe a few in my circle. But I surely know who I am. And I could tell you for sure, this is just one of the works that man have to do, is to uncrack some of these codes. And that is why sometimes when people talk, and I'm not saying this at all to do with anything that I spoke about at the beginning of this video. I mean, in general, we ask a lot of questions. People ask, I wonder if maybe this, and some of these questions that people constantly ask, we have answered them. And when you go in their space, they still ask the question as if you're supposed to ask along with them, like, wow, you're right, we'll never know. Well, no one will ever know. Maybe no one will ever know. We don't unravel that already. No one will ever know. You understand? So yeah, man, just take it as it is, And that is one thing that will definitely help us to move forward. When one just respect ones for who they are, Too much of this ego tripping and trying to get position. I don't even know what it is, man, that has been fueling people. You know what fueled me? The love for the youths, the love for the children. As I showed you I think it was today I was highlighting the different laptops and prizes, where all them things are. Let me just show the people, still in the plastic, whatever. These are for children, young children, 9 and 11 and 15 and whatever, that have done written essay. No, don't bring them. Essays as it relates to the Afrocentricity. I said I was going to read one of them, not tonight. That was a beautiful one, but she didn't win. But she was saying that African history doesn't mean nothing to her, but it was well written. And she was right on point, because she was explaining exactly why it doesn't mean anything to her, because nobody teaches it to her. Nobody cares to show her anything about Africa. And it was well written. It just didn't have enough punch to beat out those that, surmount those that won the main prizes. But anyway, give thanks. And give thanks to the resurrection upcoming. There's had a celebration throughout the earth internationally. Just allow me to remind you again of our upcoming lecture. This is the 14th day of April. Oh, we reached that far. We're talking about the 14th day of April. It's a Wednesday evening, not a Saturday evening. It is the 14th day of April. It is the Honorable Priest Isaac Online Lectures presents a must-see lecture, Chalice in Wonderland. And of course, again, that's the Wednesday, the 14th of April, 2021 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Admission to add it to the mission is only 20 United States dollars currency. And of course, you could use the Cash App, which is AtonRa2723. And of course, if you do not have the Cash App, you just email us and we will, find some other alternative means and ways of making that transaction. PriestIsaac27@gmail.com. This is going to be this is a lecture for you and your family. This is going to be great, especially again, if you already viewed the Holy Grail lecture directly dealing with the chalice, and then at the same time, for sure, if you saw the lecture we did on fairy tale, folly days, and nursery crimes, the online lecture, those of you who are not there, you could still get your ticket for that. You could still go and watch it. It just wouldn't be live, but you could still go and watch the online lecture for fairy tale, folly days, and nursery crimes, the online lecture, because it's going to be like an infusement of those two lectures to bring you to this one, because this is going to need the whole 2 hours to break down. And the more that we can give to this, if you notice, that's why I said this is a teaching session here. This is not no entertainment or nothing. This is just a teaching session. So when we give these online lectures, we make sure even leading up to the online lecture, we do short videos or even a whole lecture to prepare you for the online lecture. So when you come into the webinar now, it's almost as if we don't have to, go over certain points in depth. We could just swiftly pass over them to get to the real cheese. Cheese, yeah. Okay, definitely. So again, just contact us and we will definitely make it happen. Looking forward to seeing you. Just keeping in mind as well, once you are a member of the Shock of the Hour subscription team, that means you receive the program every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, like some evening manna there. All right, no double portion on the Friday with that one there. But yeah, definitely the Shock of the Hour radio program, once you are a part of that. So once you become a subscriber of the Shock of the Hour, it's just $50 a month, just to get all of those programs. It's just $50 a month. If you are a 6 months subscriber, it's $250, and if you are a year subscriber, you get the whole package for a good price. Yeah, so you should be a subscriber, and of course every month when we do our online lecture, you will definitely just get your ticket to the lecture. You don't have to pay $20 for the lecture because you are a subscriber. So it's best you become a subscriber. I'm just giving you a little advice, and then of course you'll definitely just naturally be a part of the lecture series that we do, and other things, not just the lecture series, all what that we produce. And these things, we definitely make sure you get your complimentary copy, whether it's a documentary or books, which we are constantly working on. You definitely get your copy. And speaking of books, just reminding you that you could definitely purchase all of the ebooks that we have at the moment on Amazon. You ain't getting the chalice on Amazon, but you could definitely get it from us, the Holy Grail. I think by now everyone should have already put in their order to get their chalwa. I don't know what's holding you back, not unless you already have a few. Yeah, so definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks to love and majesty and truth. And it was a great honor to be with you this evening. Give thanks to the resurrection, love to the Black House of Israel, and of course, all is well. Holy Emmanuel, I.
Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Blessed love. And of course, we give thanks for your presence with us. Glorify life giver and the keeper of life. Power and might of the Holy Trinity, we give thanks for such. And we glorify the Honorable Marcus Garvey. Of course, you know, we are thankful for the order of the Black Christ, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Blessed love to each and every one. Salamta, greetings, shalom, and hotep. We're thankful for your presence with us, of course, in the nest, the tiger's nest. This is the mystic vibration. Of course, you know, every evening we, you know, make sure we bring something to the public to edify and inspire and teach and open new doors, things for us to investigate and, you know, different levels from history, the cosmics, everything from all different angles. And tonight will be no different. The sound that you heard a moment ago is the sound of the orca, is the sound of a killer whale. And not just the sound of a killer whale, but a killer whale in captivity. This evening we're going to talk about the orca, the killer whale. And although we speak of the tiger and the tiger's nest, the tiger is my primary animal spirit is the tiger. I have a few other animal spirits as well. I may have said it to you already, but I wouldn't say it now, but trust me. Animal spirit, yes, and spirit I said. Animal spirit number one is the tiger. Now, I'm of the opinion that everybody has a link with not just an animal, but several animals, trees, fruits, flowers, different things, planets. We all have these links with these different things. Stones, gems, crystals. You know, some people are more connected to gold, some people are more connected to jade, some people more connected to you know, diamonds, some people more connected to Venus, some people more connected to Andromeda. Maybe you're connected to a specific galaxy, star. So don't think you're just there by yourself. You're never alone. You can connect with the elements as well. Messiah God will tell you how to look for him, because he knows where and what he's connected to. The black tiger, eh? And in the realms of the animals, you know, I once did a program, a little short YouTube video, that's about 4 or 5 years ago. And I did this in England, actually. I was at the zoo, really. And I was by the emperor penguin's pool. And I decided to just do a quick thing on Noah's Ark. I'm sure you may have seen it. And what I was saying in that video is that the underlying moral of the story in the Noah's Ark story is that Noah was preaching for a long time. And Noah was calling the people to repentance and told them that they should come into the ark. If you want to get down to the grassroots levels of the story, Noah was building a boat. But if you want to keep it on its true level and the highest understanding, the Noah character was calling the people into the life-saving energy of the ark. Nobody came. Everybody refused. They took Noah for a joke. Well, they came, but they came too late. But yet still, Noah's message found the ear of at least 2 of every single animal that was on the planet. to the point that every animal cave, every animal, with maybe the exception of the sea creatures, but outside of the dolphin, whale, and I guess the fish, and whatever else can live in the sea without any problem, every other animal came. Well, nobody really explained this, you know. I'm just using my common sense, really. I mean, if you have a boat and all the animals came, I'd assume, and because they came because the world was going to be flooded, I would believe that the sea creatures could have stayed where they were. I don't know how they're getting in the boat, and you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm just using my common sense. And to be honest, for those who may not understand us properly and maybe saying, man, I don't believe in them story, please, don't, if you're sitting next to this person, tell him to be quiet or tell her to be quiet, because you know better. Don't, you know, I don't like them kind of things, you know. When you see me talking, man, people should listen. And there are people that want to listen, but there's somebody that's always in the room that they just have to talk. Oh, I know what he's saying, you know. I read a book and I talking to, you know. No, man, if you're going to talk, put me on pause. You understand? So, since this is live here, there ain't no pause at the moment, but for those who will listen it afterwards, there is a pause. Because somebody will say, oh, I don't believe in the Noah story, because, I mean, because we have already covered that. We have done that, been there and done that. And the class, those who are always present, they understand the full science of the Noah's Ark. And that's why we separate the science of Noah's Ark from a man building a boat and taking two of every animal. We have done that. So if you haven't heard that program, we have crystallized that program in the form of a video. And it's on our space, on YouTube. So all you got to do is go on our YouTube channel and type in Noah's Ark. Last time I checked, it needs some views for real. You know, that's why when some people come and say, oh, and comment and say certain things, all I do is just point them to the video. I mean, what am I going to do? Answer them? The answer is there already. So, to keep on track now, the main point is animals were the ones that got saved. People say animals ain't got no soul, but they got saved though. They got saved on the day of reckoning, when Allah, who is the greatest Noah, called for people to come and nobody even looked at him. But the giraffe came and the polar bear came and, you know what I mean, grasshoppers were hopping in. Even the detestable, or what's the right word? The animals that we detest. Yeah, detestable. The animals that we don't like. Even they got into the boat. Yes, detestable is a word. Go and look it up. I'm telling you. So, yeah, that's somebody saying detestable. Yeah, man, it's English, man. You know how it is. It's an adjective, really. So, I'm just saying, that is why it's important for us to take the time to look at the plight of the animals of the world. As I said in that Noah's video that I did, not the one that I was pointing you to, but the short video that I did at the penguins pool, because it's two different Noah's video, right? Yeah, I don't even know what the title, I just know it's something about Noah's Ark, so you got to be very careful when you check for them. But there's one I did, I was obviously standing by a pool with some penguins. You know, that's the one I'm referring to now. But the one that I'm telling you to check out, where I went into detail as it relates to the theology of Noah's Ark and its story, that's another video. You're not going to see my picture in the video. You will see Noah's Ark, the boat, and some other things that I use as like a PowerPoint. But in the video I did by the pool, I was highlighting again that only animals were saved. And this is why, even at that time, I was at a zoo, where I explained that a zoo, again, is the jail for animals. These animals are in jail, they're in prison when you see we put them in zoos. So what I wanted to do tonight is to visit the situation with the killer whale. One of my more favorite animals, for sure, the killer whale. I love the killer whales. Oh. And just like the dolphin, everyone knows there's a certain level of connection that they have with nature. People say they're like humans. Why you want to say that? They're like killer whales. What do you mean they're like humans? Why not say you're like a killer whale? They're like killer whales. They're like what they are, and orcas, and whatever the real word is from creation, but that's what they are. And elephants. And people say elephant is the smartest and this and that. All the animals are intelligent, brother. All of them. There's no animal that's not intelligent. I have a whole lecture that I do on the animals, Go to the ants. That's the name of the lecture. But I want to focus on the orca for a moment. And this documentary kind of gives you an idea of the state of the entertainment industry as it relates to the killer whale, or the state of the killer whale as it relates to the entertainment industry, SeaWorld and the like. So I just want to run this here for a moment. In the beginning, they're going to kind of give you an idea, a little history too, of where the whole zoo vibration came from. Do you know black people were the first people that were put into zoos? Yeah, man, we were the first act in the zoos. The Africans that they had as slaves were the first people, not even slaves. Slavery already came to an end. But yet still they're using us, putting us in cages and having us with monkeys, and people would come and pay and watch us. That's zoo number one. And then they decided to go to Africa and get some animals. And then all of a sudden it's just this big business now, the zoo. But let us follow this.
These large marine mammals are very social creatures. Killer whales, more properly known as orcas, are smart and self-aware. Orcas live in large, closely knit, highly complex social groups with cultural traditions, typically numbering 5 to 25 members. Their lifespan is long, males up to 70 years, females up to 90 years. Calves live with their mothers until sexual maturity, but quite often they stay together their whole lives. Orcas, like other types of whales and dolphins, do not belong to any country and by no means can be viewed as someone's property. Free will and freedom of movement characterize their existence. But some people take orcas out of their natural habitat for scientific and cultural purposes and put them on display in marine parks, as there will always be a bunch of onlookers willing to pay for the entertainment. Perhaps a brief trip into the past will help us to understand. In the 19th century, Europeans and North Americans came up with an incredible idea to create human zoos, which were also known as ethnological expositions, human exhibitions, and Negro villages. The purpose was to exhibit natives from different regions in their natural state. Zoo owners gladly put Africans, Native Americans, and Polynesians into their exhibits. Typically, they were forcefully taken from their native land. Usually, the exhibits were arranged in the form of whole villages. Quite often, black Africans were put together with great apes to demonstrate them as an evolutionary stage between animals and civilized white people. They were forced to do tricks to entertain the audience. There were also scientists who worked in these human zoos. They were conducting experiments and were studying the behavior of the humans of lower races. Despite medical care and good food, live exhibited subjects often suffered from depression and they had high mortality rates. Wanda was the first orca captured by humans in 1961. She survived for
okay, hold on, let's just keep this good so we can follow. So he's saying that Wanda is the first orca that was captured by humans, and this was in 1961. So I'm just clarifying so that we can follow suit. So just listen clearly to what is being said here.
First orca captured by humans in 1961. She survived for just 2 days in a tank at the Marineland Aquarium in California. She supposedly committed suicide. She violently...
No, hold on. He's going to tell you what she did, but I just wanted to get it good. Because from here on, this is the pace we're going to be at. So you just got to train your ears to listen properly. So Wanda was caught in 1961. She died within 2 days. Reportedly committed suicide. Violently beating her head against the bucket that they put her in.
Wanda was the first orca captured by humans in 1961. She survived for just 2 days in a tank at the Marineland Aquarium in California. She supposedly committed suicide. She violently banged herself against the walls, trying to swim away.
Listen now, listen.
In 1964, the Vancouver Aquarium in Canada ordered a live orca as a life-size model for a sculptor. When one orca was harpooned near the shores of British Columbia, 2 of her pod mates came to her and started pushing the injured whale to the surface so she could breathe. Hunters had been pulling Moby Doll to Vancouver for 16 hours across a long 80 nautical miles. She didn't die.
Hold on. That's her name, Moby Doll. Not Moby Dick, Moby Doll. They've been pulling her. This is in Canada, pulling her for 16 hours with a harpoon, stuck in her. And her family, the whales, pushing her to the surface so she can breathe. Can you imagine this?
Across a long
and hold on. Why did they need her? For a lifestyle sculpture of a whale. These wicked people, man.
Pulling Moby Doll to Vancouver for 16 hours across a long 80 nautical miles. She didn't die. She was put into a tank where she swam in endless circles. She started accepting food only on the 55th day, but died a month later, supposedly from skin disease. An autopsy showed that Moby Doll was actually a male, but by then, it didn't matter.
No.
That's how the capture of orca.
So when you understand, well, it's not a she, it's a he. But hear that now. So he did not eat anything from the hands of the enemy for 55 days. And when they put him in when they put Moby Doll in the tank, he just kept swimming around in circles, swimming around in circles, swimming around in circles. Eating after 55 days, within no time, he's dead. Reportedly of some skin disease, pardon me. But the skin disease is a regular thing amongst these whales that are caught. As we go along, you will hear more. Because they've been taken totally out of their environment. That's a very serious thing, man. This is psychological, the psychological effect that is upon these animals. It's just like a human being. You can't just it's torture. It's torture. These whales are accustomed to swim so far, thousands of miles, and you're gonna put that in a bathtub? Oh man, what do you expect? As I said in another video, on the Serengeti, the zebra, accustomed to, the wildebeest, accustomed to make that migration going through Kenya and Tanzania and wherever they go on the Serengeti plains and going through the river and jumping over crocodiles. They do that like clockwork. Just like certain fruits bloom in certain seasons, these animals know when to move. In fact, they're so precise that all the wildebeest have their youth like within a 2-week span.
And it is said that if a calf is born after the time frame, more than likely the calf will not make it, because the moment will come, they all born, or they all give birth at a specific time to coincide with the moment that they have to move again. And they do this every year, back and forward, back and forward, back and forward, back and forward, naturally. They don't just train themselves to do it. There's something inside of them, instinctively, that tells them it's time to go, it's time to move, it's time to return, it's time to meet. This is naturally in them. And you're going to take this animal from off of that pattern, from that level, and put it inside of a cage where it takes 10 steps and it, already go from one end to the other end of the cage. Cage. Well, it's like a cage. 10 steps. Can you imagine that? And even if you make it a little bigger and try to make it seem a little bit like Africa, how far can they go? That ain't no Serengeti. So even when you put the whale in a big tub, that doesn't make a difference. In swimming pool water with chlorine. Come on, what do you expect to happen to its skin?
Because exploitation and slave trade started.
I tell you.
In 1965, the owner of the Seattle Aquarium, Ted Griffin, bought from the fishermen in the port of Namu a young male orca which was accidentally caught in their nets.
Yeah.
While Namu, named after the port by his new owner, was being loaded into the floating sea pen, his pod of 30 or so orcas stayed close by and then followed the boat for some time.
Right.
The journey was long, about 450 miles, and took 3 weeks. For 4 days, a female orca with a few youngsters had been following Namu. This was most likely his mother and siblings. Namu became the first orca to perform for the public, and according to Griffin, money started pouring into his pocket.
Wickedness. So you can see what's going on here. So when you take up 1 killer whale, the whole flock follow you for miles, hundreds of miles. And even if after a while, some of them, stop following. As you could see, the mother and his direct siblings were still behind the boat.
At the same time, 1965 marks the first protests against the orca captures. Griffin caught another orca in 1965 to keep Namu company, a 3-year-old whale, and shot her mother during the capture, who drowned in front of her daughter's eyes.
No. The fact that these whales move like that, obviously that would be extremely traumatic for Shamu, because this one is Shamu now, the one that he's talking of. He'll tell you. So you could imagine that you stick me with a harpoon and my mother come to check for me and you kill her in front of me. Because the way that the orcas behave, you obviously see they have some level of deep understanding, deep passion, and deep affection for each other. They're like human beings. I hope not. Not them human beings that are around here. They're like who they are. So what do you think is going through the mind of the killer whale when you take it into captivity and kill its mother? Sooner or later, that same killer whale is going to kill you. Or no? Let's continue.
The captured whale got her name from Namu. She plus Namu equaled Shamu. Shamu acted aggressively toward Griffin. She tried to smash him in the water when he was sitting on top of the whale.
Of course. She acted viciously against Griffin. The same one that killed his mother or her mother. She tried to crush him on top of the killer whale.
Or was just in the pool. Ted decided to get rid of her and sold Shamu to SeaWorld in San Diego. Shamu became the 4th captured orca and the first orca ever to be transported by plane. Namu survived for 11 months in the waterfront pen in Seattle. One day before his death, Namu stopped reacting to people and banged himself full speed against the walls of his pen in an attempt to swim away. A popular movie starring Namu was released in 1966. Shamu survived in captivity longer than Namu. She was the star of the Shamu Show. The name Shamu was trademarked by SeaWorld and has been given to different orcas at different times when performing in Shamu shows. In 1971, a SeaWorld secretary, Annette Eckes, was allowed to ride Shamu for a publicity shoot. Suddenly, the whale turned on her, tossed Annette into the water, grabbed her leg, and started pulling her around the tank, refusing to let go. The whale's jaws were finally opened with poles, and the woman required many stitches to close her wounds. 3 months later, after 6 years in captivity, Shamu died at the age of 9.
At the age of 9, that Shamu there. I've seen a Shamu at Walt Disney World as a young child. I've seen Shamu. Yeah, and I could remember it vividly. Right here, speaking to you, I could see clearly in my head Shamu flipping up and doing all kind of things and splashing water, and I say I could see it. I mean, I enjoyed it at the time, but now it's a different vibes altogether. So they had one of the secretaries of SeaWorld riding on Shamu, and Shamu just decided to take her and chew her up, refusing to let go her leg. Now, where are you supposed to stand on this? Meaning, what sort of emotional expression should you lay here? Because most of us are going to say, oh my, poor girl. Okay, if you're doing that, that's good, because I surely ain't doing that. So if that's necessary, well, at least you can take care of that part. Me, when it comes to that kind of vibration, come on, man. You understand what the whale is going through? You understand that's the kind of mentality that keeps us in slavery. That's the kind of mentality that keeps us in slavery, beating and whipping and killing the slave and doing the slave all sorts of things. And when the slave finally get a chance, sometimes the slave has blood in his eyes and he picks up the gun and all he sees in front of him is 5 slave masters, or let's just say 5 white people. And he just started to shoot and kill them all. What are we going to say? Oh no, the little girl didn't beat you. Boss, listen, God will take care of that then. Let's put it that way. God will take care of that. When you're in them kind of position there, you just eat anybody. Man, the same whale kill its own self a few years after, whatever the case is, suicide, bang its head against the wall. You could see that it is a psychological state of mind that the whale was in, all the whales. You are oppressing and depressing the orcas. So they don't have no time for that. Yes, in the case of Griffin, Shamu knew that this was the killer that killed my mother. And from day one, Shamu acted, as they said, viciously, if that was the word, I can't remember, against him. But the point is she wanted to rip him apart and actually tried to crush him on several occasions until he had to get rid of her. Them is real warriors here, not like how we behave. They remind us of the so-called slaves that were in the field, the Nocturners and the Denmark Vesey and the King Court, the prince classes of those times. The Mama Africa from the Sherkley Mountains, the rebellious slaves that don't just bow and catch fish and say, yes, master, but tear you up. And I could imagine these whales when they're performing and flipping on the water and doing all that they have to do. They used to have a dolphin named Flipper too. They call him Flipper. Flipper must have want to kill them, said we. I could imagine them dancing and singing and saying, hey, anytime I catch him in here again, I biting off his head.
In 1965, Ted Griffin and Don Goldsberry created a team and started trapping orcas in the waters of Washington State and the Canadian province of British Columbia. The main tactic was locating orca pods from the air, driving them into coves with boats and seal bombs, and throwing a wall of nets across their escape path. The hunting team even got an order from the Pentagon, where they studied dolphins for military purposes and were interested in orcas as well. 2 orcas, Ishmael and Ahab, had been delivered to a naval military base in Hawaii in 1968 for use in Project Deep Object Recovery. Ishmael escaped 2 years later, and Ahab died after spending 5.5 years in captivity. Even back in the 70s, the Pentagon supplied Griffin with advanced electronic equipment for tracking whales in any weather conditions. Griffin and Goldsberry sold about 30 orcas to different marine parks from 1965 to 1972, getting $20,000 to $25,000 for each whale.
Millions today.
During an infamous 1970 roundup in Puget Sound, the Griffin-Goldsberry team trapped about 80 whales. While in Penn Cove, they used nets and power boats to separate calves from their mothers. The horrible cries had been heard all around. Mothers were trying to help their offspring and were not leaving the capture site. The hunters selected 7 young orcas and sold them to different parks in America, Britain, Australia, and Japan. Among them was 4-year-old Tokate, who ended up in Marine's aquarium and was renamed Lolita. 5 whales died during that capture. They were cut open and sunk with the help of metal chains. Half a year later, their bodies washed ashore, which caused incredible public outrage. People were very concerned about the orca gold rush, and a wave of protests and demonstrations started around the globe. In 1970, Canada passed laws regulating orca captures, with one of the regulations requiring a mandatory permit for capture. In 1972, the U.S. passed the Marine Mammal Protection Law, which prohibits taking marine mammals from U.S. waters without a special permit. Still, SeaWorld keeps updating permits for captures for educational purposes. Canadian marine biologist Michael Bigg discovered that an orca's dorsal fin is similar to human fingerprints in that it is individual and unique. Starting in 1972, scientists started collecting photos of the dorsal fins and systematizing data about the numbers of orcas. It turned out that there were far fewer orcas in the Northeast Pacific than previously thought, not thousands, but hundreds. Scientists began conducting some serious research into marine mammals. In 1975, due to the actions of environmentalists and Michael Bigg's research publications, Canada banned orca captures. From 1964 to 1975, 25 orcas had been captured in the waters of British Columbia. In 1976, the governor of Washington State was informed that SeaWorld's captors were using aircraft and explosives to herd and net the whales, which was a clear violation of the terms of their collection permit. Consequently, the court ordered a ban on orca captures by SeaWorld in the state of Washington. Overall, 300 orcas had been netted in the waters of the U.S. and Canada until 1976.
Wow.
Some killer whales managed to escape, some were released, and at least 12 died during capture attempts.
Imagine that.
About 56 young orcas were sold to marine parks all over the world. 16 of them died within 1 year of capture, and then the others died as well, leaving only 2 alive. Corky, who was captured in British Columbia in December 1969, still lives in SeaWorld San Diego. Lolita has been held in the Miami Seaquarium since 1970. Ted Griffin left his business in 1972 after the passing of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Don Goldsberry became SeaWorld's lead collector until he retired in the late 1980s. Starting in 1976, capture activity moved to the northern part of the Atlantic Ocean. From 1955 to 1972, Icelandic fishermen killed around 300 orcas as they were competitors for fish. From 1975, capture operations and the issue of permits was regulated by the Icelandic Ministry of Fisheries. After Puget Sound, SeaWorld did not want to be officially involved, but Don Goldsberry agreed to unofficially assist less experienced collectors, including John Gunnarsson of Sigurðsfjörður Aquarium in Iceland and W.H. Dudok van Heel from Dolphinarium Harderwijk in Holland. The main method of capture worked like this. When the pod of orcas was spotted in the open sea, they were lured into the nets with fish thrown from the boats. The selected whale was then lifted from the water with a special frame. From 1976 to 1989, 64 orcas had been captured in the waters of Iceland. Of those 64, 55 have been sold to different aquariums and marine parks. Only 6 survive to this day. Katina and Tilikum are in SeaWorld Orlando. Kasatka and Ulysses are in SeaWorld San Diego. Kiska is at Marineland in Ontario, Canada. And Stella is in Port Nagoya in Japan. Due to public pressure, many countries have now passed laws protecting whales and dolphins. In 1978, New Zealand passed the Marine Mammals Protection Law, and in 1980, a similar law was passed in Australia. Britain did not pass a law prohibiting captures and having marine mammals in captivity, but there had been significant changes regulating their welfare in captivity, so many dolphinariums started to close their doors since they could not meet the new requirements. Under public pressure in 1985, the Department of the Environment commissioned biologists Dr. Margaret Klinowska and Dr. Susan Brown to research and review the keeping of cetaceans in UK zoos and aquaria.
Now you see, this is what this systematic evil politics is all about. Before you just say, yo, leave the whales, we have to pass laws, and we have to regulate, and we have to lighten things, and well, we're not going to make you stop, but you need to do this when you have them, and to ensure that the sanity of them is kept. How are you going to do that? Leave the animals, right? Let me show you the mind. Remember we were doing the program on the psychological state of our people. And we were talking about the British monarchy and so on. I don't eat fish, eh? I think it's cruel to eat an animal. Yeah. I just think so. Eyes and teeth and feathers and fins. People say, oh, don't give him no chicken. He don't love chicken. What do you mean I don't love chicken? I love chicken very much. I love the chicken. That's why I don't eat chicken, because I love the chicken. I ain't gonna eat who I love. What are you talking about? You don't love the chicken. That's why you eat the chicken. Now I'm saying that the fish, I don't eat fish. But I think, and I don't think a human has to eat no fish, but I'm saying that in the world of predators and kill and eat, a lion or a leopard or whatever, they don't just go and kill animals for fun. They kill and eat when they are hungry. So a zebra, a wildebeest can just walk in front of a lion when his belly is full. He or she ain't gonna move an inch. The only how they would attack you is if you are a scavenger or something, trying to take away the food that they have saved for later. But they are not as vicious as the people, the media would like us to believe. I'm saying that to say it's only human beings that act like that. When you watch sport fishing, this alone gives you an idea of where we are. I used to go fishing with my father. And when we catch fish, you know what we do with the fish? We carry it home, we clean it and fry it down real dry and make some kind of sauce or whatever it is that the old man do with the fish. Yeah. Give thanks for my Father, blessed Lord. But just like the animal, we catch it to eat it. Again, I ain't backing no eating of no fish, but I'm showing you there was a purpose behind of this. If you want to say a genuine purpose for food. When you watch sport fishing, it's just that. How can you throw out your line and you hook, not catching them, you hook a swordfish, you hook a marlin, you hook whatever it is you hook. Sometimes they hook a shark. You have to keep in mind, that when you throw out your line, we're talking about the hook, just as I said, the hook going through the jaws of the fish, going through maybe the top part of your mouth there. When I was small, I got a pen by mistake. I had a pen in my mouth and someone just leaned back on me and the pen went up into the top of my the roof of my mouth. Then I can't give you the exact terminology for it, but the roof of my mouth. And I had to go to the hospital. I had to get stitches and all, the full nine. It was nice. In fact, if I rub my tongue, I'm speaking on rubber with tongue, that's why I sound it. If I rub my tongue against the roof of my mouth, I can still feel the indentation there in the roof of my mouth. And that happened a long time ago, man. I'm talking like a while ago, maybe 25 years ago. So I'm saying you have a hook that is lodged now in the roof of the mouth of a fish, of an eel. Well, let's stick to the fish, because it's fish these fellas catching here. The fish, the marlin, the swordfish, the jackfish, whatever it is, and here you are reeling him in. Now he's fighting with you now, he or she, the fish fighting with you, wiggling like a snake, pardon me, jumping out of the water and jumping back in, and you fighting with this fish sometime for minutes, maybe a good 7 minutes, you're battling it, and the other fellas in the boat, come on Jim, hold it, don't let him get away, don't get, and they reel him in, come on, just loose it a bit, now reel him in, and they 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 finally get, okay, come on, grab him. Oh yeah, this is a beauty. Oh, this is a big one here. You get a picture of that, Sam? And they click. Wow, this one is, ooh, and look at the fin, and they look at the fin, and they open the mouth, and they they examine him, and I guess somebody there keeping score, got to be. They measure it and all of that. All the time the fish can't breathe, The fish is suffocating at that very moment there, when Jim and Sam are taking pictures, photo op with Mr. Scales. And they're laughing, it's not like anything. And the fish is suffering. Now, this may sound strange, but I'm saying that after all of that, they put the fish back in the water. Sometimes they have the nerve to give the fish a pat like, all right, brother, go on. Take care of yourself now. And then they throw the line out again to try to catch another one. Now, what's wrong with that picture there? Why I said it may sound strange is because if they were to say, wow, the missus is gonna love this, we're gonna just, batter this down and fry it in the deep fryer. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make some nice fish fillet. Although I'm not in agreement with that at all, for several reasons. But I'm trying to bring myself to a level of understanding that this is what you eat. I mean, the same thing goes for anybody that eat any animal, even if you didn't catch the animal. Even if you go to kill fast chicken, and by, in a sense, you are a part of the whole murder of the fowl. Yeah, you're a part of it. You are a part. If the judge and the jury have to come for the killer, they're going to implicate you too, because you bought the stolen goods or the murdered goods, and you even ate the evidence. I mean, so I mean, the upholder is just as bad as the thief or the killer or the murderer, because you're promoting it. They kill it so you could eat it because they know you're going to come and buy it. So you're all one. Yeah, that's how I see it. But I'm bringing myself to an understanding that you kill the animal to eat it. And for whatever reason you feel that that is food. All right, I'm humbling myself here. And that is why I would see with that, to a degree, that you catch the fish. Maybe you even tell the fish, brother, sorry I had to do this, but we gotta eat. All right. But for you to fight with this fish for so long, you're trying to catch the biggest fish too, eh? That's why you don't put, not what do you call it? It's not worms they put on these hooks, you know. It's not no little guppy they're trying to catch. So they put a big fish as the bait, because they're trying to catch a bigger fish so that they can wrestle with this big fish as if they name Ric Flair. And they pull and pull, and I can imagine the water is getting bloody and the fish is fighting, damaging, you know, vital arteries and veins that the fish have in its own system in its head, just to take the fish out, have the fish suffocating for a picture, and then put the fish back in the water. Boss, them is wickedness. That's why I'm saying it would have been better if you carried it home and fried it down. At least I think I could understand. I think my senses would at least kind of go with the flow and say, well, maybe, you know, I mean, this is how they get down. They gotta eat something. This is what they eat. I mean, they're not vegan as yet. Whatever. One more time, I don't agree with that. But it makes more sense to me than to carry the fish through that. It shows you that these people really don't care about the feelings of the animals. Remember, you know, these are the people, that is why I took the time to go through the European monarchs and the history from Nero down to Stalin, to show you how brutal the whole British monarch is, the French Revolution, wow, the Inquisition, mercy, the Dark Ages, Lord have mercy. Look, them is some killers. So when they took hold of us now, it's not no great hatred of us, you know. That's just how they roll. If they caught their own teaching us to read, they would do the same to them. This is how they roll. Ask John Brown how they rolled. They didn't care that he was one of them. You trying to save the niggers here? Let's show you what we do to nigger haters. Look how they beat up the fella on the Freedom Ride bus. I'm sure you've seen the videos. Keep your eyes on the prize. Man, if they had a next minute with him, he wouldn't have no eyes to keep on nothing. So when they deal with the animals like this now, that's the point I'm getting to. It's the same mentality. Africans sold Africans into slavery. One. You still alive? We never dealt with animals in this fashion. Nowhere. A lot of the elephant tusks that we, you know, parade with and different things is after the animal has passed. And yeah, there are different stories from different tribes where the boy is sent out to wrestle with a lion and bring back the dead lion. Okay, all of that has a certain level to it. But you can't compare that with how these people operate. Japanese too, you know, man. That's why the Japanese, with their whaling business, get a hard fight internationally. The Japanese too, and the Chinese, when it comes to the killer whales, must be that Mongolian Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan blood in them. I don't know what kind of people can deal with other people plus animals like that. Noah's Ark.
A review of Dolphinaria was published in 1986 and contained different recommendations regarding the welfare of cetaceans in captivity, changes which had to be implemented no later than 1993. In 1991, Windsor Park could no longer afford the reconstruction of their orca tank and had to return Winnie to SeaWorld Orlando. A year later, the last dolphinarium in England closed its doors. In 1982, the representative of a Canadian aquarium, despite having obtained a capture permit, wasn't able to use it because of protests held by activists, both on land and on the water. He gave up and bought 3 orcas from Iceland. In 1983, SeaWorld had tried to establish the capture of orcas in Alaska, having obtained a permit to capture 100 whales, out of which about 90 were supposed to be taken temporarily for research and then released, with 10 for marine parks.
Wow.
After 3 years of court battles, with public outrage in the background, the result was SeaWorld pulling out of Alaska. In 1985, an orca named Kalina was born in SeaWorld Orlando. She was called Baby Shamu. She was the first orca to survive out of 10 calves that had been born in captivity before 1985. 5 were stillborn, and all the others died within 2 months of their births. Starting in 1989, American marine parks switched completely to breeding captive marine mammals.
That may have been the Shamu that I saw as a young child at SeaWorld.
In 1989, the last 4 orcas were caught in Iceland. Under international pressure from different environmental organizations and conservation groups, Iceland stopped issuing permits in 1990. The first human being to be killed by a captive orca happened in February 1991. 20-year-old student Kilty Byrne, who worked as a part-time trainer, had slipped and fallen into the orca tank at Sealand of the Pacific.
Well,
although Tilikum wasn't the first one who began dragging Kelty, he took part, along with Haida and Nootka, in tossing the trainer from one orca to another. The girl tried to escape, and her screams...
You see that? Them whales team up. The one that killer is not the one that started the attack. And they were throwing her from one whale to the other. Could you imagine going through that? But you don't need to imagine that. I hope. Because you're not a trainer of these whales. I mean, come on, man. You're going to have sympathy here? You're fighting war, and above you there's a plane, and inside the plane there's a pilot and the person that has the Gatling gun up there. And the person that had the Gatling gun is, you know, in the old time days in war, you see the door of the plane open and they're firing down at you and they're killing your people from that plane. Now the man that's flying the plane isn't really the man in a sense that's killing you. I mean, they're obviously working together. But he just flying the plane. Is the man with the Gatling gun that's killing you and killing your people. What you mean to say? I'm supposed to try my very, very best to shoot the man with the Gatling gun and hope I don't miss and knock the pilot? What are you talking about? In fact, it would be better to kill the pilot, Because when you kill the pilot, the plane going to crash. And whoever else in there, whatever they're doing, the cook, the chef, the one that washed the clothes, whoever find themselves amongst them is a part of them. So the trainer, I don't care how nice she is, and she come and kiss Shamu or whoever the whale is on his mouth and throw some little dead fish for him. You think sardines can buy us out? Them fellas done her. Done her. If you're listening and maybe she is your relative, because these things can happen. Because the program is going to be heard by millions. All the world one day will hear my voice. But that's how the cookie crumbles, yo. You think I was going to say I'm sorry? No, man. Everybody is somebody. Everybody is somebody's family. Everybody is somebody's brother, uncle, mother, or something. I never hear nobody say, well, listen, if you are related to Hitler, I'm very sorry. But nah, I never hear that. Hitler get thrown to the train like nobody business. Them people deal with Hitler so bad. Not that I care about no Hitler, but just I have to express it so to show you how hypocritical propaganda is. What Hitler? Hitler? Boss. And the thing is with Hitler, no, Hitler was fighting to regain what was taken from his people. That's the mystic with Hitler. I ain't got no love for Hitler. Hitler ain't got no love for me. But compared to them other maniacs, Hitler ain't nothing. Even Mussolini, all what Hitler was going on with the High Hitler and all of them styles that he had and the arm signals. Mussolini was the one that showed him and taught him all of that. Remember, Mussolini was ruling Italy way before Hitler came into power. Now. Even before the emperor crowned Mussolini, to be, specific, but Mussolini was the one that got the Vatican cracking again before the God was crowned. Hitler came to power after the Most High ascended to the throne. You understand? Stalin is one of the most, Stalin, man. What a brutal terror. Queen Elizabeth the First and Queen Elizabeth the now. Them is some demons. What are you talking about? So when they bring out Hitler now and go on as if Hitler is the worst. Come on. Yeah. So this person here that the whale, the first person that the whale killed, let me find, what was her name there? Kelty Barney. What you do to whales? What did you do to them? What you doing there? You didn't have no heart? Why you didn't try to free them? You should have been campaigning. What, your little job? Well, okay. You got to pay the consequences then. That's how I see it. Straight up. I mean, you may think I'm cold-hearted or whatever, but that's how I think about these things. What are you talking about? Any zoo trainer, anybody feeding tigers, anybody there, trust me. Yeah, man. Now you may say, well, suppose the whale was to, attack an innocent bystander. And I'm not going to say there's no innocent bystander. As I said, I was there once. I wasn't that close, but I could have been close enough for anything to happen. As a young, innocent child, maybe I wouldn't be the priest Isaac you know today. You understand? And at the same time, I visit zoos. Some people don't visit zoos for the same reason, but I visit zoos. If I have a brother in jail, I'm going to visit him. So I visit zoo. Anywhere I go in the world and there's a zoo, I'm going to the zoo because I need to see the tigers. So I'm going to visit them. Give thanks to them strong glass walls that they put up now, but I'm going to visit them. So in my book, innocent people can get killed. Trust me, in my book. Because anything could happen at the zoo. But most of the people there are just keeping up the vibes. When I have to pay them to go into the zoo, you don't think I screw? I say, fire. And I hope this money, this £20 I given you, mate, becomes a judgment to this place. Yeah, and then go and show love to the animals. But to say I'm there working, not unless I have a plan. Because you could be right in the midst of the system, you know, even if you are police or a CIA. Because sometimes you need people like that say, hey, I going in here, but I going in here like Samson, like one of them suicide bombers to blow everybody up. I ain't telling nobody to go kill themselves, but it's just the mentality I'm talking about. You're going to save your people, and if you have to put your life and just even your own pride on the line, you're going to make sure you save at least 1,000 people. So the 1,000 people that the CIA would have killed, you find a way to make it didn't happen just for being in there, and your own brothers will look at you and say, hey, he's a sellout, not knowing that you just saved his life. If it's a case like that, man, them whales so smart that you could talk to them and they would say to one another, it's obvious that the whale, you're the one that said they're human-like. I am sure that if you were a revolutionary who purposely went and got a job to find a way to free them whales one day or the other, or find a way to disrupt the system from within, and you come out at night when everybody's went home and you're, you know what I mean, you're around the whales and you talk to them whales here will understand and say, hey, tomorrow we're going to launch an attack, right? But what about Katie? She's off tomorrow. Okay. Is Jim and the other fella coming in? All right. I don't like them. Yeah, we're going to catch them and we're going to fling them around like a beach ball. I mean, they're human-like, aren't they? The dolphins, them things brilliant, eh? Don't play around with them animals for real. All animals brilliant, eh? All of them intelligent, not just the dog. But in reality, from my own experience, because remember, the Caribbean, you know, dolphins are around. The dolphins have a very mystic vibes, man. Look at the island girls that sailed from Africa to Antigua, and they landed in Antigua. I'm sure you all have heard about them, the island girls. The dolphins were following them, coming across. The dolphins were with them. That's the account that they gave to me in the studio. The dolphins were with them, following them, protecting them. Look how them animals love us. And we've been taught through movie and Jaws and Wild Kingdom that as if we and the animals, like we're the enemy or something. And when you hear about them, you're supposed to run away. Yeah, man, I ain't got no problem with them eating up Kelty or whatever her name is. Straight up.
Tank at Sealand of the Pacific.
Yeah.
Although Tilikum wasn't the first one who began dragging Kelty, he took part, along with Haida and Nootka, in tossing the trainer from one orca to another. The girl tried to escape, and her screams were heard by other trainers who desperately tried to help. Yeah. Kelty Byrne died in front of a group of horrified visitors. It was the first signal of aggressive behavior by Tilikum. Tilikum was caught in 1983 in Iceland, and the next year was shipped to Canada. Since 1992, he's been living at SeaWorld in Orlando. In June 1999, 27-year-old Daniel Dukes, a SeaWorld visitor, stayed in the park after it was closed. At some point during the night, he stripped down to his swim trunks, placed his clothes into a neat pile, and jumped into the pool. The next day, his dead body was found in Tilikum's tank.
He's something.
In 1997, in Taiji, Japan, a pod of 10 orcas was rounded up and driven into shallow water. 5 were taken and sold to marine parks across Japan. 2 of them quickly died. Overall, 28 orcas have been caught in Japan since 1972. Usually, orcas died either during the captures or soon after.
I mean, come on. No, you see, this is very inhumane. Brother Vaughn Benjamin have a song, I think it's either on the album Unpolished or one of those early albums. Humanitarian, saving whales. Yeah, but even that, if they were really saving whales, that would be good. Look how they deal with the animals. These Japanese, these animals in captivity, not domesticated in captivity. They're psychologically troubled.
All right, definitely.
And that is why at any moment, for real, when you go to this, you better be careful.
No, you're not hearing double.
Because any chance them animals.
Okay, give thanks. This is me here now. Don't worry. Yes, that was just a previous recording. That was a program that was done like about almost 2 years ago on the Shock of the Hour, speaking about the whales. It's about an hour and a half, I think, in length of the program. So I was just giving you an excerpt of such. I really hope that you would have full enjoyed it, and of course you could see. I don't think there's too much I need to explain on what I said. It's just clarity. But as I said, that was just an excerpt from the Shock of the Hour. So I give thanks for all subscribers to the Shock of the Hour and all listeners to the Shock of the Hour. And of course, it's clear to see how you could subscribe to the Shock of the Hour today. Definitely, you could receive our nightly broadcast via your email. And as we always tell you, it will appear in your inbox. Programs like this and other programs which we do each and every day. We have a Shock of the Hour to do tonight. So what's the Shock of the Hour tonight? Anyway, gotta check the notes and whatever comes to mind. Sometime we freestyle and just go with the flow, but we have a Shock of the Hour tonight. We have a Shock of the Hour tomorrow. We have a Shock of the Hour the next day. We have a Shock of the Hour the other day. Yeah, it's a Shock of the Hour all the way. So you could be a part of the Shock of the Hour. Just contact us, priestisaac27@gmail.com. We give you you could get a monthly package, you could get a 6-month package, a yearly package. Man, you could even get a 1 week free trial. Definitely. And while you're doing that, make sure that you also inquire about the international homeschool classes for your young ones or even for yourself. I think that is a serious investment. I mean, everything that we offer here, everything that we offer, people would say, you're selling, well, you could call it what you want, but everything that we offer here is an investment. International homeschool, that's definitely an investment for sure. So definitely give thanks. Or just to remind you again, remember all of our books, our electronic books. These are our ebooks now. You could definitely get them on Amazon. You don't know how to get to Amazon, so just go to Amazon and check out Priest Isaac, and of course the books will be there. You know exactly how to navigate yourself. And remember, for sure, you gotta get your chalwa, your chalice, of course, your cup. Definitely, the Holy Grail. Have you seen the documentary? Not the documentary, really, but have you seen the recent episode that we did on the Holy Grail? If not, I would encourage you to check it out. And those of you who didn't see the second part, which is just a small part, directly dealing with the prophet Ezra. Well, Ezra is a priest too, it's Ezra and Nehemiah, the priest and the prophet there. You should definitely check it, Ezra and the Chalice Cup. I'm just saying this because, we are a family here, and this is why I do this. So you could get the information and definitely, move from there. All right. Well, we definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks to your presence with us, the Holy One of Israel, to be praised, Prophet, Priest, King. And since that was the mystic vibration there, we will just seal it up with the mystic vibration
phrase thereof, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And it takes some real eyes to realize that are amongst us. Holy Manuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, blessed Lord. That was a nice.
definitely say blessed evening to each and everyone, as we definitely glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. We're definitely in the zone. This is the Mystic Vibrations Shock of the Hour. As we welcome you into the Tiger's Nest. Isaac the Priest, the Honorable with you. We definitely give thanks to the melodious sound. Welcome you into the Mystic Zone. As usual, we have a wonderful program for you this evening. The Shock of the Hour, a program that comes to you every evening at this very time. We have a wonderful program for you in store today, and definitely we will begin this evening's program with our key Swahili word of the day. This evening we have a nice meditation I want to touch upon. Of course, as you know, the 20th day of December. I'm talking about the 20th day of December. That's this Sunday. We will definitely be having our lecture. We are talking about fairy tale holidays and nursery crimes, the online lecture. And this is a program that will be somewhat getting you prepared for Sunday evening. So we're looking forward to seeing you in the house, and we'll be telling you a little bit more about that as we go deeper into the program this evening. As I said, we will be, well, I didn't say it yet, but we'll be talking about the link between Batman and Robert the Bruce. Not Sunday. Well, we'll be touching upon that Sunday, but we'll be talking about that now, so that we are, as I said, we are preparing ourselves for Sunday, at least, so you get a good understanding that you may have already had the understanding that this ain't no joke show. But, some people hear that we're talking about fairy tale holidays and nursery crimes. They think it's some sort of kiddie show we're putting on here. Nah, man, we're breaking down the heavens, man, the esoterics, for those that have put it together, really, and the understanding that they had, why they have formulated such a message of the sublime, utilizing ancient allegory and esoteric understanding to create their allegorical message. Yeah, that's reality. That's really what's going on. But anyway, when you enter into the house on Sunday, we'll be breaking it down more and more. But the Honorable Princess Acacia Menin is with us.
Blessed love, welcome to another edition of the Kiswahili Word of the Day. Today's Kiswahili Word of the Day is maua, which means flower.
Let me hear that again.
Maua, M-A-U-A.
Marijuana?
No, maua.
Give me that again. Take it out.
Maua.
Oh, maua. Okay.
M-A-U-A.
And what it means?
Flower.
What is marijuana you're talking about? Okay, pardon me. I'm sorry. Blessed love. Let the Honorable Princess continue. That is how I stay sometimes. Go ahead, my love.
Anyways, 2 sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Nina penda maua.
Mm-hmm.
I love flowers.
Yeah.
Maua ni mazuri sana. Flowers are so beautiful.
Definitely. That is wonderful.
Yep. That is all for the Swahili Word of the Day.
Give thanks to the Honorable Princess Acacia Menin for the key Swahili word of the day. And that is maua?
Yes. M-A-U-A.
M-A.
If you had a pen and pad.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, they should, you know. Maua, M-A-U-A, Maua, and that is Swahili for flower. All right. I thought it was marijuana, you know, Prince, you know. But anyway, it's all right, no problem. And we have the Honorable Prince Alamase here as well, and he will be giving us the scientific fact of the day. So let's hear what is taking place on this side of, let's say, this side of the moon.
Blessed love, welcome to the scientific fact of the day. And today's scientific fact of the day is, well, about what you're seeing on the screen right now, Jupiter. And we're going to be talking about its big red spot. Well, not the creation or anything, just some fact that you should know. You see, the great red spot is shrinking. Before, it used to can hold 3 Earths. Now it can hold a little bit more than 1 Earth. That is all for the scientific fact of the day.
All right. So, okay. So we're talking about Jupiter. What is Jupiter? That's a sea monster, isn't it?
It's a gas giant.
It's a who?
Gas giant from the planets.
Oh, the gas giant, Jupiter. All right. And it once had the great red spot.
No, it's shrinking.
Oh, it's shrinking. So
it's still there.
And what is the great red spot? Did somebody thump him in his eye?
No. Probably due to the gravitational force. That's what scientists say.
Okay, Joe.
Don't really get the answer yet.
Yes, well, a lot of probabilities. All right, my lord. Well, give thanks for that scientific fact of the day. And of course, the key Swahili word of the day. This is how we do it here on the Mystic Vibrations Shock of the Hour. And all of this is just somewhat reminiscence of our international homeschool program that is not just carried out by myself, but by myself, the prince and the princess. So give thanks again, Honorable, for such strength. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. So definitely, and as we continue, as I said, we will be going into a specific subject this evening, because you know we are preparing. We are preparing for Sunday, fairy tale, folly days, and nursery crimes. I mean, it's the judgment, it's the execution, it's the anything you want to call it. And it's going to be a wonderful lecture. And as I said, the program tonight is really to get the audience prepared for this dynamic lecture that we will be having on a Sunday evening. Remember that it's 7 p.m. sharp, and just to make sure that you have a good understanding that we will be really sharp on time. 7 p.m. you got to check wherever you are in the world to make sure your time aligns with our time. Remember, payments can be made via the Cash App as well, Atanara 2723, and if there is some issue with that, you could just email us, Priest Isaac 27@gmail.com. So yeah, get yourself together, get yourself in order, and we shall be looking to ascend right now as we enter into the shock of the hour reasoning for tonight.
The shock of the hour.
A joke.
See, brothers and sisters, you're not going to straighten up on any word from me. Just the better ones of you. You're not going to hear no warning. No. Bush is not going to straighten up. Deng Xiaoping is not going to straighten up. The world leaders are bent on their course. They don't straighten up with no preaching. The shock of the hour has to be so powerful that it casts terror into the heart. Make you drop to your knees like the oxen that is being laid under burden. Force you to pray to whatever God you think you know, make you call it.
What a joy when the people journey in a job, in a motive and intention and behavior, in economics, in a how we share the world culture.
All the strong and the weak are live together in a ya. Every day you and a joy and laughter. You know the things you have, the love and the alpha. Concentration, how the outcome turn over. That's why you're setting in the meantime now, yeah. That's what you're studying in the know and the oh, yeah. The more of advanced Selassie Redeemer, yeah, he show ya. Unmovable principle and where I reach all over. I'm feeling like a party in a particular. Make this a day where I've been enjoying a disaster. Them faith receive when the people choice take over. Make sure he rooted the jah and righteousness known. To the nations of Asia, whenever hear them sound, yeah. Them in the countries of Africa, to whom it sound familiar. Well, then the nations of Europe put them in front stage, yeah. When entrepreneurs in an entropy disorder, increase at the maximum cohesion stage, yeah. A free for all of what we'll call and who will answer. Well, market access of the large scale world over. Who is emailing your sons and your daughter? Could I give them good instruction to the roof, to the rafter? Could I baptize them in the ocean water? It's what they want me over, that them I go over. The internet creatures talking all the money in the world for. These children and they are in and they never before. They are so when technology is like never before. That mean them exposures is like never before. Like never before, down on the ocean floor. Need resources more than ever before. Before nuclear power and show like never before. Fatalistic video alone like never before. New rich and new poor. Like
some very serious lyrics.
Data unit just they keep the score like never before.
If you only listen.
Imagine like never before. Things get hard, more than never before. Bills man they up on your door like never before. This trust diplomacy tenure on the Congress floor.
Sure.
Enough man from the land man we are facing a soldier. Them in the dungeon and in the lockdown soldier. Distressed by poverty and greed in the world, yeah. Protect them as collective soul world over. Send to them in them district of caring, careful deliverer. Concerning how help disperse and distribute both, yeah. King Selassie is all that you see, yeah. From Gondar to Addis Ababa. These children they are in and never before. Them they are so in and never before. When technology is like never before. That mean exposures is like never before. Like never before down on the ocean floor. Need resources more than ever before. Nuclear power onshore like never before. Fatalistic video alone like never before. New rich and new poor like never before. Central data unit just to keep the score. Satellite scanning radar imaging like never before. Things get hardcore like never before. Bills man on your door like never before. Distrust diplomacy tenure on the Congress floor like never before.
Bills man at your door like never before. Yeah, give thanks. Yeah, never before. Tell you.
That's how it's spelled.
Yeah. Definitely give thanks once again for your presence here. As I said, the shock of the hour, and we'll just go straight into it. I really hope and pray that you definitely full joy the meditation that we bring to you each and every evening. It is definitely our delight to sit in. It's my delight. It's the youth's delight to sit in and, you know, bring a joy to all those who, you know, take the time to sit and sup with us. And we do this for you every evening as, you know, as it is the will of the Most High. So, as I said, Sunday, definitely we'll be going into different levels. As you know, every time we do an online lecture, we make it our business to somewhat soften it up in a sense that, you know, prepare it, tenderize it before we jump on the whole subject itself. So at least you will be familiar, you have familiarized yourself, pardon me, with some of the levels that we intend to touch. Even if we have talked about certain things before, we bring it up again. I don't think we have ever gone into this the way we're going to go into it tonight, but we have definitely touched upon it when we did that, I would call it underground documentary, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, The Judgment. But anyway, I would like to begin here. You saying something there, Prince? Okay, give thanks. I would like to begin here as it relates to, the whole subliminal message. Now, many ones, actually, those who have been following the Priest Isaac lectures for a long time, most of those, anyone that is listening now, that has been behind, the words or, listening to the meditation for at least more than a decade, more than likely they came across a lecture that we did in Tortola, Fairy Tale, Folly Days, and Nursery Crimes, the lecture, because that CD, even before the days of YouTube, etc., that CD somewhat, if you want to say, went viral. So a lot of ones made a strong connection with our lecture series, with that specific lecture. So those of the old school would be very familiar with how we connect the whole science of the sublime, the undertone message, the hidden agenda in the cartoons, in the fairy tale, in the holidays, and the nursery rhymes. So that's why we call them nursery crimes. That's why we call them folly days. And the days is not D-A-Y-S, the days is D-A-Z-E, That's not, they're not so much days. Well, for days, it goes on for days until it reached to weeks. So weeks, weeks. So everything is in the words because it's weeks, without the Sabbath, you must be weak. This is why we say a strong, because a strong is very, strong. It makes you strong. When you keep the Sabbath, you have rejuvenated yourself. So the words is important. Christ says in his mouth, there's a two-edged sword, which he would use to smite the wicked. And the sword that is in his mouth is the words that he speak. The double edge. You take the word sword and you take the S and you put it at the back of the word. It becomes words. Two-edged, the beginning and the end, the sword, two-edged sword. S at the beginning, S at the end. Sword becomes words because the words is the sword. And the two-edged, that's the science, That's the science. That's why Batman and Robin, they're always into figuring out the clues. This is where we're going, figuring out the clues. Great Scots, Batman, you figured it out. That's Robin talking there. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, Holy smokes. What's the word for today again? Marijuana, Mawa. The holy flower. Holy smokes, Batman. What smokes Robin talking about when he telling Batman holy smokes? But we'll get to all of that in a few moments. So really, I want to begin by just highlighting Thomas Chippendale. And the reason why, in fact, I may even begin there to some degree on Sunday for the audience that will come in there. And I'm encouraging everyone to get their ticket. As I said before, the space is limited for the webinar. But anyway, for those who will be coming in who may not even see this video, this is very key. That when you understand or hear this shock, when it comes to the science of the sublime again, there's something that I consider to be hero worship in a lot of the characters. This is almost the main point. In a lot of the characters, figures, individuals that you see in comic books, on the big screen as far as cartoons, and just superheroes in general. Even in nursery rhymes, you have individuals that the creators of these nursery rhymes and characters, they have them as heroes. They're national heroes. They're great men and great women. So to keep their name alive, they have immortalized them in some sort of character, which either bears their name or appears to bear their name, or maybe have a totally different name, but the character is the same. Yes, well, we are lyrical geniuses. So Thomas Chippendale is one of those individuals. Now, Thomas Chippendale, for those who may not know, from Otley, this is in England now. I think he was born in 1810. And he was considered to be a Mason of high esteem. You see, this is why we have to break down the whole Knights of the Templars, the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, which is the same Knights of the Templars, and the persecution that they went through. But we're going to get to that in a moment. But why did they go through this persecution? It's all about keeping the secret. These are the knights, the holy monks, the Knights of the Templars, the Knights of the Temple of Solomon. So they kept the holy secret. So they were persecuted. What's their leader's name again? Their great leader was persecuted, and Jacques de Molay, persecuted for holding the holy secret, basically. The knowledge that they got from the Kabbalah, the knowledge that they got from the 9 monks that got it from Isaac the Blind. This science within the Kabbalah was kept. And this small group, which grew into an army of renown, again, the Knights of the Templars, the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, you know, they thrived, and their foundation was this great secret knowledge, this great esoteric understanding, magic, and if you want to use the term witchcraft, you know, unseen esoteric knowledge, the occult, which is used very much as a bad word in many spheres, but it just really means the unknown knowledge, really, that which is not common to the regular person. That's really what it means. But you know how words get out and simple words become bad words, but let's not go there right now. So the secret science of Masonry, and then coming down the line in the 1300s with Edward III and Edward the Black Prince, the Black Prince, which is the Prince of Wales, when they founded what? The Knights of the Garter, chivalry now, the Knights of the Garter, an organization which we mention from time to time. His Imperial Majesty was also a member of such an organization. We see that live as he attended the procession and into Windsor Castle, even taking the place of the traditional head of that organization, which is always the Prince of Wales, going into that ceremony. I hope the audience can follow everything that we're saying here. So really, the coming down the line now with all of this understanding of this secrecy, just kind of running through a crash course here, to be honest. Individuals like Thomas Chippendale now, all the way in the 1800s, he stood out. And, you know, a man of esteem, really, because he had the ability to craft the secret as such in the form of furniture. So just as the term masonry, would suggest, it's masonry, it's really blocks, you know, and stone that are put together. But here is an individual that has the ability to express the Gothic style, because it's all of that to it. The Gothic style, this is very important, coming from Germany now. The Gothic style of building. That is one of the key hallmarks, really, of modern day masonry. Understanding the Gothic art. Yeah. So Mr. Chippendale was good at that. But here is where he stood out. He did it using wood. Now, I don't know what they were thinking, but I know that the concept of the woodsman is highly revered, again, in masonry. As we said in that program we did on Pinocchio, and it's still there for you, for those who have not asked for it. As I said, we did a program on the shock of the hour. Those of you who are not subscribers to the shock of the hour, and you may have missed the Pinocchio program, it's not a program that we've put on the YouTube, so it's not there. As I said, all you have to do is email me, priestisaac27@gmail.com, and I will send you the audio program, Pinocchio, the Pinocchio program that we did.
especially if you have plans to be in the house on Sunday for the lecture, talking about the 20th day of December for the lecture Fairy Tale, Holidays, and Nursery Crimes, because all of these, as I said, lectures are little episodes that we're doing leading up to the evening will assist us, as you would have seen from the previous events, going into the depths of the topics that we're going to touch, because this ain't just, show and tell it. We're really breaking things down, as you can obviously see here. So, Mr. Chippendale now, as I said, renowned for being a woodsman. Again, like Geppetto in the Pinocchio. Geppetto was a woodsman. He had a forest full of trees. And remember, he carved all the fairies from the trees, or not just Pinocchio alone. But when he carved Pinocchio, that was his special prize. And remember, he told Pinocchio, just like scriptures, not to touch a specific tree in his garden. And those who may not have listened to the Pinocchio program will be saying, that ain't the movie I saw. I know, we're giving you the original before the movie that you saw, and plus the movie that you saw too, Jiminy Cricket. You remember what Jiminy Cricket means? Jesus Christ. That's not, we didn't make it up. Those who listened to that program saw exactly where we're coming from. So remember, these characters are also God figures. Pinocchio and all the Sleeping Beauty, who dead and come back alive and all of that. They're God figures. Snow White and of course Snow White and Rose Red. God figures again. So even in the cartoon and the same Pinocchio going into the whale, as they say, which is Jonah going into the fish and coming, the same God figure, him becoming a real boy, God figure again, and his father Geppetto, which is Joseph in the old European language, God figure again, and Joseph, he's the puppet maker. He's a woodsman. He is the father of all the fairies. He is a woodsman. That is why in the Bible, he is referred to as a carpenter, a woodsman. So Mr. Chippendale the Thomas, which is the twin of Christ, by the way, Thomas Didymus. That's why they pull them books out the Bible. They know we're going to wake up someday. Thomas Didymus, check the Gospel of Thomas. Is Christ look alike? So Thomas means twins. That's what it means, twins. Yeah. Mark Twain, long story. So really now, what is happening here now is that, what's his name there again? Thomas Chippendale. Yes, Thomas Chippendale. Yeah, we got that. Thomas means twins, Didymus. Thomas Chippendale was a woodsman, not just a nice furniture maker. And if you research Thomas Chippendale, I think is one of the most prestigious furniture makers today. I mean, although Mr. Chippendale is long gone, I mean, the tradition has carried on. It's still there. I think it costs a good penny to buy a Chippendale couch, chair, cabinet, bed, whatever, but they're there. You know what I mean? The rich and famous, you see what's going on, yeah. So Mr. Chippendale name has lived on in his craft. Good. But he's so respected. He is so respected that he has lived on, especially even in the minds of young ones, as he has been immortalized as such in the fairy tale cartoon characters known as Chip and Dale, the chipmunks. Now it is extremely coincidental, very, very, what a coincidence. I never seen that like this, that you could get two people, one named Chip, one just happened to name Dale. And when you speak of them together, you put the word "and" in between and get the name Chippendale. Wow, that's very unique. Priest, you don't think you're kind of taking it too far? It's just a big coincidence. I mean, these things happen from time to time. You know that. Yeah. So what we will be doing on Sunday, we'll be also showing you slides, and we'll be highlighting the importance of the acorn in Freemasonry. And when you look at the works, you listening to me, my audience? When you look at the works Mr. Chippendale, because we can't show everything now. But when we look at the works of Mr. Chippendale, and you see the different designs, you see the design that is used by Lord Baden-Powell for the Scout movement. You see the acorn. The acorn is used in several flags, several state flags in the United States as well. You see the acorn on certain buildings that are renowned to be halls and lodges of secrecy, because the acorn represents the pineal gland. Please follow me. It's not me, eh? I'm not into no acorn business. I'm just showing you what they keep up. The acorn represents the pineal gland. So that is why you would see the acorn. Some people use it around as decoration on their walls or the fences, especially wall fences. You will see the acorn sculpture. I don't know what you call it, a bust. It's not a bust, it's not the head, but you see it on the different pillars of the wall going around. The acorn, just in the same way people have the cemented lions or some sort of pussycat or bullfrog on their fence. You know, you also see, well, they do that. You also see the acorn. Good. I know I go long to make a point, but them is some serious points. Because nobody making them points. Let's just be straight. Chippendale is acorn they eat. They're chipmunks. And not only they're chipmunks, they live in trees. You always see them running into the hole, and the hole in the tree, and inside is filled with acorns. Monks. Chipmunks. Because monks, the Knights of the Templars are considered as monks. And we're going to get to that. Give thanks for that information there coming from the prince. And they are brothers, they're twins. Thomas means twins, Didymus. Thomas Chippendale. So Thomas Chippendale is them characters here. He has been immortalized in the wood rodents. You know what I mean? Is a chipmunk a rodent? Nope. Oh man, sorry, no disrespect to the chipmunks. Not them, not Chippendale, the real chipmunks. No disrespect if they're not.
That is what it's called.
Yeah, well, I think that they'll pass us some rats for real. So Mr. Chippendale has been again immortalized in Chip and Dale, the chipmunks, the acorn eaters, living in the trees. Now that's a clear example. No one can deny that. I don't care who you are. You're gonna have to come good to say that, well, you can't see that somebody playing with your mind. And they make sure they give you this stuff when you least expect it. You're just born. You're just born, and they start to flush this down your mind. I'm going to say down your throat, down your mind. You understand? This is very serious. You have to be careful what you give a young mind, a baby, 3 months old, you feeding him Chippendale, not knowing, because at that time he's most vulnerable or she's most vulnerable, most spiritual, can take in the cosmic. They could overstand the story one time, and Mr. Chippendale getting all the respect in the cosmic zone, in the what was the place Uguay and Kai were fighting? We call it
Spirit realm.
The spirit realm. You check it. So yeah, that's what's going on. So here we have now. This is really the main edition now. You know what I mean? That was just leading up. This is the main event. This is a statue of Robert Bruce. Now, I'm just saying clearly, as we highlighted before, that Robert Bruce, in the same way Chippendale, Robert Bruce has been, I would say, deified in the character known as Batman. Of course, I think we all know that Batman is one of the world's most famous superhero. He's my favorite, really, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, Batman. You see, the thing with Batman is now, Batman, as I said before, Batman's superpower is not blue kryptonite or a super cape or a tight suit. Or Batman's power is money. Straight up, Batman is a billionaire, and he uses his intelligence and he uses his money to create devices, his utility belt, how he set up his bat cave, all the little stuff he has. He can see who's walking on Mars just because of his intelligence,
his industrial meditation entrepreneur. And he's a businessman. And he cashing in. Yeah. Martial artist. No superpower. No spider bite him. He don't drink no special juice and get big and turn green. He just uses his natural ability, his natural meditation. You check, and he step up his game and cut down the criminals. So yeah, that's, yeah. But he needed to stop wearing his brief outside his tights, so I don't know what them fellas up to. But anyway, yeah, all of them fellas up on that thing there really. But that's what it is Greek people you're dealing with there. But anyway, let's keep on track here. So we're gonna read something here quickly as it relates to Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce was the king of Scotland. For those who do not know, let's just run this down quickly here. I hope you're taking your notes. So Robert the Bruce, also known as Robert I, probably known as Robert the Bruce himself, let me get this, was the king of the Scots. Great Scots Batman. Okay, take it easy here. Take it easy. We're going deep down the line now. Great Scots Batman. All right, here we go. The king of the Scots from 1306 to his death in 1329. And all of these dates are very interesting and very important to keep in mind, because there's some other characters that are going to come into this that we want to highlight too. Robert was one of the most famous warriors of the generation and eventually led Scotland during the First War of Scottish independence against England. He fought successfully during his reign to regain Scotland's place as an independent country. Did I just hear school bell ringing somewhere?
Yeah, me too.
What kind of thing? Really cool. That's sometimes mystic. All right, anyway, where are we? He fought successfully during his reign and regained Scotland's place as an independent country, as is now revered in Scotland, and is now revered in Scotland as a national hero. That's Mr. the Bruce. He his paternal fourth grandfather was King David I, and Robert's grandmother or grandfather, Robert de Bruce, 5th Lord of Annandale, was the claimant to the Scottish throne during the Great Cause. All right. Now, there's some history I just want to highlight here. I can't be reading everything here for you. Yeah, you go ahead while I'm looking for this. You're saying something?
And Dale is in the word Annandale.
I checked that too a moment ago. Interesting, eh? Chippendale. All right. Okay, here it is. Despite Bannockburn was a war. The Battle of Bannockburn. Bannockburn was a battle wherein the Knights of the Templars, this is very important, the Knights of the Templars were also a part of the war in Bannockburn, if the pronunciation is correct. And Robert the Bruce, as the king of the Scots, came to their aid at that time. Now, of course, we're speaking history, and in our reality, a lot of the history is said to be legend. So you yourself have to, continue even as it relates to your research. But you would know that Mr. Bruce, Robert the Bruce, during the time of the War of Independence, he was hid for 3 months, and they hid him in what is known as the Bruce Cave. I hope everybody's keeping their notes for the moment here. And, some people actually said that he also hid some members of the Knights of the Templars during that war, because it was a hot time in medieval times there in Europe. And we're going to get to some of that information now. But let us just continue to read here, and then we will speak a little bit more about that. So despite Bannockburn, I hope I am not going too fast for my audience, because sometimes people say the program too long. Make it shorter. I don't know what people, if it's too long, you just stop listening where you think you had enough. What do you say? No offense to no one. But when you have things to say that you have things to say of importance,
You gotta say it. So despite Bannockburn and the capture of the final English stronghold at Berwick, interesting, Berwick, eh? In 1318, Edward II refused to renounce his claim to the lordship of Scotland. Now, this is key, at least for me, that you have Edward II now. This is the father of Edward III. We're talking about the father of the individual that really put the Knights of the Garter together. That organization of chivalry, that's what they call it. Eh? So really, but he refused to let go lordship over Scotland. That is why Bruce and England were at war, because England don't want to let go Scotland. In 1930, the Scottish nobility submitted to the declaration of Arbroath to Pope John the, what number that be? 22nd, declaring Robert as the rightful monarch and asserting Scotland's status as an independent kingdom. In 1324, the Pope recognized Robert I as king of an independent Scotland, and in 1326, the Franco-Scottish alliance was renewed in the Treaty of Corbeil. In 1327, the English deposed Edward II in favor of his son, Edward III. This is some serious business here now. And peace was concluded between Scotland and England with the Treaty of Edinburgh and Northampton. By God, by gosh, in 1328, by which Edward III renounced all claims to sovereignty over Scotland. Yeah, check it. And then he go and set up the Knights of the, you know what I mean, the scene. No, real scene, you know. Let me show you what's going on here, man. The Knights of the God. Remember, we're talking about securing. Do you know why Robert the Bruce is so highly respected? I had something else to read, but I don't even think the time might permit us, and I don't think we even have to read it. But one of the reasons why Robert the Bruce is highly respected is because he secured the Knights of the Templars during that same battle there of Bannockburn. He secured them. He helped them. So he's a hero. There's a reason why Chippendale is a hero. There's a reason why somebody else, they pick up somewhere down the line and they have them as a hero. So this Robert the Bruce was seen as a hero for such. Remember, the Knights of the Templars are the ones that have the secret, the hidden messages. Some people want to tell you, like, what the fella named there, Graham Hancock. Imagine that. You have some nice information, but he mad talking about Knights of the Templars build Lalabella churches. What's wrong with Graham Hancock? He needs to take his hand and listen.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
The churches.
You expect them fellas here with them red grass to be built, and that's the Red Cross, by the way, and Rosicrucian, all of that is the same Red Cross. That's the, yes, the Red Cross, you see it on the shield, you see it on the vesture and everything. It's the Red Cross. There's an organization called Red Cross, you know. Red Cross, the same thing you see on the first aid kit, Red Cross. You may say, but Red Cross has nothing to do with the Knights of the Templars. They are an august organization that just wants to take blood. Red Cross has been implemented in even coups, military coups, but hey, be careful with talk. So, and the Red Cross is the original British flag. If you take the blue out of the British flag, you get the red, you get the flag of the Knights of the Templars. All of these isosceles triangles, or whatever triangles, what kind of triangles, but whatever you see in the British flag, just take them out, these slices, and you get the red, the Knights of the Templars flag. So don't make them fool you. It's the same game going on. So they were seen as this order that secured the secret. That is what
these lodges now, all these lodges across the world, these Masonic lodges, them is babies. They worship these knights and the Knights of the Garter and Solomon's Temple and all of this kind of stuff. But those who really know the truth know that the Great Pyramid of Giza and the same Lalibela temples were the original works of high science and geometry, and they were not built by no Knights of no Templars, by Robert the Bruce, nor Edward III. All right. That man gave him build a little birdhouse in the yard. Yo, that's cool out. Got to call the servants. Wilford, get the hammer and the nails. Yeah. So anyway, so what I'm saying here, so that is why Robert was highly respected. And this is why he was deified. It is obvious. You understand? Because the King of Scotland now, Robert the Bruce, now Bruce, Batman's name is Bruce. You check it? So Robert the Bruce got to be Batman. Oh man, come on, priest, that ain't good enough. I mean, you had me in suspect for a moment there. I mean, the history was nice. I would say that. You get an A for that. But come on, man, that's not good enough, man. I got a brother named Bruce. In fact, I got a cousin named Bruce too. Even Bruce Lynn, that's my sister-in-law. What's wrong with you? Yeah. So Robert the Bruce is Robin and Bruce. You know, Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin is Robin and Batman. Robert the Bruce. Bruce Wayne, because Batman's name is Bruce Wayne. The cave. That's what I didn't read. The cave, the Bruce cave, is very important in history. This is the place where Robert the Bruce, the national hero, was hid. They hid him there for 3 months, where he contemplated, and a spider came down and tried to weave a web in front of the entrance, and the spider failed several times. That's not me making this up. This is a part of the folklore. Robert the Bruce in the cave with the spider. And then after a while, the spider weaved the web, and that gave Mr. Bruce the courage to go and fight the war, and he came out of exile. The Bruce cave.
Spider-Man?
The Spider-Man thing comes to mind. But Batman now has a cave too. The Bat Cave. So Robert the Bruce and Robin and Bruce both have a cave. Robert the Bruce has the Bruce Cave, and Robin and Bruce, or Robin and Batman, has the Bat Cave. All right. Interesting stuff. Because really, again, remember, Robert the Bruce is the King of Scotland. Now, Batman, not seen as the king as such, but obviously you don't know when trouble gone wrong in Gotham. That's what they call it, Gotham. Now, interesting, it's not spelled Gotham, eh? It's spelled Gotham. Well, I ain't got none of that, but Gotham City. But it's pronounced Gotham. I mean, growing up, if you were to ask us to spell it, we'd spell it like Gotham, like a Latin instead of Gotham, Gotham, but they pronounce it Gotham. But listen to me. Scotland, because I'm playing words, eh? Scotland, the Gothic city, because keep in mind, even when England went to war with Germany in the world wars, remember it's Queen Victoria, grandsons fighting each other, and Victoria and her family originally came from Germany. Eh? That's why they changed their name from what it was to Windsor, from Saxe Gotha to Windsor, Gotha, Gothic, Gotha, gosh, God, Gothic, German. You understand? So that Gothic, which is Masonic, that Gothic influence was great throughout Europe. But the Knights kept it undercover. This is deep. The Knights disguised themselves as Protestants as well, protesting against the Roman Catholic Church. So Scotland, the Gothic city is Gothlam. Scotland is Gothlam, the Scottish Gothic city. So the same way that Robert the Bruce rules over Scotland, Batman rules over Gotham, but it's Gothic. So that therein lies the hidden code, but it doesn't end there. Again, keep in mind the cave, keep in mind the name, and we're not speaking of like the new movies and all of that. We're speaking of the character at their core. Batman's mother's name was Martha. His father's name was Thomas. Again, you have biblical characters there. And Batman, both Batman and Robin, and even the Incredible Hulk, they all witnessed their parents die a serious death. If I'm not mistaken, Batman's parents were mugged and were killed in front of his eyes. And it is because of that that he, avenged that he will kill criminals and did what he had to do. Yeah. Robin saw his parents, they were acrobats, fall out of the sky in a circus and just drop dead in front of him. The Incredible Hulk, Mr. Bruce Banner. This is another Bruce now. This is another Bruce. The Incredible Hulk, another Bruce. Let's hold on here. Another Bruce. And Mr. Incredible Hulk, the Bruce, he saw his father kill his mother. If I'm not mistaken, he killed his father at his mother's grave. Some kind of strange meditation that they're putting in the mind of the little baby on the pacifier, talking about play with Uncle Hulk, hee hee hee, some stuff, little, give me a break. So, but you see the Hulk thing now, because Hulk is Batman, huh? Hulk is Batman. It's the same infusement. These characters are infused into each other. If you understand science, man, listen, we never did the Kung Fu Panda, break down the Kung Fu Panda yet for our audience. When you start to break down Kung Fu Panda, you see how you infuse characters into each other right in front of the eyes of the audience without them picking it up. Hulk, in his regular form, his name is, listen to what he named, Robert Bruce Banner. That's what his name. That's what Hulk named. That's what Hulk named. Robert Bruce. That's what Hulk named Robert Bruce Banner. He may not have a cave, I don't know. You know what I mean? But the name alone should let you say, okay, there must be a link here, and there is a link here. Now, you see, the Hulk character is not a character to play with. It's not just this big, dumb, massive fella that loses mind. Hulk is a universal character. Hulk travels to the different galaxies. There's a movie, my brethren Kareem was telling me about a movie, I think Hulk Get a Cut. And the blood was, I think it was green, eh? And when it touched the ground, the barren earth started to grow flowers and trees and all sorts of things and rivers and birds. Because Hulk is a creator. Hulk represents the Olmec. Nah, come on, you're going too far now. What do you mean you're going too far? Look at all the jewels we done drop already. Ye of little faith. Just take it, man. If I'm not going to say so unless I can prove it. I ain't going to say so unless I can prove it. Think I'm going to just talk it? I mean, come on. You can go beyond that right now. So what I'm saying now is that when you check the tradition, for example, of Lord Pakal, I know we have reasoned about Lord Pakal many different times. And remember, this is just a pre-blesser, not a precursor. People like to talk about precursing. They're done cursing you already. So precursor, and move the cursor. Move the cursor over there. I tell you. Yeah, I ain't cursing nobody. I'm telling you. And a mouse, eh? Yeah, anyway. So, so this is just a pre-blesser to the lecture on Sunday. And again, these are things that we have covered. Lord Pakal is a Christ figure. Just straight up. We can't go around the bush too much. We just got to get to the point. Lord Pakal is what is known as a feathered snake.
He represents the human form of Quetzalcoatl. Everything, even down to the jade mask you see on his face there with the different, jade beads put together, represents, many different things geometrically. That is why when you take his mask and you take the transparent mirror image, transparent mirror image, and you align it with the picture of the regular mask. What is the opposite of transparent? Is it opaque or something? Right. So you get an opaque regular picture and a transparent mirror picture of the same mask, and you start to dally with certain pivot points that are located in the mask, and you see all sorts of pictures appear. We have highlighted this in our documentary, The Night of the Black Tiger. We have highlighted this in the documentary 7, The Divinity of King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. And we have done several episodes, I think, on YouTube where you see us highlight this again. So just take it from us that when you play with the mask as such, you get the image of the feathered snake. Now, this is miraculous. You also get the image of the bat. This is miraculous. This is a mask made from scores, if not hundreds, of broken beads, just chipped up beads that just happen to fit perfectly together to make this mask. And you could take a picture of the mask, a transparent picture, a mirror transparent picture of the mask, and put it together with the original mask and turn it around and put it here and there and get pictures, not just any old pictures like you're seeing something in the cloud, and those ain't any old pictures neither, but pictures that align to the subject, the feathered snake. The bat. The bat is the animal symbol of the Olmec. So the bat is the animal symbol of Lord Packard. Look him there, Lord Packard. Lord Packard is green, isn't he? Yeah. Okay. And his animal symbol is the bat. Okay. So the Hulk now, it's not impossible to understand that there's some relationship with the Hulk and Batman. The both of them is Robert the Bruce. Robin and Bruce, we passed that stage already. The cave, Bat Cave, and deified because he housed Knights of the Templars, and Scotland, the Gothic city. Scotland is Gothlam. You see it? You understand the science? Yep. So and now Hulk come into the scene. He is Robert Bruce. You should at least pay attention to that and say, okay, let us look deeper into it. There must be something we're missing. Because he named Robert Bruce. These killers ain't gonna name him. It's a fictitious character. Then it's like Zeus, and them is the new Zeus. Hulk can say is the new Zeus, and the new, give me an next one of them fellas there. Perseus and the new Apotheos or whoever they are. Poseidon or whatever. Titan and them fellas. This is the new stuff. Superman. Superman is the chief god. You know what I mean? Superman, that's the little children god in him. If you tell the child Jesus or Superman, at least in my days, Superman, we get it. Yeah, I mean, you only see Jesus or Sunday time,
All anyone needs to do is just hold out the green glowing stick.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. That's the crucifix there for him. So I'm just saying now that you have the Hulk, the green, obviously, the Osiris is green as well. The Ptah is seen green sometimes. All of that is within the same science. And the Hulk figure obviously has some sort of look as the Olmec as well, being the Lord Packard, being the Olmec, and represented by the bat. So I'm just saying that within the science, this is something that is not we making this up. They are the ones that put it together. So this is why, as I said, when we come on Sunday and we really break this thing down deeper, yeah, man, this is just like almost the surface. This is why we have to come and do it here. So at least we may not have to take that much time on this Sunday. We can just skip over this like Jet Li on the water. Skip. You ever watch Jet Li? Anyway, so, yeah, like Jet Li on the water. Just skip, and get to some deeper aspect of the reasoning. Because we have to break off Big Bird Beacon. And man, we ain't gonna play around with them, Look, this is gonna be a brutal. Let me just forewarn you to it. This is gonna get brutal. We don't play with these things here. They play with the minds of our little ones. You may think it's funny and giggle, but your heart better be strong when you come into the room on Sunday. Because we have the executioner in the house. Just wait till we complete the documentary Fairy Tale, Folly Days, and Nursery Crimes, the execution. I mean, they have to rate that one there.
what would you rate them kind of movies there? You know, the parental guidance is recommended, cause it's gonna be a slaughter on the fairy tales. Don't play with them things there, man. They're murderers. Rockabye baby on a treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. And when the bough break, the cradle will fall. You never thought about it, eh? The baby in a cradle on the treetop. So who put it up there? Is it a bird? I don't think so. I believe it's human beings. And when the wind blow, the cradle will rock, and the branch break. They change it to bough, so you know me, you kind of miss what happened.
Fairy tale fall days will have activities that may be triggering.
Just imagine that you were to sing that nursery cry. When the branch break, the baby will fall. You would quickly pick up the message. But for years you're singing, when the bough break, the cradle will fall. And even if it says bow, you should still pick it up. But you see, I hear people saying, but we all took vaccines when we were small. But it didn't do us anything. It didn't do us anything. So how somebody can tell you to sing to your baby, when the branch break, the baby will fall and the cradle will drop on his head, and you don't pick that up? It's the vaccine. Something has to have been done to you, whether it's the Kool-Aid, whether it's the cornmeal, cream or wheat. Let me say that. I'll leave it at that. I didn't call the right name, so nobody can sue me. Whatever it is they give us to eat, drink, smell, wear, something has been done to us that we become so numb and dumb and can't even feel the pain, that you could give us something like that to recite, and we don't even pick it up. Somebody saying something here?
Your transgression is advanced.
Viewers,
Your transgression.
I don't think it's transgression. I think it's viewers.
Discretion.
Discretion is advised. Thank you very much. You're right. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, if the baby falls, then what will happen to it? It would die or something?
The baby will die.
Yep.
The baby will die. I'm telling you. Yeah, so definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Looking forward to everyone stepping in on Sunday. And listen, man, I'm sure you know by now for sure. I'm encouraging you all. I mean, if you become a subscriber to the Shock of the Hour, definitely the Shock of the Hour is not only a program you'll get every evening, but when it comes to these lectures, for sure, you don't even have to worry your head. Just know for sure you'll be getting the key straight to the lecture hall, because all of our subscribers are definitely open to all that we have to offer. And we have some special bundles still available. Remember, for sure, you receive 3 of our 3 major books, our 3 major ebooks, which are the book Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, and of course, the Biblical Land of Israel, the true biblical land of Israel, and of course, our earliest, some people say latest, but it's right on time, a book we're talking about. What the name of the book there again, boy? The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari, and the Cosmos. You get these 3 books for only $50 United States currency. And when you do that, that alone is the bundle. Eh? That's it. That's really the gift. But we're saying we're adding more to that. We're adding more to that. You could definitely get a whole month's worth of the radio program, The Shock of the Hour. Now, these books, you can get it on Amazon too. Some people shy, they don't want to talk to you. They just want to go to somebody else and buy your stuff. No problem. It's all right. Nice to meet you still. But whatever the case is, you can still go to Amazon. You ain't going to get the bundle there. And I don't think they have the Shock of the Hour that they could give you. So for sure, if you take the 3 books from us, no hating on Amazon. But if you take the 3 books on us, for sure, you can get the Shock of the Hour, a whole month's worth of the Shock of the Hour without any charge whatsoever. And the is we're not going to leave like that tonight. Let's just leave with the vibration as
Blessed love to each and every one. Salam ta. Oh yes, give thanks for your presence with us. You are definitely here in the Tiger's Nest. The Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. We're going to have a nice presentation here just in a few moments. Of course, I'm very thankful that you've taken the time to come and sup with us. And what we're going to be speaking about is the earth's rightful ruler. You know, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And I'm just going to show you with a clip of Richard Nixon when Haile Selassie I visited the White House in the 1970s. I'm going to use this clip and prove to you that Haile Selassie is Earth's rightful ruler. Now, this is not religion, you know. This, I don't know if this is even theology, pardon me. This is just reality, history, geopolitics. Now, even before we go further, remember that we're talking about Sunday, the 20th day of December, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, the online lecture. We have some special authors that will go with this lecture, but once you stay with me throughout this presentation, which I'm definitely hoping that you would stay with us throughout this presentation, we will be giving you some more information as it relates to this upcoming lecture on the 20th day of December. But as it relates now to Emperor Haile Selassie I, as it relates to the whole aspect of Earth's rightful ruler, or Earth's rightful ruler, I should say. Now, there are two documentaries that we have done, not documentaries really, two YouTube episodes. One of them was a lecture, what you would call it, an online lecture as such. One was a lecture presentation. In fact, both of them were. I'm talking about is Haile Selassie a Mason? And what's the other name, the other one? Who is this King of Glory? Wow, there's so many of them that we have done. Listen, my people, we have a line of YouTube videos directly dealing with Haile Selassie. Some of them with some unique titles. Some of them people feel the titles are to grab attention. No, it ain't to grab no attention. It's to touch the subject area. I think we have one called is Haile Selassie the Almighty. One known as Haile Selassie the Human. You need to check those out. I think we did one, what the world thinks of Haile Selassie or thought of Haile Selassie during his time. I think we have a part 1 and a part 2 to that one. Is Haile Selassie really alive? Let me see, what else? We have several programs on video that we did specifically as it relates to the Emperor of Ethiopia, the King of Kings, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Now, why I'm highlighting these episodes is because what, for example, just a few days ago, we did one on Santa Claus and Haile Selassie. Some people flip, like what? I definitely delight in sweeping away the spookism and bringing to the table the reality of Emperor Haile Selassie I. Now, if you know me, there's a strong theological understanding as it relates to Negus Nagas. Theology is the study of the Almighty, the study of the Most High, the study of that intelligent nucleus that governs all things. In other words, theology is the study of God. And when we go into the theological realms, not necessarily history, not necessarily geopolitics, although you could utilize them in the theological discussion, but when we go into the theological realms, it's Katamawe Haile Selassie all the way. Not necessarily religion, but even when you go into religious talk, you still can come out with the king clean. But I like to deal on the historical, geopolitical, what we would like to call realistic level. Now, when we did Haile Selassie, or is Haile Selassie a Mason, they have brethren that leave places, islands in the Caribbean and come right here to Antigua to question me about that.
just to show you how zealous they think they are. How is it I can tell people Haile Selassie is a Mason? Me? I ever tell anybody that? Just to show you how small-minded sometimes some of us are, you know. It's a question that was asked. Is Haile Selassie a Mason? But you see, we are so dogmatic that even if he was, and I mean was too, even if he was, not is, but was, you know, it's hard for us to even admit, okay, you're the same one that says that the United Nations is a Freemasonic organization. Yet still we boast that Haile Selassie is one of the founding members and one of the original drafters of the Declaration of Human Rights and the protocols that run the United Nations. Isn't it so? All right. The Knights of the Garter, which is one of the main points that I drew for in that video. I'm encouraging you to go back on the YouTube and watch it. Is Haile Selassie a Mason? You should watch it if you've never seen it. If you've seen it before once or maybe twice, you should go back and at least look at it again. We use the Knights of the Garter, which definitely, without a doubt, no one could argue, not only just a Masonic organization, but one of the more outstanding historically as it relates to Masonism and even Freemasonic organizations, the Knights of the Garters. And not only is the emperor a member of that, we showed you the position that he was given at the ceremony of the Knights of the Garter, which was the only ceremony that he attended. And it was clear, according to, you know, the protocols of that ceremony, the position that he was given the seat of the head of that organization, meaning that the head of that organization had to come out of his seat and give it to the emperor. So what I'm saying also is, when you look at the documentary that we did or the lecture that we did, who is the King of Glory? In fact, I think about a month or so ago, we somewhat redid it. I think I prefer that one, the one we redid, because what we did, we had a YouTube presentation where we watched the documentary that we did and, you know, made some extra commentary on it as it relates to that one, who is the King of Glory. And what we highlighted in that one now is the inauguration of the Iranian or the Persian King of Kings, which was the Shah of Iran at that time. And he had this big banquet, this illustrious celebration to crown himself King of Kings. You remember that video? Man, if you have not seen that, you should go and watch it. Who is the King of Glory? Everything is there on my YouTube channel. And what happened now, remember, all the heads of the world was there. And you see, this is the outstanding point. We are speaking of gatherings. We are all the heads of the nations. We are all the world leaders. If not the world leaders, at least one of their chief representatives are gathered here. And one of the situations here is the crowning of Shah, the Shah of Iran, also known as the King of Kings. At least that's what he referred to himself as. Now, of course, with all these leaders, the emperor was also present, Haile Selassie I. And all you have to do is to observe the ceremony, observe the banquet. As one of the officials said, every leader had to come with the minimum, or not minimum, pardon me, maximum, I think was 5 people. You know, they couldn't bring more than 5 people with them. The emperor came with 75. Even the fella that was saying that, he said, but when the emperor came, I mean, like, everybody was like in shock. What were we to do? But you had to do something. That was the point. This is what I'm saying. The position of the emperor. Everyone had to come and bow before the Shah. The emperor didn't have to come and bow before the Shah. Very interesting.
Even when the Shah was shaking the people's hand, I'm talking about the kings of the other countries, the queens of the other countries. You see the emperor standing up behind him, observing all of that. At the dinner table, and even before we get to the dinner table, this is very key. The Shah's wife, which is supposed to be the queen of queens, chaperoning the emperor for the 3-day visit. Now, when you understand the science of all of this, this is very, very important. It's all about diplomacy, really. That's why when a head of state visits another head of state, and the both of them are, you know, married as such, you would see sometimes they exchange wives. You know, sometimes I believe it's more than what the camera catches, but anyway, let's stick to the diplomacy. They exchange wives. You understand? It's just a part of the diplomatic gesture, really. So you're telling me now, you have all the heads of states here. This is the Shah, you know, backed by the CIA, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm sure you've listened to Perkins, the economic hitman. But by the way, you know, that's something that's very key to understand here too. As I always said, you know, that proves that Haile Selassie being very genuine, because there was already a king of kings. And for some reason, the world believed they needed a next king of kings. And quite strange that this new king of kings invited the real king of kings to come to his little, you know what I mean, party when he was going to be crowned or given the title King of Kings. And interestingly, all the kings and dukes and princes and presidents and prime ministers had to come and bow to this new King of Kings, except the old King of Kings. Then now, the King of Kings' wife, the Queen of Queens, I'm talking of the Shah, she was the one that chaperoned the Emperor of Ethiopia throughout the full festivities, the 3 days. Again, symbolically important, because in the midst of all of these other heads of states, male figures, the Shah could have easily said, chaperone Prince Philip, the Queen Elizabeth's husband. He left the Queen home. Be with him, because he's the highest ranking person here. Or chaperone the vice president, whoever from this place. And the Duke of this place is here. Or the prince of that place is here. Go and walk with him. No. She chaperoned. Remember, he is the new King of Kings, as he called himself. And it is his party. This is his party. All these heads came and bowed to him. Interesting. Except one. The one that broke all the rules, that brought much more people than he was supposed to bring. I'm talking of Haile Selassie. And you give him your wife and say, hey, pretty up yourself and make sure you take care of the King of Kings. Or is that supposed to be me? Well, negus and negas. Because if it's one thing, the Shah may be King of Kings, but Haile Selassie is negus and negas. That's for sure, if you want to get technical with the word sound. Now, you see the reason why I'm pulling all of this up, and I really would prefer that you go and observe the documentation that I'm speaking of. I'm speaking directly, again, of the master of, not the master of ceremonies, pardon me. Well, that's the next one all by itself, but that's more on a theological level, to be honest. The master of ceremony, which is one of our first official full-length documentary, The Master of Ceremony, which I'm sure you know right now is available in a bundle of the Master of Ceremonies, the documentary 7, and of course, The Night of the Black Tiger. Yes, there's a special going on in these 3 documentaries for sure, that you could definitely get them at a very special price of $50 plus a whole month's worth free of the shock of the hour when you make that payment there. And the same thing is for our 3 ebooks as well, being the book Anu, the biblical land of Israel, the true biblical land of Israel, and of course the earliest book, which is what you would call the latest ebook, The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos. So the reality is now, looking at it from a realistic perspective, pardon me, someone may say, so, okay, So he's considered this high-ranking world leader. That doesn't make him God. What are you talking about? You're changing the discussion. We ain't talking about making nobody God. We're talking about what you just said. You see, you got to keep in mind, and even we as Rastafari, and even those of you who are so-called conscious, we're supposed to be in an uproar about this. Haile Selassie I is purposely kept out of history as if he didn't exist. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Watch all those documentaries they have of Queen Elizabeth. They have hundreds of documentaries about Queen Elizabeth and how many world heads of states she met from the time she was a little baby up to now. You don't see them put nothing in there, no clip about the emperor. Why you try to hide him? You hear more about Saddam Hussein than you hear about Haile Selassie. You hear more about Kwame Nkrumah than you hear about Haile Selassie. You hear more about Fidel Castro. You hear more about, call somebody else, Ronald Reagan, any leader you call, Genghis Khan, anybody you can think about that's a leader. Gandhi, just call Martin Luther King, Mandela. Give me somebody else. Anybody, you hear more about them than you hear about Haile Selassie. They so want to keep the king quiet that they hardly say anything bad about him. Like they say, listen, don't even say nothing bad. Just shh. And it's disgusting. You know why? Because in all, this is why we do what we do. I refuse to stop. In all of what you see me present, it shows you that Haile Selassie was not just a world leader, but the most outstanding. Give me a break, man. Up until the last moment, Haile Selassie was the most outstanding leader in the world for his whole reign. From the time he got crowned up until 1974, there was not another leader, nobody you can call that had more ranks on this planet here more than Haile Selassie I. And we have proven that. Nobody can dispute that. It cannot be denied. And that is why I am asking you to look at the Night of the Black Tiger. I'm talking about Night of the Black Tiger now. I'm talking about is Haile Selassie amazing? Check it out. And the reason for that is so that when you get into the video itself, you get to understand the position that the heads of states had Haile Selassie I. That is why I'm telling you to look at who is this King of Glory. When you look at that documentary or that presentation, you get another level of understanding of how Haile Selassie I was seen. Even that documentary we did, I keep calling them documentary. That episode we did on YouTube, what did the world think of Haile Selassie? Something of the sort. You could find it. What did the world think of Haile Selassie? Something like that. Man, that one heavy. That one will show you how the different heads of states addressed Negus and Nagas. And again, the position that he held when he was amongst them. But listen again. I'm going to show you something now. All of what I said a moment ago was to just somewhat prepare you for what I'm going to show to you in a moment. Because, again, in the 1970s, what about the one we did with the Pope Pius VI, man? Anyway, in the 1970s, Haile Selassie I, in one of his visits to the United States of America, visited Richard Nixon. Tricky Dicky, eh? Richard Nixon. And there was this banquet that Richard Nixon had for the world leaders. Listen to me good. So again, like the Shah, we have this gathering of the world leaders. And even if everybody could not make it, they were sure to send the next in line,
the heir apparent, the foreign minister, or at least their husband or wife. In most cases, their husband, when it was a woman running the show, like the Queen of England I'm talking about. But because remember, she did not want to entertain the Shah of Iran because he was taking the title, the King of Kings. I didn't say that. The British representative was saying that in the documentary, if you could remember that. The Queen of England didn't want to come because, you know, as a high-standing monarch, it would look a sort of how for her to be honoring another person who's saying there's King of Kings, but she never had no problem. She never had any problem whatsoever honoring Negus and Negas. So what is the problem? How come she don't want to go and honor the King of Iran, who is now proclaiming himself the King of Kings? It's chess, eh? You have to understand the science and understand the reality of it. Okay, let us look at this video here. Don't lose me now. This is a short video, 1970, the 26th of October, and Richard Nixon entertained foreign statement. Okay, so you have different leaders and representatives from the world. I personally can't recognize everybody that's coming out here, but I'm telling you they're the heads of the different states from the world, European states, African states, South American countries, and representatives, as I said, foreign leaders. Here you have, I think this is Mr. Heath. This is the Prime Minister of Britain, Mr. Heath. He's there passing through. I don't know who this fella is, look like some Italian. If I'm wrong, please forgive me. This is Golda Meir. This is the Prime Minister at the time of Israel. This is Golda Meir. You would hear about the infamous Golda Meir. All right, so you see the different heads of state. They're meeting Richard Nixon and his wife. That is Richard Nixon, and this is his wife, Lady Nixon. Richard and Lady, and here you have the Chinese representative or Japanese, whatever going on here, bowing there, so and he gone his way. All right, there's another African leader, and Richard Nixon's shaking his hand. What's going on in the jungle, fella? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're rude enough, they would say something like that. All right, and he's meeting all the heads of states, Mr. Nixon and Lady Nixon. Okay, they usually, you know, right, here comes a rabbi or whatever this is. Oh, good, look good in your robe, brother. Keep it up, and yeah. All right, so, all right. So here we are, and we're going to see now. So all the heads of states are here, the African head of states, different places. Golda Meir is in the midst here, Edward Heath, and whoever else. And you could stay from here and see, look at all of these representatives from the country. These are not just regular people here. This is not a banquet that he's having for Haile Selassie and regular people came. Richard Nixon entertains foreign statesmen at the White House. And you may ask, so why did I stress that? Well, if you look in the far end of this picture here, you could see at the head table, sitting right in front of this important portrait here, at the head table, you have Richard Nixon, and right next to him is Haile Selassie, and right next to Haile Selassie is Richard Nixon's wife. Now, being next to Richard Nixon is grand enough, but being between him and his wife is a supreme statement. Remember, this is all about statementing. This ain't have nothing to do with Richard Nixon. Who is Richard Nixon? I mean, give me a break, Richard Nixon. It's not about him. It's not as if he's some sort of holy being. Give me a break. It's the understanding that the world was penetrating at that time, and even now. And even now, we consider the United States as the great United States. Everybody know who won the last presidential election. Everybody know
who the candidates were. Why? Because the whole world is fixed on the US. If an election happens in France, or in Spain, or in Brazil, or in Guatemala, or in Antigua, or in Trinidad, Trinidad just had an election, the whole world, who win? The whole world is not fixed on that. But the whole world is fixed on the United States of America, not even Canada. We know for the last 100 years, you don't know the USA. At least the last 50, the USA. New York was heaven, if it's not still heaven, but it's kind of full of COVID now. You understand? So we know the position the United States holds on the planet. And if we're going to pretend as if we don't, well, you're just pretending. So just like Elizabeth II and the monarchy hosting the Knights of the Garter celebration, and Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, who is, according to tradition, the head of that organization, he had to come out of his seat and give his seat to the emperor. They don't do that for other guests. That should tell you something. The Shah of Iran, he is not just having a banquet, but he is crowning himself the King of Kings at his banquet. This is the Shah of Iran. And what does he do? At the head table, I'm not going to show you that clip because we have done those videos already. At the head table, in fact, at the Shah's dinner table, there were 2 spots for the head table. He had one and the emperor had the other one. And the emperor was sitting next to his wife. Now remember, the emperor didn't come with a wife, so it was no exchange or nothing, man. The man was just by his own lonely self, and his wife was chaperoning the emperor, his wife. This is very, very important. That means, this ain't got nothing to do with the Bible, yo. That means that this individual known as Haile Selassie is considered by these head of states as the chief statesman in the world, or else none of this could have happened. Watch this here now, in front of your eyes. Look at that. Look at there. Look at there. We ain't paying no homage to Tricky Dicky. We're just showing you how diplomacy works. Why is it Haile Selassie? Okay, why is it that Golda Meir, the Prime Minister of Israel, why isn't she sitting there? Mr. Heath, the PM of Great Britain, of which the United States is the former colony of, why is he not sitting there? And the emperor is between Nixon and his wife. Not just next to him, because somebody is next to Nixon to his left, and somebody is next to his wife to her right. But the individual is like chess again, It's like a statement being made. The individual that is sitting between him and his wife obviously is the highest ranking person in the room. And I got to be passionate about it because it disgusts me how the world, not you, my listeners, I don't feel the way, I just mean the world, even around where I live, where people just act as if Haile Selassie doesn't exist. Shameful, just to show you how much we have been so brain scrubbed by this disgusting system that has enslaved our people and given us our heroes. That's why I don't play around. Don't give me no hero. I don't want no Nelson Mandela as my hero. Keep that for yourself. Keep all your Martin Luther Kings and whoever else you pull out. I don't want no Barack Obama. Don't tell me about no Kamala. All of a sudden, Joe Biden is my hero now. Fire. Hold that for yourself. Haile Selassie the first is my hero. That's what I push in the heads of my children and anybody that come around me. Because nobody doing it. Nobody. It's disgusting. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Anyway, give thanks. Yeah, man, it is disgusting, Trust me.
how they handle this situation and act as if the king was never there. Look at that. Anyway, as I said, just highlighting for sure the 20th day of December. Oh yes, as I said, we have the special here, and I'm sure some of you have already. Hey, listen, before I even go into the special, let me just remind you, this is so important. Please, my family, let me remind you again, anytime you make any payments using the Cash App, listen to me, it's very important that you email me and let me know of your transaction and what it's for. I agree. When you make the Cash App, obviously it shows you who did it. And also it tells you the reason, you know, you should send the reason. Sometimes you put lecture, but which lecture? You understand? Even if you're sending a donation, you know, we don't be begging nobody no money. Eh? We work for what you get me. But even if you feel, which you are correct, that you should make a donation to such, please at least let us know this is what this is. You understand? We don't even transfer the finance unless we are sure what it is. So that is very important. So you are paying for this lecture coming up, let us know. You could just put lecture, but email me personally so I could make the connection. Don't just do it and go to sleep. Very important that you email me. All right, so what I'm saying now for sure, Wednesday, the date of Wednesday, the 2nd, Wednesday is the 2nd of December, eh? At least Wednesday after you've heard this lecture here, this episode. Wednesday is the 2nd of December. You have until Wednesday. What, to buy my ticket? No, not necessarily. You could buy your ticket the very day of the lecture. I hope you don't wait that long. But Wednesday, if you get your ticket before Wednesday, you will be getting 2 whole strongs of our nightly radio program, The Shock of the Hour. Oh, yeah. That's Wednesday, the 2nd of December. So if you buy your ticket, which is only $20 United States currency, you can pay via the Cash App, which is the simplest way to do this. If you have some problem using Cash App, just email us and we will work it out. But I'm telling you that from you buy your ticket before this Wednesday, the 2nd of December, you could look forward the moment you buy it, whether you buy it on the Wednesday or you buy it now. The moment you make your purchase, you will start to get the Shock of the Hour radio program for 2 strongs. And let me tell you a secret, don't tell nobody else. But you're gonna get more than that, eh? But I mean, yeah, that's what you have to do. But you're gonna get much more than that. But anyway, let me keep that between me and you. So that's very important. Now, if for some reason, I don't know why, you hesitate to buy it, anything after Wednesday the 2nd, but before Wednesday the 9th, if you make that purchase after Wednesday the 2nd, that means you missed the 2 strong, but you make the purchase for this lecture before Wednesday the 9th, I will give you a strong. 1 week, as they call it, of the Shock of the Hour. But that's what you're gonna get, just a week. Yeah, of the Shock of the Hour. But I mean, trust me, man, you'll definitely delight in that, you know. So for sure, looking forward for all of you who are going to take, you know, the opportunity that is ahead of you. I'm talking about Sunday, the 20th day of December. How many of you watch the Snow White episode that we put up before this? No, go and watch it, man. I know some of you look and see Snow White and we don't even talk about these things. You see, this is the problem. You don't understand what's going on around you. You understand? So you see, we put up Snow White. You see something here with Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Winnie the Pooh. You think we coming to play around. You think this is the Kitty Cat Club. You think this is Sesame Street. You think this is the Lollipop Show. Nah, man, this ain't the Muffets. This is understanding the science of the esoterics. You understanding the mind-bending science of witchcraft. All of this is witchcraft. Eh? This is witchcraft. Which one? Witchcraft. And as the unravelers here, we are unraveling the science of exactly what is happening in front of you. This is very, very important. So bring your children and come to this lecture. Eh?
child friendly for sure. You know, talking about 7 p.m. in the evening time, the 20th day of December. Looking forward to seeing you. Of course, you know, once you are a member of the Shock of the Hour, and listen, man, it's best to just subscribe to the Shock of the Hour and done it. From your subscribe to the Shock of the Hour, all of this talking is not even, you know what I mean, necessary for you. Everything that we have will be just coming right there in your lap. Hey, all you have to do is go below in the description, the link to the account, the Cash App account, or the Cash App itself is in the description below. That's below this video here. You go in the description, you see the link right in front of you, and you just press it and it carries you straight to the Cash App. You don't have to type in anything at all. Yeah, so give thanks, and remember also for those, well, as I said, I'm encouraging you to watch the Snow White video, and remember that Pinocchio Shock of the Hour that we did, as we said, that's available for all those who want it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch the Snow White video good and you'll get the full explanation. All right, well, give thanks for your presence. You know, as we always say, well, this is not the Shock of the Hour, but we always do say on the Shock of the Hour, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, yeah, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Yeah, blessed love. And let me say gracious greetings to everyone. Yes, blessed love. Welcome you into the Tiger's Nest, of course. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. It is a joy that you could come and sup with us as usual, and you could already see what is taking place here. I know many would be asking, so why is the reason for this subject here? We have more intelligent things that we should be discussing. Is that so? Well, you just, you know, point me to where you're discussing these intelligent things, and I'll be sure to, you know, lend you an ear. But for now, we're going to a different level, and the reality is that this individual here is not Snow White. And you may be saying, what? And let me just explain this to you before we go any further. This is really in preparation for our upcoming lecture, our online lecture, which is the 20th day of December. So as usual, we prep our audience. We get people ready for what we will be going into on our online lecture presentation. That is our webinar presentation. And this upcoming one is entitled Fairy Tale Holidays and Nursery Crimes, the online lecture. And many of you are familiar with the subject area that we touch. This is a part of our arsenal, really, that whole fairy tale holidays and nursery crimes concepts, and we have done different presentations and episodes dealing with such. We're inviting you to bring the young ones, bring the children, bring yourself, and of course that is Sunday the 20th day of December, and I'm looking forward to see the full audience in the house. But let us get to the subject area at hand so I could give you a better understanding of where we are. So what I'm saying now, first of all, this is not Snow White. You may say, what are you talking about? We grew up on Snow White, you did? Yes, and the 7 little elves, dwarfs. And Snow White has always been this woman here with this brunette hair and the red bow in her head, that red bow in her head, and the red apple, and this attire and what looks like mushrooms here. All right. But yes, this may be what appears to be the Walt Disney's version of Snow White. But when you go further back, many of you who may be even more elder than myself, I'm sure you would have come across the books that are highlighting the twins, Snow White and Rose Red. Snow White and Rose Red is a much older concept than the Walt Disney movie known as Snow White. Now, a few programs ago on our Shock of the Hour program, we did an episode directly dealing with Pinocchio.
That was a very nice presentation. And let me say now, those of you who did not hear that presentation, those of you who are not subscribers to our nightly radio show, The Shock of the Hour, if you desire to get a copy of that program where we were speaking of the puppet Pinocchio, all you have to do is email me at priestisaac27@gmail.com, and the second I see that email asking for the Pinocchio episode, we will send that to you. That is no cost for that, so that you could at least hear that program, and especially if you are planning to be in the webinar hall on the 20th day of December, it will only assist. Remember, we only have 2 hours to present our lecture. And you may say, man, 2 hours is a lot of time, but we have a lot of things to say. So when we do programs like this, it's to prep you. For example, when we did the Bible Decoded lecture previous Sunday there, as you could see, we did a line of programs on the Shock of the Hour, plus on the internet leading up to that. Rastafari and the Woman, we did programs leading up to that. So it's the same thing here. So yes, so before Walt Disney, as I said, we did the Pinocchio program, showing you what Pinocchio really was before Walt Disney. And as it relates to Walt Disney, he's a very key component in this whole aspect of the secret messages within the cartoon. These are people that were chosen to perform a specific work, to hide the secret and sacred and occult knowledge in the craft that they have perfected, being the theater, being the movie screen, being the artist's pixel, being the cartoons, and the storyline. This is some serious stuff. So as we said in that Pinocchio stuff, with Pinocchio going into the whale and not the fish, don't take that simple, because the original Pinocchio went into the fish. And then now the Walt Disney movie is the one that changed the science from the fish to the whale. But the God figure going into the fish is an ancient science. We just came off of a discussion, speaking of that, with the Christ and his fisher folk brethren, and fishing bread, and what's his name there, Jonah going into the fish, and even Joshua, the son of Nun, which is the water and the fish, like Vishnu coming out of the fish. So there's a lot of science behind the fish, the understanding of it. This is why it's symbolism. So being swallowed by this fish is not a new thing. It's not a new thing, not even for Jonah. We already showed you even Sunday, the science of Jonah and Noah. Just take the J out of Jonah, and when you look, you see Noah, and it's the same cosmic, esoteric, allegorical storyline, you know, the boat and the water and all of that, the deluge, 3 days of darkness. That's why Christ said that just as Jonah went into the belly of the fish, so shall I. He has his belly of the fish to go through as well, if you understand the allegory. Very important. That's why we push that a lot. And I must say that program Sunday, the lecture, if you did not see it, the Bible Decoded, I will encourage you to still avail yourself of the opportunity available there for you, that is there for you, to look at that, to watch that documentary, that lecture, pardon me, that online lecture that we did. I think that more than any other would be a good foundation to express how you really break down that allegorical understanding, not only of Bible, but it will obviously give you a better comprehension when it comes to subject areas like what we're talking about here. This is no joke. This is the origin of it. Now, what I'm saying is that there is a reason. It's not by chance there is a reason why when Walt Disney took hold of this idea that he made this figure, it is obvious that this figure is rose red. This is, let's just get to the chase. We don't have to beat around the bush. It is obvious. This is psychology here. This is what you call real psychology, showing you one thing and saying it's something else. It is obvious that this is rose red in a new form. Look her here, that's rose red, the dark hair one, usually with the red in her hair. And this is Snow White, which is the blonde one. Even their attire at times would mimic who they are. This is rose red again. Again, brunette, dark hair, more red and dark, and even red on the head. And you have Snow White, which again is white. But yet still, now look at them good. Here you are. Snow White, there she is, and rose red. Okay, positive, good. But now in the new version, this individual, which would, if you didn't give this a name, and you were to ask anyone who was familiar with this in this new time, who is this? If we were to say, hey, we modified Snow White and Rose Red. You did? Yes. Look at this. How does this look? Oh, it looks nice. Who do you think this is? Well, you said you modified Snow White and Rose Red, didn't you? Yes. Well, this must be Rose Red. Where is the picture of Snow White? Anybody with any sane psychological state of mind, that's what the answer would be. That's what they would say. Yeah, that looks nice. Well, that may not be what they say, but the point is they would identify this as Rose Red. I mean, if you were not already indoctrinated, is indoctrination. If you were not indoctrinated to believe that you are looking at the mythical Snow White figure, you would think that this is the Rose Red figure. Snow White, Rose Red, Snow White, Rose Red. I'm saying red rose. All right. So what? So what? So what? Man, you don't understand. I think you're still sleeping. I thought you were woke. You cannot take nothing that comes on the screen. I thought, listen, man, you have watched Lion King. I'm sure many of you know the science that when I think it was Simba was depressed or something and he fell down on the cliff, laying down, and then the dust went up and formed the word sex. I'm sure, I don't have the picture at hand here, but I'm sure you've seen the Little Mermaid cover, the cover of the Little Mermaid in the background of the Titan's Kingdom stuff, the emblem, whatever it is, and you see that figure of the phallic, not even the phallic, the literal penis inside of the drawing. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure you've seen many aspects of the Walt Disney's expression that has some very hidden subliminal messages in it. It's all about subliminal message. As foundation for us is, why does Winnie the Pooh wear a shirt and doesn't wear pants? Them is foundational questions. People laugh when you say that. And say, boy, it's the first time I ever think about that as I think about it. Winnie, that's his name, eh? Winnie. And then check out him and his friend Piglet, which is another he, wearing a bathing suit. Just sit down and take it all in. And tell me that there's not some sort of hidden agenda taking place there. So on another level, with the real witchcraft, warlock, sorcery of the theater, there's a message being hidden here. There's something hidden here. You know what's being hidden here? Snow White is being hidden here. Now, just remember, and as I said, this is just preparation. Remember that It is an ancient concept. The concept of the twins is an ancient concept. That's why you would have the hero twins of the Mayan tradition. You'd hear the Mayans speak of the hero twins, Shai Balanque and Huanapu, the hero twins. Of course, those of you who step into the realms of astrology and astronomy, you know of the galactical twins, or the cosmic twins, I should say, the Gemini, which is Castor and Pollux twins, but still from a more ancient theology, which is Shu and Tefnut, twins again, Nut and Geb, twins, brothers and sisters, twins. What you call them? Osiris and Isis, Asa and Aset, twins. So the twins concept is extremely thick in mythology. There's a lot of twins because it means something. So Jacob and Esau were in the belly of their mother, twins again. And according to the scripture, they wrestled with each other. And then one came out first, and the other came out after, grabbing the heel of the one that came out first. And one was hairy and red, and the other was not hairy and not red. So one's assumed that to be dark, and then you have this theory of the origin of white people in relation to Jacob being the darker one. That same theology, not theology, but philosophy, I would call that, that same idea really runs into another level when it comes to the Yaqub story. That is some different science again, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about the twins. And if you notice with the twins, one of the twins in Jacob and Esau was red. Red. We're dealing with red and white here now. Red, white is still a symbol of purity. People argue with the white and black, and black and all of that. You know what I mean? As some of you would say, you ain't got no white people, you know. Some of you would say that, although I know for sure. I have two people that I've seen in my lifetime. I know for sure them is white people. They were white. You can't tell me what I see. Them two people there that I saw was not the same time. They were white. All right, okay, positive of that. Yeah, and I've seen several black people. I mean, real black, the color black. And I know you've seen them too. Some of you black too. I don't mean like my complexion. I mean black. The color black. So when I hear people say nobody black, I wonder what they're talking about. I say, what mean nobody black? Black. The color black. Not very dark black. Come on. Where you are? You tell me you don't know nobody that's black? I'm telling you, they got black people. Yeah. But outside of that realms now, colors have their symbol. All colors are good colors. They have their meaning. Yeah. So the red now in the Jacob and Esau. Esau is the red man, just like Adam. That's why Esau is Edom and Adam, you see? E-D-O-M, Edom, A-D-A-M, Adam. And they're both the red man because the red is symbolic of the blood, very much so. It's symbolic of the human manifestation of the spirit, very much so. It's the fire that leaves the heavenly plane and hits the earth. What I'm saying is very important. The fire that leaves the heavenly plane and hits the earth represents the spirit, the soul and the spirit then of all of us, the core of us, the real us, not the flesh. So when you read the scripture, it speaks about the star that fell from heaven and hit the water, and the water turned to blood. That's symbolic of your spirit coming to this earthly plane, third dimension, and hitting the elements of which water is key. and it is the water that forms your blood. You're made up of the elements naturally. That's why the seawater and your blood has the same salinity or saltiness. 70 to 80% of seawater or water on the planet, 70 to 80% of water in you. So you're one with it. So nature corresponds. So that fire that comes from the heavenly space or the star that is falling to the earth is you. In your soul aspect or your spirit aspect. So it hits the water and it turns red. Some scripture says it turns to blood. You know, that's in Revelation. And he threw the chalice to the earth, and it hit the earth, and it hit the waters, and the waters became blood. Because that represents your soul. Even in Revelation, it was the souls of those that were martyred that said unto the angel by the altar, when shall we return? That's what it says. When shall we return to even manifest or even to fulfill what is taking place here on the planet? Now, when this is taking place on that high science, the understanding is this, that the heavens, you know, declaring the glory of the Most High. Basically, that is what it is. We are all spiritual beings. Myself, yourself, we're all spiritual beings. And it is the spirit of us that hits the elements that brings the physical being into fulfillment. Do you comprehend that? It's a very simple thing, really. But I'm saying now, in the allegory of scriptures and other theory, remember that's what we spoke about Sunday, you know. All stories belong to Anansi. So we are a people that express our history, science, biology, our culture, and our religion. We express it through dance, we express it through allegory, we express it through songs, we express it through poetry, we express it through oral communication, we express it through writing, the theater. That is our science. So this is something that is seen here, although corrupted and brought to a very, you know, spooky sort of level. I'm talking about the Snow White, the Walt Disney, the Pinocchio, all of that. That is why you could relate it to certain scriptures. These are all different levels of the craft coming down the line, stage 2 and stage 3 and stage 4 of the craft, coming from the highest level of the craft, the same highest level that built the pyramids. You comprehend? We're only playing with these levels just so we can show the people what it's all about, so we can understand it. So in the same way we can break down Bible, we can break down what is on the TV screen too. A lot of people like to talk about Matrix. A lot of people like to talk about the Avatar, not knowing that the Flintstones, Fred and Barney, you want to know the amount of hidden messages in them things there. Deep, deeper than what you think. I'm telling you, deep. So Jacob now, remember the Bible says that God loved Jacob and he hated Esau. Esau is the red man. He was hairy. He represents the physical. He represents the flesh. Jacob or Jacob is the spirit. And Jacob represents the inner you, the inner man, the soul, the real you, the part of you that can't die. Follow it good. So this is why if you follow the allegory of the story, at a specific point, Jacob appeared before his father, Isaac, I-S-A-A-C. I-S-A is Esau, by the way, which is the name of Christ. I-S-A, Isa. In Arabic, Isa is Christ, the Christ figure, which is another level to this. Because the Christ figure is the Spirit of God in flesh. That's the science of it. So Jacob, which represents the Spirit, you know, he got the blessing from his father Isaac, but to get that blessing, he had to pretend to be. He had to pretend to be his brother Esau. Jacob had to dress himself in a hairy costume, 2 goats, and they have other mythologies that speak about killing either a goat or several goats
as a sacrifice, and twins given goats to sacrifice. So when you see it even in the scripture of the Bible now, it is something that is repeated in a different form in other books that are not considered religious. So Jacob's mother killed the kids. That's why children ain't go to kill the kids and created a suit for him. So he put himself in Esau's clothes, so to speak. The spirit, which Jacob represents the spirit, he put on the flesh of his twin, Esau. Man, unless you're looking at the allegory, this is gonna lose you. Eh? You're gonna try to figure out why. No, that's not what the Bible said, and the Lord, no, please. This is, no, to be straight, this ain't church. Eh? This is the reasoning hall. Reasoning is much better than preaching. So we're reasoning this out sensibly. That is why I don't like nobody to be offended. But this is why I give enough respect to those who really step up to the place. For example, that lecture we did Sunday, man, I give enough respect to those that made it their business to sit down in that lecture. I'm talking about the Bible decoded, straight up. It levels off a lot of even what we're talking about here in full clarity. Because as I said again now, therein Jacob represents the spirit. And he goes into Esau. He puts on the physical of Esau. That's Jacob represents all of our spirits, the spirit of the Christ. And we come into the red man. That's why when the fire hits the water, it turns red. The red man or the Adam represents the blood. That's why when Adam fell, according to the Bible, he put on skins. That's what he said. He put on skin. That we all put on skin. Is that skin we put on? Yeah. And it's an animal skin he put on too. And the human is considered a mammal, eh? So you put on the animal flesh, the hairy red flesh. But inside of the hairy red flesh is the real you, the spirit, the soul. That's why Isaac said, but wait, it feels like Esau, but it sounds like Jacob. So you look like a man, but you're really a God. If you only knew. So that science is portrayed right before your eyes, as simple as it may seem. In the Walt Disney movie, in his version, you gotta keep that in mind. I say his. This is like a King James thing. This is the Walt Disney version of this. So you're looking at Esau, you think. It look like Esau, and referring to it as Jacob. What? Because what you're looking at here is rose red. But we are all referring to rose red as Snow White. Why is this? Because it looks like rose red. But inside is the spirit. Because the red represents the flesh. And the spirit now is within. Now, Walt Disney is a mystic character. Now, even as it relates to this, the molecular structure of water. Now, I did not put this together like this, eh? And the reason why I'm saying that is because years ago, I mean, this is something we unraveled years ago. Years, I mean, before internet and so, we already unraveled the science of the H2O and how it looks just like the Mickey Mouse emblem. Now, I'm just showing you, I'm not saying like, I'm just showing you. If you were to go on the internet now and you were to, type in H2O, Mickey Mouse, you'd see so many pop up. And several years ago, if you were to do that, you wouldn't find any. Now, again, I'm not saying, because, you know, a lot of these things, as I always say, I pride myself, a lot of what you hear us speak of is not secondary information. It's not like if we're listening to somebody or no set of people. There's a difference between knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. Knowledge is there for us all. We all read books. It's not as if I tell you Sirius is 8 light years away, it's not like I guess it. It's I read it somewhere. You understand? But then when you break things down and you bring out the understanding of why it's 8 light years away, that's a different thing altogether. For real. So I'm telling you that I mean, I didn't make up the molecular structure of water, neither did I make up Mickey Mouse ears. But in my studying, I noticed that, hey, this looked like the Mickey Mouse character stuff. And I could put it, because this is water. When you control water, it's a science. Remember the man named Walter Disney, Walter. If you take the L out and you know L is God, you get water. And it's no joke, because as I said, the water science of the noon. That's why Pinocchio is like almost like a flag, we call it a flag star or whatever, going forward, of the water characteristics too, going in the deluge, the underworld. Man, you don't know the depths of it. The Nun, the Joshua, the Yahshua, the son of the Nun, the son of the water. Yahshua, the son of Mary, which represents water, the Marie and the Maria. You know what I mean? Just the maritime law as well, and birth and delivery and the dock. All of that is water. So when you can comprehend that science, again, the Jonah and the fish is water, and the Pinocchio and the fish is water. So there's a lot of water science. And when we come to that lecture on Sunday, we will go deeper into that. At least Sunday the 20th, we'll go deeper into that understanding and break that down much, much, much better for you. So you will see to yourself that none of this is by mistake. It's not a Walt Disney lecture. It's going to be fairy tale, folly days, and nursery crimes. So listen, within that 2-hour spectrum, we are going to be highlighting how many different things, dealing with, again, the nursery crimes for sure, from your Humpty Dumpty to your Rockabye Baby, you know, your folly days, you know, Hogmas is coming up. Christmas. Your turkey days. Some people still stuffing themselves with some stuffing. We're going to be dealing with as much as we can get in. Hey, listen, there might have to even be a part 2 for us to really break down what is happening in the realms of fairy tale, folly days, and nursery crime. So make sure you definitely get your early bird tickets here. Let me give you some information. This is some very key information. And of course, you know, the admission is only $20 United States currency, pardon me. And remember, you could definitely make that payment using the Cash App at Ra 2723. If there is a problem with the Cash App, remember, you can email us priestisaac27@gmail.com, and the program itself starts at 7 p.m. Don't go nowhere. I got something important to tell you. And of course, the lecture itself starts at 7 p.m. sharp. Again, the 20th day of December. All right, talking about the 27th day of December now. The 20th day of November, that's where we are, isn't it? Yeah, that's where we are right now, the recording of this. So hear me good. That's where we are, the recording of this. You listening to me? All right. So hear this now. All those, listen to me, all those who would purchase their ticket, whether it's Cash App or otherwise, once you purchase your ticket for the 20th day of December, I know some of you are saying, boy, well, look, that's a long way off from now. Well, you can say what you want, but once you purchase your ticket before Wednesday, the 2nd of December, that's next Wednesday now. Once you purchase your ticket before Wednesday, the 2nd day of December, you hearing me good? You writing this down or what? Wednesday, the 2nd day of December. Once you purchase your ticket before that, I will give you the moment you purchase your ticket. So if you purchase it now, Say, hey, listen, I sending that to the Cash App or however way we decide to make that transaction. You will get 2 strongs, what they call 2 weeks free of our nightly radio program, The Shock of the Hour, 2 weeks. So every morning or every evening after the program, it just comes straight to your inbox. You can make up your mind that you have an evening meditation every night for 2 weeks. The Shock of the Hour. And the Shock of the Hour, not because it's called the Shock of the Hour, it's an hour plus program. You know, definitely a lot of information, vibes, you know, you don't know how we do it, music and everything. The Shock of the Hour is full of inspiration. Anybody that is serious about vibes, knowledge, affirmation, you know what I mean, personal development and everything, we do it right there in the Shock of the Hour. So if you purchase your ticket for the Fairy Tale, Folly Days and Nursery Crimes lecture by Wednesday, the 2nd of December, that's next Wednesday according to the recording of this video here, you will definitely get 2 strongs or 2 weeks as they call it free of the radio program, The Shock of the Hour. Obviously, because if you are a subscriber to The Shock of the Hour, you will be getting your ticket to come into the lecture hall, the webinar hall, for free for sure. That's a part of being part of the package of being, you know, the Shock of the Hour subscriber. And listen to me, I'm not done. Where you going? I'm not done. Hold on. What's the rush? Yeah. So if for some reason you don't take that great opportunity to get your ticket before Wednesday, the 2nd of December, you have a half a chance for Wednesday the 9th. If you make sure that you get your ticket before Wednesday the 9th now, I mean, if you miss Wednesday the 2nd, and you get your ticket by Wednesday the 9th, you get 1 week free of the Shock of the Hour. If you get it before Wednesday the 2nd, you get 2 weeks. If you get it before Wednesday the 9th, you get 1. I mean, that's a good deal. What do you think? My brothers and sisters, I don't care what some of you say, you better learn to sell. I don't care what business you're in. I don't care what you do. You yourself are a business. Just to talk to someone, you're selling yourself. You understand? So even if you are trying to, whatever it is in life, it doesn't have to be getting a job. It doesn't mean you have to have something in your hand that you are selling. It doesn't mean you have to have a specific service or whatever it is. You understand? Even if you are a man or a woman and you see someone that you think you fancy, you got to sell your product. You got to sell yourself. You understand? So I'm just showing you from that level to even on a business level, you know, you got to sell yourself. I always say, you know, we were doing a program called Mind Your Business. And I said to the audience, listen, at that time, I think we had about 11,000 subscribers. I said, listen, man, come on. You know, we like a lot of religious talk and this talk and that talk. Very good. We need to talk business. We need to talk about our economy as a nation, you know. And as I said, one of the reasons we're pushing this is because it is necessary for ones to create the individual cash flow and economic wealth as well. And I said, this was the deal, that I would do this program once a strong. Mind your business, just money we're talking about, economics, of personal economics, and as a nation too. You following me? And I said that, listen, all I need is for those of you who have business to send me your ads, whatever it is, post the script, and I will air that on that program, no charge. But you have to participate. So in other words, 2, 3, 4 people step up to the plate, enough respect. But it has to be a constant thing. Not when you, I don't mean those that step up, you know, the others. the others. You don't have to pay. Just send your ad, send your poster, send your flyer, email me your script. I will read it. I will play your video. I will open your website and share it, and we all go through your website, because it's a business program and we're talking about how to, cooperate with each other. And we ran it for how long? Like a month and a strong. And I don't tell me that there's so many people watching and don't have no business. You're in some sort of business. If you're working for somebody, you're still in a business. The fact that you work in somewhere, you should be trying to establish yourself even in that business, whatever it is, so you can still sell yourself. Even if you're a waitress, you can still sell yourself. You see, you get more tips. Whatever you make in there, you're making triple that at the end of the month because you sell yourself. But somehow, I don't know, like we're afraid of business and don't like to see business operating around us. I think we need to get out of that mentality there. All right, well, do give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Hey, speaking of business, remember we still have the bundle here for our 3 books, our 3 ebooks. You can still get them on Amazon. Yeah, man. That's what it is. You got to make people know who you are. And you could have the best product, eh? You could have the best product and nobody know who you are. You ain't going to sell the product. It don't make sense to put it on sale and you do this and slash the price and make a new one. Before you run and make a new one, make a new audience. Get known. Market to yourself. That's what it's all about. I am going to restart that program again in the right time. You understand? Remember, there's a lot of things we do, eh? So everything we do, any new project we pick up, it demands time. And it's not as if we stop doing videos, but we stop doing that program, because that program has a fuel. The fuel of that program is you sending in your ads, sending in your businesses. So obviously, if we advertise you today, we wouldn't expect to be advertising you next week because we want more people to come in. But those who advertise with us, you're going to get revolving advertisement. We will continually advertise. It's not no one-time shot. No one, you know what I mean? Like you, it's just one time and that's it. No, we're going to continually bring you in. We want to see it revolving. If we get overloaded with advertisements, we expand the program. That's what it is. But we don't want the same 4 people every week, and it's not them asking for that, they would just send me the ad expecting me to do what I got to do. But then others are not stepping up to the plate. They're just watching. In fact, to be honest, not even watching. The business program get some of the lowest views. We're not no view hogs, but I'm just showing you where our interest is. We got to come out of that. I can see it. We've been trained to, just go to school, college, and get this job and all of that and get in debt. Debt. Yeah. College loans and all of that. That's where our mind is. Hey, make sure you get your bundle and the 3 books, Anu, the biblical land of Israel, and of course, the heavens declare the glory. And that's another thing, we don't support one another. All of that. You see, that's why we don't like the program I was doing, because we're afraid of that kind of conversation. We don't want to support each other. And, we talk the most consciousness. Some of you so glad I did the program with Haile Selassie and Santa Claus. Oh, my. Look at man and say, wow. You see, even the king had a Christmas tree. I'm going to get my Christmas tree and buy my gifts to my kids. Well, listen, man, I don't believe in Santa Claus, but, the kids are looking forward to it. The kids are looking forward to it. Hey, listen. Hey, if you know your Bible, this is not the shock of the hour, but this is the shock of the hour theme. If you know your Bible and do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. Yeah, it's the shock of the hour. We reserve that for the mystic vibrations, shock of the hour. So yeah. And it takes some realize that are amongst us. Do give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel eyes, last year.
Rastafari. Give thanks for the moment, man. It was nice.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity. Do you want an accurate natal chart reading to know the true position of the sun, the moon, and each planet at the moment that you were being born? We at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will create a precise natal chart for you and your loved ones, coupled with snapshot pictures of each planet, the sun, the moon, plus the constellations related to them. In addition to this, we will be giving you a detailed report of the alignment of planets to the constellations and its full meaning, not from an astrological perspective, but from an ancient astronomical perspective. You will have this report for the rest of your life and can share it with your friends and your family. To order your accurate natal chart today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed.
Oh yes, blessed love my royal family, give thanks continually. Emperor Haile Selassie I is to be exalted. Of course, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you, and you're definitely in the Tiger's Nest, and we're here representing the Institute, the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Also, our website is priestisaacinstitute.com, and of course, all the links are in the description below this video. The link that will also take you straight to Revolutionary Radio, which is Radio Anu, and this is where you hear the Tiger's Nest radio program every evening from 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time going into the evening. We give you the Tiger's Nest. Let me just remind the family that this year's Patrons Day will be on Sunday, the 5th of November. That's Sunday, the 5th of November, and that will be exclusively on Radio Anu. It will be an all-day affair. We will have wonderful speakers, lecturers, and of course, the video watch night. We will be looking at the documentary known as Apedimek, the conquered lion hath prevailed. Beautiful. Now, I'm sure many of you would have been with us previous evening for the Tiger's Nest, and you would have heard the heated debate that our good brother, Dr. Professor Cornel West, had with fellow Harvard Professor Juan Allen Dershowitz. Now, this was done on the Fox News network. But what stood out was the part of the interview where Dr. West was so upset that he told the other fella that he needs to get off of the crack pipe. Now, the discussion was really over the invasion and, of course, the occupation of the land of Palestine by the Israeli government, and, of course, the ongoing massacre that is taking place even as we speak. So the debate got heated, and in a certain climax of this heat, Brother West told Mr. Dershowitz that he needs to get off the crack pipe. Let us listen to this.
I'm not here to defend Hamas.
Well, you are.
I'm not defending Hamas.
Wait a minute.
Don't you ever lie on me like that, brother. I'm defending the suffering of Palestinians.
I want to hear
Hamas itself committing war crimes.
I want to hear you say
anybody who commits war crimes are barbaric. I'm saying that explicitly, but I want you to say if the Israeli Defense Forces are killing children, are they barbaric too?
No.
Are they ever barbaric?
No. If they target children.
Yes. Have they ever targeted children? They
absolutely.
have
Never in the history have they ever targeted a child
you got to
deliberately.
Get off the crack pipe, man, please.
No, they never targeted a child.
They killed one innocent person?
Not purposely.
Since 1948?
Not.
I'm sure you all got that, and so did the rest of the world.
Target children.
Yes. Have they ever targeted children?
No, absolutely. Never in the history have they ever targeted a child
you got to
deliberately.
Get off the crack pipe, man, please.
No, obviously, the other professor is definitely singing for his supper or just speaking his own corrupted mind, and that's just your good brother's opinion. But for sure, again, these two individuals, they're both Harvard professors. They know each other very well. In fact, this is not their first debate, and somehow I don't think it's their last debate neither. So I know for sure if he is on the crack pipe, I don't know. But I'm just saying, if Mr. Dershowitz is on the crack pipe, I believe our good brother, Dr. Cornel West, would have some insight as it relates to that. Now, you may just say, hey, you know how we roll. We will just tell our brother, hey, man, come on, man, whatever you smoking, you need to get off of that, because you talking some real foolishness. Yeah, that's how comrades speak to one another sometimes. I agree. But this may be more than meets the eye. What do you think? I would like you to comment on this specific issue, because again, it may seem as if it's just semantics and flinging a word, or say, hey, listen, man, you crazy as hell. Yeah, but is he really crazy as hell, or is he literally mentally insane? You better get off the crack pipe. Yes, my brothers and sisters, just a moment that I decided to spend with you. Remember, the Tiger's Nest comes to you each and every evening on Radio Anu, 7 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. The link is in the description below. Blessed love, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Yeah.
Do you want an accurate natal chart reading to know the true position of the sun, the moon, and each planet at the moment that you were being born? We at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will create a precise natal chart for you and your loved ones, coupled with snapshot pictures of each planet, the sun, the moon, plus the constellations related to them. In addition to this, we will be giving you a detailed report of the alignment of planets to the constellations and its full meaning, not from an astrological perspective, but from an ancient astronomical perspective. You will have this report for the rest of your life and can share it with your friends and your family. To order your accurate natal chart today, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed.
Yeah, Fuzzy Wuzzy. They target the children. Mom, you know, I know Fuzzy Wuzzy right now. Mom, me, I want Fuzzy Wuzzy. They get Fuzzy Wuzzy. I mean, yeah. If you could be so innovative, people walk with their dog. People drive their dog. Imagine the dog. Remember, you train dogs, you know. Imagine the dog at the stoplight, put it down the window, and putting his head out the window and barking literally at the poster.
of the dog food. Woof, woof, woof. Hey, put your head inside, Leroy. That's the name of the dog. Put your head inside. Woof, woof, Daddy, look, he's barking a dog job. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, you want dog job? It can happen, you know. It can happen. But you have to know, as this is showing you, your prospects. It could be the dog. Man, family, you think I'm crazy, eh? They have a selective set of people that live with their dog. Around, well, I wouldn't say around here because it's becoming a fashion now. But people drive with their dog. People live inside of their homes with their dog, and people watch television with their dogs. They're on the computer and their dogs right next to them. They're people that are into that level of relationship with their dogs. If you are into dog food and you put time and energy and money into the market and into the game, you must find a way to get to them dogs. Not me, I ain't gonna sit down and try to think about how to get the dogs, but that's your game. It may take 3 years for you to really figure it out, but then you get it. Because dog owners love their dogs, they will be attracted to dog things. So try to catch them. Just like how I would tell you, bring your children so they can watch what I'm going to show you. Tell you as the dog man will say, hey, bring your dog. Bring Rin Tin Tin. Bring K9. Bring Jeff. Let them sit down in. Family. I mean that. Family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that. Family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that. Family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Thank you, thanks.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the content of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is a fact that once applied correctly, you
will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestIsaacInstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestIsaacInstitute.com.
Blessed love, royal family. Give thanks for your presence with us. We glorify Kadamawa Haile Selassie on this wonderful and beautiful day, this wonderful and beautiful Friday, exactly 28 minutes now, moving on to the hour of 4 o'clock as we are looking to get into a beautiful and wonderful rest, the Sabbath day of rest. I welcome everyone to the third day of the Royal Business webinar. Day 1, day 2, I'm talking about sheer excitement and of course information and inspiration. And I'm sure everyone knows that today we are definitely looking forward to those who would have taken up the challenge to join us and pitch their business to the wider community. But family, today we will be speaking about sales. And as I said, we're not going to even spend too much time outside of the sales department as we are preparing for that Sabbath day of rest. Because remember, even in the scripture, when it says that the Most High took a Sabbath day of rest, the Most High didn't just wake up and say, hey, listen, I'm going to create the heavens and the earth, but I'm going to rest first. Let me take a rest first and cool out. Let me think about it, and then I'll come back and show you what's on my mind. No. He came and he created the stars. He created the moon. He created the sun. He created the fish. He created the fowl. He created you. He created me. The waters, the seas, the things you know about and the things that you do not know about. The Most High, male and female, father and mother of creation, created all of these things. And then the heavenly host, not just God alone, the heavenly host took that Sabbath rest. So the Sabbath rest is very key. But before you go into that Sabbath rest, you must make sure that you would have created something. Not just you would have done something, you would have created. It was creation that took place within that 6-day period before the Most High came and said, okay, let's cool out now. So that means the rest is good, the Sabbath is good, but you must show yourself approved before you step into that rest. So you must be able to bring to the table a couple stars. Look, I have some suns here. I created this forest. This is my planet that I formed. This is my product that I put together. This is my industry. I just did a lecture a few evenings ago. I just created a whole new software yesterday morning. I just closed 2-day deals within 3 days. You created something. You formed something. You brought life into reality. You solved someone's problem. So now you can go and take a rest, because you see, when you take the Sabbath rest, you reflect on all that you would have done. But if you didn't do anything, It's as if you don't even deserve the rest. So this is why now, day one, what did we speak about? Don't tell me you forgot. The mindset, the way that we think, motivation. That was the beginning. Before we started to talk about anything that had to do with promotion, sales, and inventory and all of that stuff, where did we begin? The way that we think, the way that we visualize the future. Some of us, we don't even visualize anything. We're just moving. And if we bump into a wall, we just turn around and go the other way. They have some toys like that. You ever see these toys, the wind-up cars or the wind-up robot? It just walks into the wall, and then when it walks into the wall, it just turns around and goes the other way until it walks into the wall again. No, we can't be no wind-up robot. We need to have a road, a path, a map, a vision, a direction. Again, that's why we stay motivated to move, because we know where we are going. So we don't have a problem pressing down on the gas and driving fast, because we know where we're going. You don't drive fast when you don't know where you're going, not unless you're running from something. You understand? So being motivated is very key. And of course, in day two, we really went into the whole aspect of promotion and marketing. That was yesterday. And today, we'll be definitely going into sales. So, and this is going to cap it off. And we're going to have a wonderful expression today, you better believe it. And keep in mind again, Royal Family, we're talking about evolution. Evolution, specifically, bringing you to another level. Evolution, actually creating the best version of yourself. So really, in the same way that our webinar, this 3-day webinar has been designed, it is the same way that the program Evolution is designed. It is designed into 3 sections: the mindset and motivation, promotion and marketing, and then you have sales. But you're getting here techniques, you're getting here the strategies now that will ensure, as the course promises, to keep you motivated and to raise your income. That is a guarantee. And of course, that has to do a lot with the individual that will be taken in the course. So again, if you are a manager, if you are a CEO of a business, if you are just a simple employee, or if you are the employer, if you are the human resource manager, if you are none of these things and you just need to understand what's the next step in life to keep motivated, to be motivated first of all, and understand your purpose, and again understand the strategies so you can step up and, as they say, to use the term capitalize, evolution. The program, the course was created for you. So it is a course specifically, again, 3 sections, 7 chapter per section. So it has been designed for you to take in literally by bite size. So in other words, you just take a little nibble today and another nibble tomorrow. It is nothing overwhelming, and you will see without a doubt daily your growth. So if you have a business, especially if you have a business partner, and both you and your business partner and your other business associates could take part of evolution. So every morning you get up, you take in 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes, depending on the length of the chapter. You make the notes, you listen to what we present to you, and then you go and put it into action. All you got to do is try it. I'm sure within 7 days, not even 7 days, the very first day, once you take what has been presented to you seriously, day 1, day 2, day 3, you come again, because we begin with the mindset. Again, if you have a business and you have 3 brothers or 3 sisters, 3 brothers, 3 sisters, 2 brothers and a sister, whatever, you have 3 employees under your wing, 5 employees, 2 trainees, whatever have you, especially if you have trainees. Evolution, the course, the program, creating the best version of yourself is perfect. I ain't gonna tell you nothing that's not the truth. It's perfect. Remember, I'm the one that created it, and I know what it can do. So for sure, family, evolution itself, brand new course, again, 3 sections, specifically designed for you to even present to your workforce, your work group, or yourself, for individual growth, or for the growth of a company or industry or a small business, whatever have you, because again, it goes into the mindset. It goes into promotion and marketing, again, with techniques and strategies. And then it also goes into sales, which we will be talking about today. So remember that evolution officially will be released on the 7th of February. So enroll yourself today. You can pre-enroll. And remember, throughout the period of this webinar, we will be having a special offer of only $99 for evolution. Remember, the value, as they say, is not really the value of it. The value of evolution is way above the price. And you see, all of that is a part of the technique. At least for a person like me that creates services like this, I always make sure that the price is at least half or less than half of the real value as it relates to monetary value. For sure. So in other words, the price given to evolution is $199. I am telling you, if any individual who is an expert in this field was to analyze evolution, I mean, depending on who analyzes it, it may go into the thousands. You know, they have training programs that are in the thousands and in the tens of thousands. I'm telling you, that's how it goes. But when you apply yourself to these training courses, you will learn how to make millions and even hundreds of millions. But it is up to you what you want to invest. So I'm telling you, $199. You may say, oh wow. I said, no, man. When it comes to building and strengthening and edifying yourself, for sure, it is a very worthwhile investment. So now, for those of you who are into sales, which obviously should be each and everyone should be into sales. Why? Can anyone tell me why everyone should be into sales? Come on, we spoke about this for the in the first program, I think in the second program too. Why? Because everyone is a business. And again, the first person that you have to sell to is yourself. Selling is almost like convincing you. So this is why the first person as such that you have to convince is yourself. You see, everything starts with yourself. That is why, as I said, promotion is like investing. You begin with yourself. So before you think about investing into anything, you must invest in yourself. We went through that yesterday, obviously. You have to take time for yourself, and you have to invest money into yourself as well. You have to edify yourself. If you are in a specific field, even without the field, forget about the field. You need to edify yourself in general. That's it. You need to know as much as you can know about the world that is around you. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't care if they call you a nerd. You need to know as much as you can know. It just should be your natural drive to have knowledge. And then now you're in a specific field. Whatever the field is, let's go into a literal field, the pineapple field. You should know everything about the pineapple. The fact that you see pineapple every day, I don't know what you do around the pineapple. Even if you just water the pineapple and they pay you $60 a day to do that, you should still know everything about the pineapple. So even when the experts come around and they're speaking about the pineapple and they speak about all the chemical attributes of the pineapple and they kind of remember one of the specific chemicals that the pineapple produces 3 times a year, you can remind them. And say, yes, it's such and such a chemical, Dr. Harvey. How did you know that, Bill? I study this. Every day that I leave here and I go home, I study the pineapple. That's interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. So do you know the other pineapple? I couldn't remember its name that comes from Austria. Yes, and then you give him the pineapple name. Yes, that's it. I've been trying to remember that since last night. You're very good. All right. Come and talk to me after work. I want to have a discussion with you. You understand? Because, I mean, it is the mindset. It's the mindset. Everyone is a business. So if that is what you're into, you see, we have a kind of lazy way of thinking, you know. Pardon me. I hope no one is offended. I'm just telling you the reality. And it has a lot to do with the culture. No one was born lazy. That's why the motivation is key. Again, if you were lazy, you would not even be here. No lazy sperm win the race. If you were lazy, you couldn't be here. It's only one made it. And it's you, and you're here. How come you got lazy? An educational system, a system in general that doesn't really inspire you or even set the ground for you to grow and evolve. You understand? So it's up to you now. It's on your shoulders. It's your responsibility to elevate yourself. So now, as it relates to the business cycle and sales. Now, selling basically is the one of the main aspects of the business cycle. I mean, nothing really happens without sales. I mean, that's the target. That's the end result as such. Sales. Anything beyond sales is more sales. So anything you're doing, promotion, that cannot be the end result. Marketing, that is not the end result. Creating the product, that could never be the end result. Sales, that is the target, that is the victory lap that you want to take now because you have closed a deal. Now, this is why in the business world they have something that they call the sales cycle. And depending on where you look and which economic magazine you may read, you have different variations of the sales cycle. And I must say, whatever different variations you may see of the cycle and the funnel, they may have one thing before the other thing, but basically it's still the same thing and it's all okay as such. But there's some key aspects of the sales cycle that even the School of Economics doesn't seem to teach. And again, this aspect or these aspects of the sales cycle has a lot to do with the mindset. What is the sales cycle coming from the Harvard School of Business? So, number one, you find leads. Number two, you connect. Number three, you qualify the leads. Number four, you present. That is what you want to sell your product. Number five, you overcome objections. Number six, you close the deal. And number seven, you nurture. And as I said before, I mean, that's a good pattern to follow. I don't really necessarily have any problem with it. But because I understand the system, again, I know there's a bit there's some key aspects of the cycle that is lacking here. And even if you delve deeper into it and start to break it down, you still will not find emphasis given to the aspects that are missing. And before I get to the aspects that I think are missing, let's just look at the cycle that's in front of us. Again, you find leads. Obviously, just the term, if you do not understand the business term, leads, a lead, obviously something that will point you into the right direction so that you can find your audience, so that you can find the people that are going to buy from you. So remember what we're talking about? Sales. Before we jump too far in, let me again address my students here. I showed you it. Even if you're not working in the sales department, because you must understand,
the School of Economics, believe me, they're not thinking like me. They may be thinking like me, but they're not teaching that aspect of this to those who come to learn economics. That even if you're not in any sales department, you are a salesperson. Which school of economics teach you that you as an individual are a business? Which one? No. Leave that to the sales department. You go ahead and wipe the windshield. You do a very good job at that. I might give you a raise next year. You're surely getting a bonus for Christmas. Everybody getting a bonus for Christmas. What are you trying? You understand? So our idea is, if you are with day 2 and day 1 of this seminar, is a bit different. Hey man, when you push, it's good to find leads, but when you really push yourself, the leads find you. So the cycle says find leads, connect, qualify leads, present. Now, when you are really on your game, do you know that you would have already presented before your leads come to you? Let me show you. Let me give you an example. Okay, myself. Of course, I have several things that I present. As you know, I raise finance every year for the African History Month essay competition. I usually put more emphasis, obviously, in Antigua, where I am living and where I was born. Now, there's a difference, right? Follow me good. Find leads. How do we find leads? Okay, that's why they have enterprises that are designed to help people find leads. Do you want to find the right leads? Are you in carpentry? Are you in masonry? Contact this, that, and the third, and we'll help you find the best leads. Okay, so you jump on the phone and you call them. People there. It's the same way a brother can say, hey, Priest Isaac, what you say, man? Hey, you've been doing this essay competition for a while, man. I really appreciate it. Hey, listen, man, you can take it to another level. Tell me, have you ever checked, and he gave me the name, you ever checked Mr. Mack? Who's Mr. Mack? Mr. Mack, man, he has that big building over there. Go and check Mr. Mack. Man, he will help you in a second. Now, that's a lead. He gave me a lead. All leads are not good leads, you know. That's why you have to qualify the lead. All right, he give me the lead. Mr. Mack, I may or may not know Mr. Mack. I'm just drawing a picture to you. Now, I go and check Mr. Mack. Now, there's a different, now listen now. When I go to Mr. Mack now, well, in my world, I will be presenting to Mr. Mack. To me, my presentation is what's going to qualify the lead. But anyway, maybe the business school has it a bit differently. But anyway, I'm going to present now to Mr. Mack. There's a difference when I say, good day, Mr. Mack. My name is Priest Isaac. And he says, yes, have a seat. Every year I do an essay competition as it relates to African History Month and the Afrocentricity of our children. Okay. I usually advocate for prizes that would entice the young mind so that they could be encouraged to write this essay competition. As you know, they do not have any interest in their Afrocentricity. Okay, in their what? In their Afrocentricity. What's that? The African heritage. Oh, okay. I'm not accustomed to too much big words, my brother. What you say your name? Priest Isaac. Okay. I like your clothes though. All right, sir. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Now, that's one scenario. There's another scenario. Priest Isaac, yes. Mr. Big Mac, we'll see you now. Thank you very much. I go inside. Good day, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm Priest Isaac. Priest Isaac, okay, I finally put the face to the voice. Okay, yeah, man, I listen to you all the time on the radio. You have a lot of good things to say. All right, well, so what's going on today? Well, I'm sure you know every year I do an essay competition. Yes, I always hear you pushing the essay competition. That's good. That's some good work you're doing. Now, obviously, I done gone ahead. Obviously, I'm ahead of the game. Now, I'm just trying to show you that the business cycle says to find leads, connect, qualify leads, present. Nothing wrong. But if you are innovative enough, Harvard Business School Bible cycle, sales cycle cannot encapsulate you in their economical world. This is designed to enslave you. Believe me. So when you now think outside of the box, that's why we think outside of the box. That's why I was showing you yesterday, we have all of these social media platforms. Most of us use them to tell people, well, good night, I'll see all of you tomorrow morning. That's what we use it for. Most of us use it to show people the latest shoes that we bought. Most of us use the social media to tell people what we're having for breakfast. But imagine if you rigorously use the social media to promote your business, whatever it is, whether you have a business, own a business, enterprise, solopreneur, that's an entrepreneur that is doing it himself, working for himself, and all of that kind of stuff, or herself. Or even if you have a partnership, or even if you are a laborer on the construction site of the brand new building, you can still promote what you do because you actually have ambition. Not because you are, no disrespect to anyone, not because you are a garbage collector. That doesn't mean you have ambition. Be the best garbage collector. When people see you come in, they say, oh yeah, it's here I like collect my garbage. These are the fellas, when they throw the rubbish in the rubbish truck, they just throw my can any place. He put it back right at the right place and he covers it. He even wipes it off. Believe me, people will look out for you and say, hold on, Sonny, hold on. I'm glad I see you this morning. You all come so early. Here's a $10, buy something to drink. You're so nice. So it's all about the mindset because you're promoting yourself. You intend to own several garbage collection agencies in the future. Yeah, that's your goal. Your target may be to buy a garbage truck for yourself. That's a target. And then to get 10, but you have a bigger goal. So you may not really like picking up garbage, but for sure you put your best foot forward. And you promote it while you're doing it. Let people know this is what you're doing. You have social media. Let people know. So even when, this ain't no joke, If that's where your heart is, that's not where my heart is. I'm not going to put no time into garbage collection. If your heart is into garbage collection and you strongly believe you have a future in that and an empire to build, well, you got to put everything into it, get thousands of people to observe you doing this and to admire you. So when you go down to the bigger person to get a loan to start your business, they say, you don't even know my children watch you all the time on Instagram. Yeah? They're the ones that say, Daddy, the trash man is on again. Okay. They say nobody cleans a street like you. All right. So I do private work too. Well, obviously you're trying to start a business so I can collect your garbage for a specific price. Well, the government collects it for free. Yes, sir, but that's once a week. I can come 3 times a week. You're very good, You see, it's all the vibes, energy, mindset. Which business school teaching you this?
Well, students, this is the business cycle. You gotta find your leads. How do you find leads? I mean, come on. Then you connect.
And then they ask you this in the exam, and if you get it wrong, you don't pass, you don't get your degree, you're a dunce. What a system. All right. So, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm sure you do. I'm not really, as I said at the beginning, the cycles that you see, and the different cycles, they're not necessarily wrong, but I know they're lacking specific things. Now, this is another cycle or funnel, which really is, well, the funnel, if you connect it, you get a cycle. And this one begins with the prospects. Prospects are really qualified leads. Prospect like a prospective buyer. Remember yesterday we were talking about promotion. I'm itching to get back into that, but I don't want to spend too much time because you see,
Sometimes you're speaking and although you're ready to step to a next stage, you want to make sure one's understand the previous stage. That's why promotion, again, is very key. So this one has a funnel now, which is obviously like a pipeline. And this is it. You have to literally fill up your pipeline there. This has prospect, leads, initial purchase, and repeat buyer. Then this one has leads, prospect, and then consumer. So you can see the difference here. You know, prospect, leads, initial purchase, buyer, leads, prospect. And all of these models are coming from different, what do you call them, economic magazines, Forbes and these Business World, etc., etc. Okay. This is why I was saying yesterday that one of the key things is massive action. Family, as you notice, everything is really about the mind and the heart. Remember, we made our hand grow. Everything is about the mind and the heart. It's about the vibes. You got to be motivated. You have to have energy for this, even if you're a quiet person. It doesn't make a difference. Quiet person don't mean anything. I'm a quiet person. Maybe you just don't know me. I'm a quiet person. Yeah, I'm cool. So Priest Isaac, you're not saying anything? No, I'm okay, man. Yeah. But I'm motivated. I'm ready for action. Even though I'm a quiet and I'm cool, you know, my brain is jumping all over the world. Say, yeah, I gotta do this. This gotta be done. Hey, I gotta get a pen and a paper. That's another thing. Make sure you write down your thoughts. Pen and paper. Pen and paper, pen and paper. So inventory now. Why massive inventory? Because you're taking massive action. That's why I showed you yesterday, okay, for example, when you set a goal, you want to make $10,000 a day, you want to make $20,000 a day, and I took the time to highlight, for example, what we produce here at the Institute. Okay, for example, we have the evolution, pardon me, which is a revolution. Revolution is still a revolution. We have the evolution course. It's $199. The evolution course, creating the best version of yourself. We have the ancient astronomy course, a similar price. We have the international homeschool program. We have the yoga courses. We have the cooking class courses. We have several books. We have several DVD documentaries. We have international Whole Food store online. We have a department store where you could get your clothes and our logos and icons on your hoodies and your jerseys and your shirts. You know, we do international tours. We to Kemet, Ghana, which we have coming up. We have hikes nationally to Greencastle Hill, plus archaeo astronomical courses where our students fly in several times a year and sit with us and do on the ground research on Greencastle Hill. That's archaeoastronomy, and I'm missing out several things. And I could go on and on, because over the years I would have taken my time and I would have associated myself with like-minded people, my family, and we would have taken our understanding, our expertise, and we would have created inventory, and we are still creating inventory. Now, obviously, when you say inventory, we may be thinking of a storeroom packed with a specific good. That's good. You know, so if you're selling a book, you should have several thousand copies put away. That's good, but that's not the level I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of inventory as it relates to your product and your service. That's what I'm talking about. So you're creating so much that becomes an inventory within itself, especially if it is something online. You see, those of you who are online, you are at a specific advantage. Those of you who sell ebooks, nobody's shying away from ebooks. A few people prefer the paperback and all of that stuff, and they love the feeling of turning the page and hearing the sound. So do I. But I would read an ebook. People would read ebook. It's not
there's no great movement fighting against ebooks. People would read ebooks. So if you create an ebook, you don't have to print no books. The person that doesn't have the ebook, he or she has to print the book every so often and make sure they have enough inventory in their storehouse of the book. But if you are a writer, build your pipeline. If that's what you're supposed to be doing, build your inventory, have several books, keep writing books, keep doing documentaries, keep creating courses, don't stop, because you're thinking massive. What's wrong with him? Me? Remember, you have big goals. You forget, we have big goals. We're not just trying to repair the roof. We have big goals, man. If you want to just think about your family alone, you should be thinking massive. If you have children, you should be thinking of generational wealth, because that's the next generation. You cannot leave them your job, $2 million. Well, I have $2 million in the bank, They say, okay. I think you understand what's going on. I think you missed the point. You should check the webinar yesterday and the day before. So this is massive action. I know it sounds, wow, this is like it's ridiculous. That's it. You got to think ridiculous, yet still realistic. You know why, family? You live in a jungle, man. It may look pretty and it's Christmas and all the lights and jingle bells and you're driving and everybody's happy and in the store and it's just a nice, I'm telling you, boy. But you live on a planet and you live in a world where the circumstances can just change in a moment. We have seen that. And it only makes sense. The more economically secure you are, the better your chances. And money can't save you. I know. You're so right. Money can't save you. You're correct, boy. Wow. What was I thinking of? Wow. What was I thinking? Give the man a prize. Yeah, money can't save you. When a massive tsunami is coming, you have time to get away, especially if it's coming from a distance. A tsunami could give you at least a good 45 minutes to move, Yeah, 45 minutes to move. I'm sure if a tsunami was on its way, everyone that has a private jet, you have one? Money can't save you. Everyone that have a private jet would be on their way to the airport immediately. They don't even know where they're going, but they have enough money to go anywhere they want to go. But money can't save you. In a serious flood, just to have a boat in the yard, a good proper boat, and you can go into the boat. But it costs money. But money can't save you. Many one trust in the medical fraternity. And when you have these emergencies and accidents, believe me, you're gone into some serious money. But money can't save you. Again, the mediocre thinking. I mean, if you're working for some job and you're making millions a year and you think you're okay, well, that's good. That's up to you. But me, man, because of the goals that I would have set, nah, man, this is a constant going forward to building an empire. So it will be nice to see that goal fulfilled. But until I see it fulfilled, I ain't stopping. So maybe your goals is just down the road and around the corner. But my goals is beyond the edge of the universe. And that's good, because as I said again, if you shoot for the moon and you miss, you still will be amongst the stars. That means your goals must be so massive that even if you hit 10%, which is really what usually happens, this is my point. Usually, most of the things that we aspire to be or to do, we only really get 10% of it done. Our dreams. Most people don't live out their dreams. Most people don't hit their goals, but because they're trying to hit it, they reach somewhere, maybe halfway, a quarter of the way, or 1/10 of the way. So that's what I'm saying. Try to reach way beyond the horizon, aim extremely high. Extremely high. You see, the further away your goal is, the higher you have to aim. That's my point. So if the target is right in front of you, let's just say the bullseye is in front of you, like 2 feet in front of you. You don't have to aim the arrow high. You just aim it at the bullseye, and if you miss that, well, something's wrong. And you let it go, and it blip, one time. Let it go, blip, one time. But if the bullseye was 100 feet down the road, then now you would have to aim the arrow at the bullseye and then put it just a little bit higher. If the bullseye was 200 feet down the road, you would have to put the arrow a little bit more higher. If it was 300, 400, my point is, the further away your target is the higher you have to aim. That's good. So because you want to fulfill big things, you have to think much bigger, because the target is further away. So you need plenty inventory, family. That's what I'm saying. Now, not because you may not have it now, you may just have one book. I'm not telling you, well, listen, you gotta write 50 more before you even hit the road. Impossible. You crazy? No, man. Man, you can hit the road before you write the book. Yeah. You can hit the road before you write the book. You see, this is why you promote yourself. This is why you build trust in the marketplace. This is why you prove your qualifications. So that now I could come and say, well, family, I have a book, not even a book. Let's straight and forward to you. Evolution. When did we say evolution is going to be released? The 7th of February. But ones are purchasing evolution. But they're not going to get it. They cannot be officially enrolled. Well, they're enrolled, but they're not going to, the class will not begin until the 7th of February. And it will be ongoing. The evolution course, the program. You understand? But they know they're getting a quality program. Even if they don't know me, this webinar alone shows them that, hey, this got to be good. Because they see me, they hear what I'm saying. Even the quality of the productions they may see in the ad. Even if they don't know me, they know me enough for the few days that they've spent with me that they will even take a chance then and say, well, yeah, I want to buy that evolution program that's going to come out the 7th of February. You understand? Much more those who literally know me, those of you who are on the several courses that we have, you're just waiting for more courses. Yeah. So I could say, yeah, the book, the documentary, look, the Santa Claus Massacre premiered last night. But it was on sale before it premiered. So when you know what you are into, that's what I'm saying. So you don't have to wait till you fill your inventory with 1 million books or 1 million shoes, whatever. If you have one shoe, if you create shoes and you have one design that you say like, this is the best, go and push the one design, but work on the others. Work on the others. Then say, hey, I have a new one. Wow, this is one. And this one is for the ladies. Oh, brother, you're on a roll. You get it? But you don't have to wait on that. In fact, you don't have to wait on the shoe. You could show them the design, the drawing, the 3D animation of it. Wow, that's how it's going to look. Yeah, man, let me buy mine now. Understand? Yeah, man. Family, I'm not asking you, man. I am not asking you. You live in the world just like me. And you know sometimes you got to be aggressive in what you do. Yeah. There's a jungle there, guys.
I'm not telling you to be aggressive to no one. We haven't taught that yet. Be aggressive to yourself. Be hard on yourself. I didn't tell you to be hard on no one. Be hard on yourself. So obviously, now you are going to look for prospects. But keep in mind that your audience, your clientele is the whole world. Well, first of all, your audience is the whole world. That's number one. Your audience is the whole world. So you are supposed to be trying to reach everyone. Everyone's supposed to know you. Babies supposed to know you. Okay? I don't know how you are going to do it, but if you sell dog food, dogs are supposed to know it. Dogs are supposed to know you. If you're selling dog food, people that sell children products, they target the children. So when the children and the parents are in the supermarket and the department, mommy, look him there, fuzzy wuzzy. They target the children. Mom, you want no fuzzy wuzzy right now? Mommy, I want fuzzy wuzzy. They get fuzzy wuzzy. Yeah. If you could be so innovative, people walk with their dog. People drive their dog. Imagine the dog. Remember you train dogs, Imagine the dog at the stoplight, putting down the window, and putting his head out the window and barking literally at the poster of the dog food. Woof, woof, woof. Hey, put your head inside, Leroy. That's the name of the dog. Put your head inside. Woof, woof, daddy, look, he's barking at dog job. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, you want dog job? It can happen, It can happen. But you have to know, as this is showing you, your prospects. It could be the dog. Man, family, you think I'm crazy, eh? They have a selective set of people that live with their dog. Around, well, I wouldn't say around here because it's becoming a fashion now. But people drive with their dog. People live inside of their homes with their dog, and people watch television with their dogs. They're on the computer and their dogs right next to them. They're people that are into that level of relationship with their dogs. If you are into dog food and you put time and energy and money into the market and into the game, you must find a way to get to them dogs. Not me, I ain't gonna sit down and try to think about how to get the dogs, but that's your game. It may take 3 years for you to really figure it out, but then you get it. Because dog owners love their dogs, they will be attracted to dog things. So try to catch them. Just like how I would tell you, bring your children so they can watch what I'm going to show you. Tell you as the dog man will say, hey, bring your dog. Bring Rin Tin Tin. Bring K9. Bring Jeff. Let them sit down in the living room and I'm going to show you how to react to this. And then you show them. Family, this is not a joke. So as you can see, you are already expressing yourself to the world. Sales we're talking about. So it's good to look for your prospects. It's good to look for your leads. It's good to qualify your leads. But when you are on massive action, when you are on serious promotion, when you are grabbing all these social media, when you know that you have a budget for monthly advertising, you are promoting yourself. Remember, as I said yesterday, you got to promote who you are, promote what you do, and promote why you do it. Let the prospective customers know what's coming from your heart, because you're creating a family. You know, your customers are your family. You understand? That's why certain advertisements say, such and such pharmacy, where our customers are like family. You understand? You know? So now, but we're talking about sales now. Let's get direct sales. I have this in my hand. It's $5. Take it from me and give me the money. Sales. Well, it doesn't really work like that, but it could work like that. But again, the sale process began a long time since you're working on yourself. But now the actual encounter now, the big day, when you are face to face with the buyer, a buyer that you were led to as such, a lead, someone that you got an appointment with. Now, as I said earlier in the program, for those who are just coming in, and if you're just coming in, make sure you watch this from the beginning. As I said earlier, there is a scenario when you go into the office because you have promoted yourself so much, the person that you're going to encounter already know who you are. Or there's a scenario where you got to start from scratch. So obviously, if you have already done them kind of works, your pitch to your prospective buyer must be easier. So they know you. And don't get caught up with them trying to, oh, that's you? I'm glad to meet you. I watch you all the time. And because they may be just leading you away from the mission you came there for. You came there to pitch them a deal, to give them an offer, to make some sort of sale, and to leave with their finance, and they have your product or service. That's what you go there for. No too much and no long chit chat. You understand? But obviously, family, presentation is a key, or the key. One of the keys, I guess. Several doors, but presentation is key, I should say. And when I say presentation, yourself. Of course, in the business world, I don't know what you're into, but dress for the part. I mean, you know what I'm into. I'm into Rastafari. I dress for the part. You understand? But one thing, I dress to impress. So you got to dress to impress. I don't think we have to go too deep into this. Mommy taught us all of these little, tricks of the trade. Make sure you smell good. Make sure the hygiene is proper. The oral hygiene is good as well. Make sure the clothes is neat and well ironed. If it is a clothes that needs to be ironed. There are different types of clothes. You don't have to have on a suit and tie. I should. Me, without a doubt, I'm not going to put on any suit and any tie. Robe and turban all the way. But when I come into your office with my robe and turban, you can see I am about business. I didn't come here to play around. I didn't even come to have church with you. You understand? You can feel the business atmosphere that is walking into your office. Maybe the robe and turban that I chose. Even the shoes that I chose to come into your office with. The demeanor that I carry. Your presentation. You understand? Obviously, you don't want to come in like some kind of, like you're the Godzilla or King Kong and you're upset with the world. You want to come in with a pleasant smile, a pleasant aura. Good day, how are you? You have to keep it joyous. You're not a clown, so we're not grinning and skinning. All of this is important, All of this is important. You're building confidence. In the same way I'm talking to you, you can talk to yourself and say, listen, I'm going to check this man. I'm not going to be there too long. He ain't going to run me around the bush. You understand? I'm not going to be disrespectful, obviously. You understand? But I'm getting straight to the point. You understand? And you can do that. You can do that. You can get straight to the point without getting straight to the point. You can get straight to the point without getting straight to the point. You don't want to run a buyer away. But listen, man, this is serious. When you have to go and give a pitch, you may have an appointment. That's good. You may be making a call. That's good too. But you see, when you're making a call, remember the person you're calling don't even expect you. You may be calling a person that has no time. And usually, if the person is quote unquote important, they don't have no time. That's why they may have a receptionist to tell you, well, he's busy right now and we can't give you his number. You can call back at this time. Let me take a message. You understand what I'm saying? So when you have something to pitch and you get an opportunity to pitch this product or service that you have to know how to take full control of 30 seconds. You have to know how to take full control and dominate 20 seconds. If you are skillful,
You have to know how to dominate 10 seconds in making your pitch. No, it doesn't always demand that. But because of the fast-paced business world that we live in, and depending on what you're pitching, in fact, no matter what you're pitching, because remember, you're pitching yourself. So if you paint houses there, you understand. If you paint houses, or if you paint in general, you don't just want to paint houses in the community when somebody wants their house painted. You go and look for the houses to paint. You go and look for the big buildings to paint. Hey, this is a big building. This looks like $1 million job. You understand? So what? You got to go and make the pitch. Sometimes you have to pitch to the first person you meet. It may be the receptionist. But then again, you have to know, you cannot be exhausted yourself. So you call the business or you go into the business and you don't have to be ashamed. Good day. My name is such and such. I'm the owner of whatever your paint company is. And we paint buildings and houses and even containers. In fact, you may be even into car painting too, but you have all of these things covered. And you let them understand that we would like to offer you a deal as it relates to repainting your building. We clearly see that it hasn't been painted in the last 3 years, and I can give you a real good offer as far as repainting your building. Now, I'm not a paint specialist, but you may have some sort of paint that is weather resistant or can destroy termites or whatever paint does. And before you go too far into chattering, because you know more than likely this may not be the decision maker, but you have given them an idea because you don't know how sharp the receptionist is, Because sometimes even though you do not speak to the person you need to speak to, if they have a good receptionist, the receptionist can say, oh yes, boss, this person called today from a paint company and he wants to paint over your building. We don't have no time for that. Okay, but he did say that he has a quality of paint that when you use it, you don't have to repaint the building for the next 5 years. Plus, you remember we had the problems with mold. He says this is mold resistant. And he gave me a very good price because I remember the last price that you paid for when these fellas from down the road came. Okay, no problem. But I'm not ready to, he's going to call me back tomorrow. He said, I should give you an idea of what it is. And he wanted to make an appointment. No, I don't want to pay. Well, he just wanted to have an appointment to see you. Is it possible? He said just 10 minutes. All right. Remember, I'm free on Thursdays. I have an open door policy. You know that. Okay, I'm going to make him come Thursday. Because you know personally, again, from the other end, you have to know for sure, are you the decision maker? Of course, you're going to meet people that are chewing gum. The boss ain't here right now. Please call back, sir. And they hang up and all of that stuff. No, obviously, you can't live on one person. If you're making calls, you got to be calling 10, 20 people. But don't give up on anybody. Come back around again. If the call doesn't work, go into the store. You're not living on one business, If you don't get them today, go into the store. It may not be today. It could be 2 weeks from now, but you have it on your list of things to do. You have all the businesses that you want to check, all the prospects. What? Prospects. All the buildings in towns are prospect. You're a painter. Every building has on paint. Every building is a prospect. They are a prospective customer. That's how you have to see it. And until you get a flat no, you can't give up. And even when you get a flat no, you can still be consistent and persistent. Nothing wrong with that. It's your business. It's how you survive. This is what you do. You have a team. You have people to pay. So again, your pitch. So if you get to the right person, oh, good day, sir. It is a joy that I have the opportunity to speak to you. My name is such and such, and I represent such and such paint company. Yes, Sheila told me she spoke to me very good, sir. I'm sure she also explained to you of the top quality
hydroponic. I just call something out my head. That's just a term I just picked. Don't laugh. Paint that we have that is mold resistant, fungi resistant, and will last for 10 years. That is what she told me. She said you wanted an appointment. When are you going to come in? I could be there right now, sir. Right now? What do you mean right now? I'm 10 minutes away. You were joking. Because even you, in your wits, you made sure you were close to the office before you made the call so you can come 10 minutes away. No, there's things you can do beforehand, you know. You make a call to an individual and you try to pitch your product. Most people don't have no time. And even if they have time, they weren't doing anything, you know. They were just sitting down and the phone rang, but they didn't expect you. So to sound like they're too important, okay, hold on, I'm a busy person. What are you talking about? All right, I have the best at whatever you're selling. I have the best concrete mixer. I know that you're in the construction business. I just brought in 10 concrete mixers from XYZ, and they are fuel efficient, just assuming they use fuel, they're fuel efficient, and they do not burn that much electricity. Whatever concrete mixers do, you have it, you pitch the best aspect of the product, and he may be just telling you, listen, brother, I don't have no time for that. Send me an email. I already sent you an email. It's in your inbox. Now, you see what you did? You obviously, if you are in the game, you expect the objections. Let us return to what the business cycle says, overcoming objections. So all I am telling you here is something you are going to encounter. Remember, if you are selling something, especially if you are literally in what they call sales, you can be easily deflated when you knock on a door and the person says, we're not buying today. You knock on the second door and the person says, we're not buying today. You pick up a call, the phone, and you call, we can't speak right now. You pick up the phone again and you call, we don't want none of that anymore. You get easily deflated. This is why overcoming objections is important. This is why even practicing and role play, literally practicing, is important. Me speaking to you is I'm practicing. You understand? I'm practicing because practicing means you got to practice every day, not because you're LeBron James means you stop practicing. You got to practice every day to be the best. So even before you come to the real game, you've been practicing with your teammates. Yeah, you practice with the people that you work with. That's why you're all supposed to be on the same page. So if you really are in a sales office, you should be role playing daily, even if it's for 10 minutes. So you sharpen your sword. So you learn how to handle objections. Because if you're selling, that means you got to make dozens of calls a day. You will be rejected. People are going to tell you, I don't have no time. How are you going to handle that? You must be able to skillfully hold on to a person on a call without offending them and still selling them at least the idea that you have. I wonder if you get what I'm saying. Well, Priest Isaac, $199. That is too expensive now. It's not too expensive. Maybe they just cannot afford it. I'm not going to tell them that. Priest Isaac, wow, $199 for the course. Wow, that's a bit expensive. I understand how you feel. I know how the economy is. But the reality is the value of it really is triple time the cost. Now, I must say, I would have assisted you. We just had a special offer on it, but let me show you what this product can give to you, and then I explain the problems that it can solve. Because in reality, most people don't have a problem with the price of a product. Once it can solve their problem, they will pay for it. But you have to know what problem you're solving.
And that is why when you have an inventory packed with different services, you have different problems that you can solve. I have an ancient astronomy natal chart reading document program. I've expressed it, I have promoted it, I have marketed it. Even if you never contacted me about it, you have seen me take dates and I would have read the astronomical chart live on the air and radio and TV, all these things. I'm into that. So you can clearly see that that's my field. Now, you knowing your ancient astronomical natal chart reading may not solve your problem. Maybe it doesn't mean anything to you. But to some people, me, Priest Isaac, being able to tell you you were born on this date, this time, this year, this is what your natal chart says. That solves a lot of problems for them. I wonder if you follow me what I'm saying. You understand? So once you have a product that can solve people's problems, you're already on your way. So that's what you need to do. So when an individual is telling you about price, you must be able to say, okay, I understand. Not drop your price. I understand. Don't be ashamed to say, I understand. There's a thing where they say the customer is always right. Not so. The customer is not always right. But if you're trying to sell a customer, brother, don't argue with the customer. I know some people are just outright rude, but it's all right. If there is a one time that you really had to put a very rude person in their place, these things happen. But sometimes we unnecessarily go there. You don't have to go there. Don't be offended. Even if they say, oh, that product ain't good, you don't have to be offended. You don't have to take it personal and say, give me back my thing. Who is you? You know how long. You don't have to go there. It's all right. This is business. That's EPMD say. This is business. This is not personal. Business never personal. The same rude and obnoxious customer or prospective customer may be an actual customer in the future. It would have happened many times just because you would have been persistent. So your pitch, how you present yourself, how you present yourself physically, that's a pitch right away. How you smell, how you look, how you sound, good day, your greetings, blessed love. You understand? And do not take too long to present your product. Do not take too long to present your product. You don't have to rush it. Yes, practice your pitch, but be free when you go in and sit down. Thank you very much. So tell me, what are you here for? Well, yes, my name is Honorable Priest Isaac. I represent the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I have an international homeschool program that is sure to bring your children here at the nursery up to a level or a quality of psychological outlook that you would be very, very satisfied with, specifically in the field of Afrocentricity and the sciences like astronomy and even biology. It is an online program. It is very economical and extremely efficient, very concise and very comprehensive, you see. Now even speaking, they're listening. But I can't keep going on and going on now because I sound pretty and sound nice, and I have to start to hit some key points. Even in my discourse, I have to let them know, you must understand, early child learning is very important. This is why a lot of children are going astray, because early child learning is missing a lot of the efficient aspects of education that will bring the child to a higher level, to a betterment of themselves. You understand? The program is very economical. It's only $199, and after a year, there's a monthly payment. Don't be afraid to give price. You selling something, give the price. You don't have to wait till the end of the presentation to give the price. Don't be afraid. Be confident. Pitch with confidence. Look people in the eyes. Give them a nice smile, man. Don't be too bullish. Nice little bow. How are you? Listen, be nice. Don't rush it. Take your time. Speak clear words. Don't rush it all. Don't let nobody frighten you, especially if you see them relax.
Yes. Some people answer you like that. Good day, sir. Yes. I just wanted to, all right, hurry up. So it's all about being witty. When you get that sort of attitude, return with a gentle, very good. Nice office you have here. Yeah, all right, all right. I don't have no time to waste. What do you want? Well, my good brother, first of all, it's a joy that I could come and sit with you. I have a program here that will benefit you and your company. Now, you see, I just get to the point right away. I just know my name. I have a program that will benefit you and your company. I can double your income in 2 months. Huh? So he wants to know how I can do that. Even if he don't believe me, he gonna give me an extra 50 seconds to tell him now. He's like, yeah, how you can double my income in 2 months. And he actually get comfortable now to hear from me how I can double his income in 2 months. So what I did there with this obnoxious big boss behind his desk, his office full of cigarette smoke. I shouldn't even have gone in there, but I went. Yes, what you want? Not even looking up. Well, yes, sir, my name is Priest Isaac. All right, I don't have no time right now. Well, the secretary said that I could come in. She always says that. Anyway, have a seat and hurry up. I don't have no time. And you just tell him that you can double his income. Whatever the problem, see, that's where you have to have a product that's solving problems. That's my point. So that you can be confident. You see where everything comes in now? Confidence. You're sure. You don't have nothing to worry about. I don't think you get none of this in business school. The follow-up now. Very important. You know what follow-up means? You left the office and the businessman or the businesswoman said, I will think about it. You have a nice product, I will think about it and get back to you. And of course, it's good to say thank you very much. Could you give me an estimated time of your correspondence back to me? About 2 weeks or so. Give them the time. Whatever time they give you, give them the time. And then give them a little bit of time after that and, of course, follow up. If you left the office and they said, we're not interested in that at all, depending on how much you try to convince them and you decided, okay, the convincing is over, still follow up. If they said, oh, we will definitely take this product, just give us a little time so we can organize certain things, follow up. The point I'm making, you got to follow up until you are convincingly sure that you would have exhausted all chance whatsoever of them purchasing this product. You keep following up. So make sure you follow up. Now, the following up can be tough. Didn't I tell you we don't want any of that? You see, you have to always be ready to handle rejection. If it's one thing with me, I'm not encouraging no one to be pesty or to be arrogant or to be disgusting to anyone. In fact, some businessmen are that aggressive. Yeah, you got to be aggressive, but be skillful in your aggression. Be skillful. The aggression is to yourself. Be skillful in your movement. Remember, you have different ways of following up. Follow up by email. So you should have your email list. That is why you do your best to get the phone number of the person that you want to follow up with. When you contact it, this is why I'm encouraging you to get Evolution, where we go into the strategies. When you contact the business and you're speaking to the secretary or the receptionist, well, my sister, could I get his phone number so I could speak to him directly? No,
okay, my sister, I would like to send a message to Dr. Paul. I'm gonna send it on your WhatsApp, and I would like you to WhatsApp him on his phone the message. Can you do that for me, please? He knows me very well. All right, I will do that. You see, so you don't just give up. You find some way, some means of getting the message to Dr. Paul. So you continue to follow up. It should be your daily thing. That's, you don't got nothing to do but work. So you wake up today, who do I have to follow up on? You have your list, your targets, people you have to call back. Cold calls. You know what's a cold call? When the person don't expect you and the person don't want to hear from you and he tried all sorts of ways to push you off. It's a cold call. So make sure you continually follow up. And then, of course, the all-important closing the deal. You understand? Closing the deal. They have a phrase where they say it is not over until the fat lady sings. And that is really when you close the deal. When you sign the contract. When the payments are made. Do you know every time somebody comes into your store and say, hey, or your cook shop, yes, Ross, just give me a item of rice and some sauce. Yeah, man, give thanks. Well, this tastes nice. How much will you have? $10? Good. Bam. You just close a deal. You close all like 10 deals in a day. You understand? You have customers that eat by you every day. Oh, well, you close that deal a long time. That's a contract that you have, an unsigned contract. Close the deal. And then again, you provide the service after the deal is closed. So not because a person comes and buy item from you every day, or at your restaurant, they come and buy a plate of food every day, mean you're going to now take them for granted, or they know where they have to sit. Still go and make sure you, and have someone pull out their seat for them, even if it's a man or a woman. How are you, sir? Good to see you again today. All right. You're alone today, eh? Yes, I came alone. My companion said they're going somewhere else for lunch. All right. Okay, what would you have? The regular? You know, you continue to give them good service. When they leave, give them a little muffin for their friends that usually came with them, but they didn't come today. So next time their friends will consider, what? They sent us a little muffin, even though we didn't go there today. We should make sure we go there more often and patronize. It's all in the service. Remember, it's very important that you should literally give more service than you are paid for. That's like a rule. That's an honest rule. That's a moral rule. Because when it comes to business, you have to have a real strong zeal for morality. Yeah, man, you don't want to be playing with growth and wealth, and you have lost your moral soul and your integrity and these things. That is why, you have to be careful. That is why trying to get rich, especially in the entertainment world and the sports world and them things, you have to be careful. And joining this fraternity and joining this club and joining them fellows here, odd fellows, all kind of things, and make them do all sorts of things just so you can have a brand new Jeep. Can you imagine that? No, man, you work hard. You think deep. Just follow the instructions that you would have received from myself in these past 3 days. I am positive if you just follow the instructions you received in these past few days alone, if you go back and watch webinar 1, day 1, 2, and 3, and just apply what your brother has told you, I promise you, you cannot deny me that your income will improve. Let's assume it doesn't double, but it will improve. Come on, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to listen to these 3 days of webinar and even just attempt 20% of what I say, and your income don't improve. It's just impossible. It's not me saying so, it's just a natural aspect of nature. So obviously, if you are to literally take in what I'm teaching here, no matter who you are, you understand? And even if you are a millionaire, for however you got the millions, it doesn't mean you cannot apply more energy as such to the mindset, to your motivation, promotion, marketing, sales. You understand? So it's not necessarily about, you could have a program. The program is not about making millionaires. The program is about doubling your income. You see the science? So you make a specific income now. And because you add or you apply specific strategies and techniques, you double it. And then obviously, when you double that and you add specific strategies and techniques again, what will happen? You will double that as well. And then, same thing, when you add specific techniques and strategies and you keep adding the techniques and strategies, that means you just continue to double and double and double and double and double until you continue to grow and grow, because you would have created a technique or a program that has been designed and works to double the economy. So as old people say, take your time and walk fast. So again, family, what we're going to do, we're going to be inviting, I think we have 1 or 2 individuals who will be making a pitch today of their business. I'm just inviting everyone to enroll into Evolution. Remember, this is it now. Evolution is only for $99 at the end of today. Remember, it has been going for $99 for the fullness of the webinar. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. It is a 3-section course, a program specifically designed to inspire and innovate individuals, partners, employees, employers, managers, CEOs, the owners of the businesses, whoever you may be, anyone, your children, your parents, they should sit around your computer when you're going through your evolution classes, family. Remember, evolution is designed to even give you strategic, technical advice towards, again, financial growth, towards keeping, staying, and getting and staying, I should say, motivated even in the way going forward. Now remember again, family, you can definitely visit our website. That's priestisaacinstitute.com. That's priestisaacinstitute.com, and you will definitely get a copy. Well, you can get many things at the Institute, but you can definitely get an opportunity to enroll into the Evolution webinar, creating the best version of yourself. And I'm just reminding you again, family, you don't have to do the work. No, the work has already been done. This is what I'm saying. You're investing into yourself. You're investing into your company. Well, you have to do the work, I'm talking about the trading aspect. You have a trucking business. You have 4 or 5 brothers that work with you. Some of them may be your cousins. I know the way. I understand. You see, family, don't get me wrong, We all patronize different businesses. And many times I observe that these employees, volunteers, whatever, they could do with some good training. And, sometimes we don't want to get too serious, man. I have a nice little business, man. I have my brothers working with me and my cousins and their friends, and I pay them good, and I taught them how to run the backhoe. I taught them how to drive the truck. And yeah, man, these youths, I take care of these youths. That's good. That's happening all over. But have you really invested, like finance and time, into training these youths, not how to drive the trucking, not how to run the backhoe, but specifically how to manage their mindset, how to stay motivated. We all know the youths of today are going here and there and like the ping pong ball on up and down. So they do need a certain level of guidance. Again, what we would have taught in these last 3 days is nothing that you will be getting in the schools, for sure. So this is why the evolution program, it is a course, an online course, and just be clear, designed for your growth, designed to create the best version of yourself. Me talking, me showing you the stats, that alone cannot do it. You will have to now make the decision to apply yourself to the literal training that you're getting from us. And what I'm saying, the instructions that you will get will not be hard to literally fulfill. I am sure everyone agrees that what you have heard in these past 3 days of webinar is nothing really hard to do. Obviously, you have to put your mind to it. Obviously, you have to stay hungry. Obviously, you have to really be, disciplined. You have to make up your mind not to be passive. You have to make up your mind not to procrastinate. Procrastinate, as they say, is the thief of time. So that means you keep putting off what you could have done today for another day. I'm not saying that you should not be strategic in your thought, because I personally, my spirit is a tiger. So that means at least the tiger is one of my animal spirits, I should say. So when I see my prey, I don't just jump up and run it because I see it. You understand? That's me. Now, some people may be like that, but I'm not like that. But I take my time and I stalk that prey. And I can sit down in the thick bushes for hours watching that prey. And before you can blink, I have the prey on the ground. You go and watch any tiger documentary. You go and watch any tiger documentary and see how many times they show you when the tiger actually grabbed the prey. You see the tiger in the bushes, you see the antelope, and then you just get some dramatic music. And then you see the tiger dragging the antelope. Why is that? Because the tiger was so swift that the cameraman missed it. And he was watching the tiger for hours, but when the tiger, bam, they'll say, oh man, I missed it, man. Again. That's how a tiger strikes. When they catch the lion all day long, because you see the lion running down the antelope or the whatever it is, the zebra, jump and everybody maul it. But the tiger, bam, it's so swift. Stealth, down. You see? So again, that mentality, again, that's why I'm highlighting the young ones. Remember the young ones, the young minds, especially if you have young ones working with you. You have a lumber yard, you work in construction, you renovate swimming pools, you lay tiles. A lot of you that lay tiles and these different things, you have young people from your community working with you. I'm trying to show your family that now is your opportunity, where you actually have a program where somebody that can connect with these people, not no inflated Mr. Nose up in the ear think he teaching you the sales cycle. Someone that can communicate with them. This ain't no joke, eh? This is serious. Remember, we also do online trading, So we can have an online training with your whole team. For an hour or for 2 hours, for days or for a week, I can set a package together that would be specifically designed for the type of business that you have, for the amount of employees that you have, and I would train them in this same field. I can't train them to fix the pipe. I can't train them to change the tire. You got to train them to do that, but I can motivate them. I can train them the skills to discipline themselves. That's what I'm showing you. It's already in evolution. You can just buy the package for $1.99, or for sure, you can definitely look into deeper packages that we have, as I said, online training, where we ourselves would leave our residence and come to you wherever you are in the world, and we could also perform these courses with your team. This is how it's done, family. That's why it's evolution. That's why it's created the best version of yourself. Family, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the contents of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is a fact that once applied correctly, you will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestisaacinstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestisaacinstitute.com.
Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Your thanks.
Family. that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Your thanks.
Blessed Lord, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, founder of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I welcome you to Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, this is an innovative and inspirational course designed to bring the best out of any, I repeat, any individual. Whether you need the skills to stay motivated or the strategies to promote, market, and to effectively close your sales, this course promises to teach you the techniques to do so and more. Do you have a startup business? Do you have business partners? Are you the CEO, manager, or do you own the company? Well, the contents of Evolution was prepared specifically for you. It is a fact that once applied correctly, you will see an improvement in the standard and quality of your business, your team, and yourself in 21 days. Guaranteed. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself.
Evolution is an online business course training. To purchase this program, go to the website priestisaacinstitute.com for pricing and availability, or email courseadmin@priestisaacinstitute.com.
Minded. So when he came and see the golden thing, because imagine, look at it. You see now we're in December. The priest tell me we're going to be at a place so dress warm as it was. So I have this now. David, when I came here, my father's son that. When I came, he said, "Paddy, boy, last night was cold. Imagine 64 degrees last night and we're balling." Now, can you imagine Europe where people are on the ice? So what happened? When they came to the Caribbean, they had to come in bare clothes and skin and soap because they were left in the freeze. And when they meet the Caribbean and walk on the beach with a G-string, and because, you know, we do a radio show every Monday night, Constitution Corner. And jokingly, when Ralph is here, we'll say, Bev is over there. We said to her the other night, "Bev, his t-shirt, man, Ralph have on here now." Because we wear t-shirt 12 months here in Antigua. You can't do that. That's why the European is wicked, because he has to eat meat. Because the only thing he can get between now And when? May next year, and meat, because you can't grow potato, you can't grow onion, because his soil is frozen 3 feet down. So, that is the setup they came to and colonize us here. So, Antigua history, therefore, is divided into 3 distinct periods, as I tell you: slavery, colonialism, and independence. Well, slavery lasted from 1632 to 1834. That's 202 years. Colonialism from 1834 to 1981, that's 147 years. And then we're now 42 years into independence. Now how it works, the first 202 years of slavery, period. Oh man, if I tell you about that, you'll think I'm joking. Now, imagine they captured our people from Africa and brought them over. The first thing they had to do is to dehumanize them. So they weren't considered people, they weren't considered human, they were considered chattel, they were considered property. Because in Antigua, there is no black man has a birth certificate from 1630 before 1857. 1857, the first time in Antigua that black people had what your term as a birth certificate. Because what happened is, in slavery days, when you're born, you counted with the cattle, the horse, the donkey, the master. So you're in master counted book. You're now in the church. Only master children in the church. And this is why in Antigua, you have 2 certificates. They call it a baptismal certificate and a birth certificate. In some people, the baptismal certificate is even more important because the church have that.
Blessed love, royal family. Honorable Priest Isaac here. I am inviting you to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Royal Business Webinar. It is about time, family, for us in the conscious space to motivate ourselves to become a more business-minded culture. Join us for 3 days, the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd day of December for a life-changing, I repeat, a life-changing experience. 3 p.m. each day, Radio Anu TV, YouTube, and Radio Anu International. For more information, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Royal Business Webinar. I will see you there. Yes, my royal family, blessed love, welcome to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. It's expensive to the person that doesn't have $5 million. I guess that's just not your buyer. Yes, my royal family, blessed love, welcome to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Royal Business Webinar. What a joy, family. For the next 3 days, we will be going into creating a better version of ourselves. That is the whole mission here for the next 3 days. We will be talking about motivation. We will be talking about the mindset. We will be talking about your purpose. We will be talking about promoting. We will be talking about marketing. We will be talking about sales. We will be talking about pitching your product. We will be talking about expanding your pipeline. We will be talking about business. This is a serious sit down that we are about to have for the next 3 days. I'm very thankful for all of those who decided to be a part of this historical webinar. Definitely, this is why it is referred to as the Royal Business Webinar. As you know, most of us consider ourselves as royal sons and daughters of the conscious realm.
but yet still we are not elevating as it relates to our economic position, as it relates to our generational wealth that we should all be thinking about. And this is why we would have put this seminar, this webinar, this conference together, the Royal Business Webinar. So family, for the next 3 days, again, we will be touching upon the mindset. That's where we are starting today, the mindset. Tomorrow, when we come into the house, we will be talking about promotion and marketing. And then for the third day, we will be dealing with sales. Family, this is going to be wonderful. And for sure, we're going to have a wonderful time on the third day, which will be Friday. I'm going to be inviting you to come into the house and literally pitch your product, your service to the audience. So by the time we are done, you should be prepared. You should have enough confidence to come on this platform. I'm going to give you 3 to 5 minutes to tell the rest of the world what business you have to offer. So listen to me again. On the third day, that's the day we will be dealing with sales. On that day, I'm going to give 3 to 5 individuals. Listen to me. I'm going to give 3 to 5 individuals an opportunity to come online with me, and I will offer you 3 to 5 minutes to pitch your product or your service to the rest of the audience. Now listen, family, even if it's 500 people watching, remember, over 5,000 people, 50,000 people, 500,000 people eventually will see this. So this is not the time for you to cover down. This is not the time for you to say, oh no, that's too much. No, you have 3 days to prepare yourself. But don't wait too long. You have to email me now. You have to email me and let me know that, hey, my name is, my product is, I own this company, or I work for so-and-so. Whatever the case is, just give us the information, your name, what you do, your company, or who you work for, and what you are pitching. Your service, your product, whatever it is, email me, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and let me know that you would like to come on the platform to make your pitch. Now, as I said, I'm only taking 3 to 5 people. We may get 30 to 50 people that may want to do that. Well, only 3 to 5, so make sure you do it early. In fact, you should be doing it now. I mean, I'm sure you have a business. No, I don't have no business. No, you're wrong. You're the business. And you see, this is why we are launching this brand new course. We have a brand new course entitled Evolution. Evolution specifically, creating. Evolution is creating the better version of yourself. Now, the Evolution course is an online course, very similar, of course, to our international homeschool program. It is an online course, very simple, very similar to our ancient astronomy course as well, where you can learn and where you can study and take in the information at your pace. Now, the Evolution course, creating the best version of yourself course, is actually designed to strengthen, to inspire, and to carry you to another level. So, for example, if you are an individual, which you are by yourself, let's just say you're an entrepreneur and you own a business and you're self-employed. This is perfect for you. Let's just say you are a part of a business team and you have 1 or 2 business partners. This is perfect for you. Let's just say you're just an employee and you're working at the supermarket. This is perfect for you. Let's just say you're the supervisor in the supermarket. This is perfect for you. You're the manager and you want to get your team in order. This is perfect for your team. You're the owner, the CEO, whoever you are. Evolution, creating the best version of yourself, is perfect for you. And again, this is an online course specifically designed to strengthen you, designed to, again, create the best version of yourself.
So definitely, family, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Get more information on evolution. Those of you who, again, you have a business, you have an enterprise, you definitely want to, see the standard rise. I can promise you, as it relates to this course, you will see the quality and the standard of yourself or your business rise, and also increase the income. And of course, that is if you follow the instructions. You can't just watch it and don't do anything and expect something to happen. And it is so inspirational that if you watch it and don't do nothing, believe me, something will happen. And that's how serious it is. Now, family, today we are going to begin with the mindset. Now, our course, the evolution course, again, is divided into 3 sections. And the first section is actually the mindset. So this is why we are really setting, again, the mindset, the way we think. Now, we all know that we think with the brain, but you have to keep in mind that the brain is not necessarily the mind. Now, the brain is that gray matter inside of your cranium of about 2 or 2.5 to 3 pounds. But your mind is the universe. Your mind is beyond comparison. Your mind is located in the different dimensions. That's your mind. Your mind is beyond your skull. But yet still, obviously, your brain that really regulates the consciousness of yourself in this world is connected to your mind, is connected to the way you think. So this is why your mindset is key. You must stay motivated, family. Now you may ask yourself, well, listen, man, how do I stay motivated? I've been always trying to stay motivated, but I just can't get it. Okay. Who are you? Who, me? Yeah, who are you? What do you mean, who I am? I'm Fred. I'm Daisy. What do you mean? No, I don't mean your name. I don't mean what's on your birth paper. I don't mean the name in your passport. But deep within you, who are you? What is your purpose? What do you mean, what's my purpose? I don't understand. Why are you here? Well, I'm here because you invited me to come to the Royal Business Webinar. No. Listen, take your time. Why are you here in this dimension? Why are you here in this lifetime? I mean, you ran away from everyone else to get here. So why are you here? I don't understand what you're saying, priest. Who did I run away from? Listen, man, a sperm and an egg were the ingredients that were needed to create you. And when your father ejaculated into your mother's womb, there were millions of you, in some cases, billions of you, sperm I'm talking about, that were running towards that egg. You were one of them. And you outran all the other sperm to hit the egg. How do you know that? Because you are here. If you were 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, you would not have been here. It was 1st place. All of us, everyone that you see, everyone that is listening to me, and even myself who is doing the speaking, we were the sperm that left all the other sperm behind and fertilized the egg. So that means the first race that we ever ran, we were the winner, all of us. And now we have been conceived and been given birth, and we are here in this dimension. Many of us say that we are losers, and we can't do that. Oh, I'm going to try. I wish I had the ability. You were the one that left all the other little cells in the dust to create the life that we are speaking to today. And you have the nerve to tell me that you can't do this, and you can't do that, and you can't do the other. You know why? Your mindset.
you are not motivated. You have lost your purpose. You do not know who you are. Now, let's just assume you really don't know your purpose. Let's just assume you really don't know who you are. But the fact that you understand how you got here, you know that you're special. But I don't really know what my mandate is as yet, but I know I got something special to do. Oh, you know that. Well, listen, man, the great sperm run, I was the one that left all the other fellas in the dust. So that means I must have an important job here. I have a purpose. So what I'm trying to show you, family, it is important for an individual to know who they are going forward. Because when you know who you are, it adds confidence to you. Because you know who you are. If you do not know who you are, I mean, you start to think, you start to wonder, you start to contemplate. If a house is on fire, and you are the firefighter, the fireman as they call it, and everyone is standing around watching the house burn down. When they see you coming in the big red truck, bah, 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 oh, the fireman is here. They know who you are, and you know who you are. You have on the gear of the fireman. You jump out of the fire truck and you take the hose and you're running toward the fire. Everybody gets out of your way. Some people even come behind of you to help you to carry the fire hose. Why? Because you know who you are. You know why you came there. You're confident. You're not wondering if I'm the fireman. You know you woke up this morning for that. You trained yourself for that. You have all the gear, the helmet, everything. You know the parts of the truck. You're ready. That's why you're motivated. When you come to the fire, you don't just stand around and say, who thinks they can do? No, it's your job. You jump out and you go. Why do you have all of that confidence? Why you can just tell people, get out of the way, get out of the way? Oh, where did you get that confidence from? Because you know who you are. You understand your purpose. You see, as I said, our brand new course, the name of the course is what? Evolution. You cannot evolve unless you want to evolve. You listen, what? I will repeat. You cannot evolve unless you want to evolve. And that only shows you that, again, it starts here. It starts in the mind. It starts with the mindset. Let me give you another one. This one will flip you. If you want to change, because a lot of people, hey, listen, man, I want to change, man. I got to change my life. This is not working for me. I got to do something better. I got to change. Well, if you want to change, the first thing you have to do is to change. Okay. If you want to change, you've got to change. As simple as that. You see, the reality is, and I'm sure many of you already understand the concept of you are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time around. Now, what does that really mean? Birds of a feather flock together. Now, once you inspire and aspire for greatness, you are looking to be the best at a specific craft. And even if you are not trying to be the best, you just want to be a pilot. So if you want to be a pilot, you're not going to go around the sailor. Now, the sailor may have a tip or two that he can impart to you. He may understand map reading and compass reading and all of that stuff, but it's not enough. You want to be a pilot. So you're looking for that
inspiration because you have the aspiration again. Inspire, aspire, you want to be a pilot. Who are you going to go around? Who? Birds? Okay, that's a good guess. But you need to go around pilots. Okay, let's just cut to the chase. You want to be wealthy. Some people believe that when you are raising the bar, raising your standard, some people say you sell out them because you are not hanging around the flock that you were hanging around last year. Again, you are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time around. So let's just assume you want to raise your average. You got to find 5 new people to be around. Now, of course, when we decide to rise our average, as any good, loving person, we want to take the 5 people that are already around us and make them rise with us. But that's not usually the case. For whatever reason, maybe that's just the way God created the heavens and the earth. But when you want to raise your standard, when you want to get out of the box, usually the people around you are saying, oh, it's all right, Phil, don't worry about that. You don't need all of that. Just be content. Oh, you work too hard. Oh, it's all right, take a break. Oh, when you're gonna retire and all of that stuff. But you're on a mission. You see, this is why the mindset is important. Because if you don't have the right mindset, you will never set the right goals. Now, family, this is a webinar. And yes, you are receiving information, as I said, that will change your life depending on how you apply it. But this is why we take our time and prepare courses. And this is why the evolution course has been prepared. I am telling you, family, I am sure that everyone that is listening to me is serious in one way or the other about their business. Number one, again, you are a business. Again, even if you work packing products on aisle number 5, you're a business, even though you work for a business, and you are a salesperson. Remember, on day 3, we will be dealing with sales. So I'm not going to run into sales yet. I'm sticking to the mindset. I mean, it took us over 300 years to get into the quagmire that we are in. So if it takes us 3 days to see the light, we will take our time. But I'm trying to show you, family, that we are all in sales. You have to sell to literally stay alive. Sell is not only the exchange of goods and services, for literal finance, but even yourself. You have to sell yourself. You have to sell yourself your product. Sell yourself your service. Sell yourself in the sense that not passing money, but you must have enough confidence in what you're selling. You get what I'm saying? So you have literally been sold on your own product that you're trying to sell people. That's why you can confidently say, hey, what you said is too expensive. I understand how you feel. I know the economy is a bit tough, but my brother, this is worth twice as much as the price tag because you're confident. You understand. You know what? There's nothing expensive. There's a product for $10. There's a product for 10 cents. There's a product for $10 million. It depends on what you're selling. If you have a $200 million product, and you're selling it for $5 million, that's not expensive. It's expensive to the person that doesn't have $5 million. I guess that's just not your buyer. You understand? But when you know the value of your product, and you know that the price is not even close to what it's really worth, man, you go out with confidence. No one can tell you, well, just take off half price and take off this when it's going on sale. The product that I'm giving you is life-changing. Just like this webinar is life-changing.
The information that you are getting is life-changing. This will fix your relationship. You see the roof that you have leaking there for so long, how many individuals came and tried to fix that roof for you, sir? Well, I just had that company and that company. They can't find a problem. Well, this is what I'm telling you. You just said that my service is a bit too expensive, but I'm telling you, it's only going to take me 2 days and you will never have that problem again. All right, I understand, because you know that the service that you are giving is way beyond the price. So even if you are employed, I know many people are on the job and they're very disgruntled and go. Well, I don't know who you work for. But once you find yourself in a proper environment, you should specifically give much more. You must extend more service than you're even paid for. There's nothing wrong with that. Service is the key. Service is the key. That is why you can have a product similar to another person's product. And you're not dropping no price because you heard he dropped the price, so you're going to drop the price to catch up with him. No, don't be doing that. Both of you running for the poverty line. No. You know the value of your product, plus you have given additional service to your product. So when he sells his product, he goes home. When you sell the product, you go home and you call back the person you sold the product to and say, how is it working? That's service. Well, it's working good. I have a little issue. There's something at the back I don't understand. Okay, send me a picture. I'll tell you what it is. Service. You understand? So you don't lack confidence when you approach the prospective buyer, because you know this is your product, this is your service, and you have what? The right mindset. You are confident. You can focus. You see, so this is why motivation is important. When you rise up in the morning, there are things that you literally do to keep yourself motivated. Number one, you're supposed to be beating the sun up. That's first and foremost. You're supposed to be rising up before the sun. Now listen, family. Most people go to work for 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Most people wake up maybe 6 o'clock and breakfast about 7 o'clock and all of that stuff. Okay, fair enough. Just imagine if you wake up 4 o'clock every day. Wow, that's too early. So what time do you go to sleep? Oh, maybe midnight, 11 o'clock. Well, there you go. Now, I have no problem with burning the midnight oil if you're doing something productive. Me personally, I'm one of those that say early to bed, early to rise. So if you can get into your bed for 10 o'clock and you can rise up for 4 o'clock, by 4:30, you already take an angel fresh. That means you take a good shower or bath. That will wake you up. You go and hold a nice morning meditation, whether it's yoga, whether it's deep breathing, whether it's a meditation of the Holy Sacrament. And then by 5 o'clock, you're ready to work. Well, the job begins at 9 o'clock. Well, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. What's the job? What do you do? Okay, you're not the CEO. You're not the manager. You are an employer. Okay, or an employee, I should say. Okay, fair enough. So you just go and you get paid. All right. It's more than that. You see, this is the problem. You need to understand that the company that you work for, believe it or not, you are an asset to the company. I know people who say, well, we don't need you. Man, nobody needs nobody. You are an asset to the company. So again, even if you're packing aisle 5, you are an asset to the company. So when you rise up in the morning, by 5 o'clock, you're ready to work. So if it's domestic work, okay, let's just say it's domestic work, and you have to clean the house, feed the fish, make sure the dishes are put away and the clothes are washed. The fact that you wake up before the sun, you are already putting yourself in a position where you are taking control of time. When other people are waking up, you have already done 2 hours worth of work. So again, you work at the supermarket, you work at the building merchant, you work at the car dealership. When you wake up early, You build yourself, you invest in yourself. How do you invest in yourself? Education. So when you walk into the job place now and you go to aisle 5 and somebody comes in aisle 5 and say, I'm looking for Harrison's clear varnish. Do you have any? No, sir, we don't have any Harrison at all, but we have a product that is better than Harrison. Oh, I've been using Harrison for years. Well, no, according to the report, the statistic that came out in the 2022 magazine of varnishes, this product, which is Williams varnish, this product outclassed Harrison's varnish 2 to 1. Is that so? Are you sure? Yes, I have the information right here. I was researching it just last week, and you really were researching it. You work in aisle 5. You work amongst the varnish. You work amongst the the appliances, or you work amongst the pencil cases, whatever you work amongst. I don't work amongst it. You work amongst it. You work in the section that deals with pasta. You work in the section that deals with beverages. You have to know what you work amongst. So when a customer comes in now, I'm looking for this, that, and the third. You may be saying, well, I'm not in sales. We don't have any, sir. And then you continue to clean. But you don't just make him get away. No, well, we don't have that, but this one, most people seem to like this one. Okay, I've never tried it, try it. So I think they have a sale on it. When you buy one, you can get the second for half price. Is that so? Yeah, you should try it. You see, you're in sales. Now, what I'm saying, when you have that sort of attitude, and I hope you're working in the right environment, this is where the commission comes in. Now, you may not be working for a commission as such, but a promotion is a commission. Raise of pay is a commission. Specific incentives, these are commissions. In fact, when you are an employee and your performance is obvious and you yourself can produce the score sheet to show, well, boss, I noticed your sales would have increased by 3% last month. I must admit, although I'm not a part of the sales department, if you notice, you would have received more sales from aisle 5 than aisle 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 put together. Why is that, sir? You understand what I'm saying? Because you're motivated. Now, if you notice, the examples that I've been given thus far is an example that you would give to someone, or an example of someone that is working for someone or for a company. I have not even gone into the businessman. I have not even gone into the individual that is starting his own company. So I'm just trying to show you, even if you do not own your own business, because many people think that quitting their job to go and start their own business is the pathway to wealth. It's not always so. In fact, I think we know most businesses fail. So if you are a part of an enterprise that you love, or at least that you can tolerate, well, tolerate it. Learn strategies and learn techniques that will allow you to grow, to save, to invest, and then to launch off and create a viable business for yourself. It's all about being strategic. So this is why the mindset is very important, the way you think. I'm sure most of you understand, again, the science of a target. Let me show you motivation and how it works. Now, if you look at the word motivate, you see the word move, motivate, to push, to go. Now, when you're motivated, it's because you know where you're going. Yes, you can be moving and don't know where you're going to. But when you know where you're going, you're motivated. Have you ever been driving and you're not too sure where you're going? Maybe you're speaking to the person in the passenger side. So which direction? I'm not sure. Come on, man. We got to know where we're going. I'm not sure. Okay, I know where. Look, the sign there. And when you see the sign, you press down on the pedal and you start to move faster because you're motivated. Now you know where you're moving to. So you get up in the morning. You're going to jump into the car. You're going to the corner store. You know where it is. You're motivated. Brum, brum, brum. You drive out, you back out, you turn around. You know exactly where you're going because you are motivated. Now, if you do not know where you're going, you're going to drive out. You don't know if to turn left or right. I mean, the car can move, but you don't know where to go. So this is why the mindset is important. This is why you have to know who you are. This is why you must understand your purpose even in life. That is what keeps you motivated. So this is why you have to have goals. This is why you have to have targets. In fact, targets, the difference between a target and a goal is targets are the steps that you take towards the ultimate goal. So you need to have a big goal. Your goal is supposed to be almost ridiculous. Something that, I mean, like, come on, you expect me to do that? Yeah. And you aim for the goal. I know many of you know the phrase or the saying, shoot for the moon or aim for the moon. Because even if you miss, you will still be amongst the stars. You comprehend. So you need to set big goals. In evolution, our brand new course, evolution, creating a better version of yourself. In evolution, we clearly show you how to strategically set ridiculous but yet still realistic goals. I know it sounds contradictory. Realistic goals but yet still ridiculous. So it's something that's possible, but yet still, for you to achieve that, it's going to be extremely hard and extremely difficult. So you may ask somebody, what's your goal? My goal is to build my mother her dream house. I mean, bless your heart. In my world, that would be one of the many goals. But you need a bigger goal than that. Okay, tell you what. How about building 100 mothers that need a home? Now, that's a goal. That's a goal. Now, if you have a goal that you want to build 100 houses for 100 mothers that have slaved and worked throughout their life for their children, and for whatever reason, they may just need a little help to put a proper roof over their head. Maybe the old man would have passed on and gone and they're a widow. Whatever the case, you have this goal which is from your heart, which is very important. It needs to come from your heart. You have this goal which is from your heart to build 100 houses for 100 mothers in your community. Now that's a goal. You know why? Because let's just assume you didn't meet the goal and you only did 10% of the goal. Do you know what you just did? You just built 10 houses for 10 mothers. That is to be commended. And your goal was 100. In your eyes, you would have failed. But in the eyes of those around you, did you see what Leroy did? He built a house for all the mothers. I know, my mother was one of them. Because you had a big goal. And even if you fell short, aim for the moon. Because even if you miss, you will be amongst the stars. You understand? So this is why you would always hear us highlight the importance of understanding the power of the mind again, the power of the brain, the power of how you think. How many of you would have seen us do the exercise where we make the hand grow? How many of you? It's a simple thing. So for those of you who would not have seen this, I'm just going to show you quickly. And again, when you enroll into our evolution course,
the brand new evolution course. I would show you this exercise and other exercises that will, pardon the phrase, blow your mind. You understand? Okay, what you're going to do basically, when you look at your hand, there is the intersection there where the hand itself meets the wrist itself, where the hand and the wrist meet, where you can bend and you see the line. Basically, what you're going to do, you're going to take the hands and you're going to align the lines that separate or bring the junction of the wrist and the arm. The hand, where the hand meets the arm, by the wrist, where it bends, you see the line right there in the front. Good. You take both hands and you align the lines, and then you clasp your hands. Now, when you clasp your hands, you look at the hands properly. One of the hand will be shorter than the other hand. It's just natural. That's what's going to happen. Now, if they're both the same length, just take any one. Now, the shorter hand, you're going to instruct the hand to grow. That's all. You're just going to tell the hand to grow. So you look at the hand and you point to the hand and you say, hand grow. But you got to say it with feelings, not just with your mouth. You say it with your brain, you say it with your heart. Or you say it with your mind, I should say, and you say it with your heart. Because what you perceive, you already achieve. That's why we say affirmations, because we affirm it to ourselves. You understand? That's why we wake up before the sun, because we understand we have power. And going forward early, the early bird gets the early, well, we don't eat worms, gets the early berry. So you talk to your hand now. Hand. I know you're shorter than the other hand. I don't know how that happened, but that's what it is. But I want you to grow. So grow. Say it with feeling. Follow me. Tell the hand, grow. I'm going to tell you one more time, hand, grow. In fact, let me tell you a few more times. Grow. You got to say it with me, family. Talk to the hand. Grow. I said to grow. You're good. Now what you're going to do, you're going to take the same lines of where the hand meets the arm by the wrist, and then you line them up again, and you clasp your hands and observe them and tell me if the hand grew. You could put it in the comments or wherever and let me know, did your hand grow? Of course it grew. How did that happen? What did you do? Did you pull it? Do you have a hand stretcher? No, you use your mind. Your thought. All you did was to talk to your hands and say, hands, I want you to grow. You understand? So this is what I'm showing you, family. The reason why I'm highlighting this is so that you understand the power of thought. Now again, in our course evolution creating the better version of yourself, we have other exercises that we do just to reinforce the power of the mind. But the main point here is that you have to set goals that are beyond expectation, but yet not impossible. Don't set no goals saying, well, I'm going to learn to fly without feathers and flap my hands and go up in the air. No. That's ridiculous, and that's just way off. But I mean, you work for $12 an hour, I don't know, $80 a day, I don't know, you work for $400 a week, I don't know, you have a nice little Toyota Corolla, I don't know, maybe you're paying rent, I don't know what state you're in, but you have a vision that one day you're going to own a fleet of jet planes. You're going to have 3 airline companies, 3 distinct different airline companies I'm talking about. And each airline company would have at least 25 jets in their fleet. And you're going to also manufacture high-rise cruise liners, as well as create rocket boosters that are used to send people to space. So you now living wherever in the ghetto, as they say, on the street corner with your friends,
And that's what you're thinking about. Now share that with them. They're gonna tell you, man, that's ridiculous. How many jets? So that means you're gonna own 75 jets? You? Come on, man. You can hardly put gas in your car. So from where you are, it looks like, come on, man, that's just impossible. But people do that. There are people on the planet that do that. I mean, how many jets you see in the sky? People own them. How many large high water ships you see on the ocean? Somebody owns them. So why can't you? So if you think that big, let's just assume you only achieve 0.5% of that dream. Let's just assume you sitting on the corner with your friends, maybe just wasting time, and you have this big dream of owning 75 jet planes, 3 different airline companies. You are manufacturing, making high water cruise ships that are sailing around the world. And what else I said you were doing? Something else big you're doing, I can't even remember. But you're doing so many big things. And at the end of 10 years, you only achieve 1% of that. Just 1. You failed. You failed your goal. You only achieve 1%. You return to those same people on the corner. You know what they're going to say? Wow, is that Mike? He really made it. He really made it. Because Mike was thinking big. So if Mike was thinking, no, Mike flew in on a jet. That's the only jet Mike has. He was thinking of having a fleet, a 3 airline companies with 25 jets in each fleet. That was his idea, but he just didn't make it. And he only owns 1 jet, and you cannot just own a jet and own a jet. A jet has to stay on the landing pad or wherever, and you have to pay for rental space, and so you got to have something going on just to own a jet. Now, my point is, let's just assume Mike's goal was just to own a jet. He would have still reached there, but more than likely he would have fallen short of his goal. That's why you have targets to reach to the goal, and even the targets got to be big. Because if you are an archer and you are trying to hit the bull's eye, I don't know why they want to do that to the bull's eye, but if you're trying to hit the bull's eye, you cannot aim at the bull's eye. You have to aim a bit higher than the bull's eye, because when you release the arrow, gravity eventually will be pulling it down to hopefully hit the target. So if you realistically know that, hey, that's what I need, you got to aim higher. And that's how it is, even though you have the power of thought. Yeah, you made your hand grow, but how many things you can just make grow? Do you think you're going to grow 2 feet today because you tell yourself to grow? It may not happen. You understand? So you got to think big. For you to see a little happen, you got to think big. The brand new course that we have is entitled Evolution. Creating the better version of yourself. Now, we're not into sales yet. We'll be talking about sales on Friday. But if I want to sell Evolution, let's just say I want to sell 10 copies. Do you think I can only speak to 10 people? No, yes, maybe. I have 10 selective people that I can call and say, hey, I have a brand new book out. Yeah, I can do that, for sure. For sure. You all should be able to do that. That's another thing. You should at least have a confidant of clientele where you know, I'm going to do a book today, I'm going to release a video, and I know I have at least 100 sales. You understand? Good. So yes, maybe I could call 10 people and say, hey, I have a brand new course, and they will purchase the brand new course. But I'm going to go in front of an audience that I do not know. I don't even know who's listening to me. And I want to sell 10 of whatever it is. Depending on what it is, you may need to speak to 1,000 people to sell 10. You may need to speak to 10,000 people to sell 10 of that. You comprehend me? A car dealership that sells 10 cars a day. By almost any standard, he's doing good or they're doing good. But if you're selling drinks in a refrigerator and you only sell 10 drinks a day, that's slow business. So it depends on what you're selling. Some persons can sell one of an item a day and yeah, they're doing good. But it doesn't work with everything. So you see, you gotta know your lane, you gotta know what you're into, and you gotta know how to apply even the strategies that we are given. So this is why, again, the evolution, and I'm encouraging those of you who have workers, those of you who have business partners, no matter what you're into, the course Evolution was designed for you, and I am positive, guaranteed that it would encourage and strengthen you, your business partner, whoever. And this is why I'm encouraging everyone to be a part of the pitch on Friday. For those who are just coming in, well, of course, you have to watch this from the beginning. This is the Royal Business Webinar. You cannot just come in and, oh, I'm late. No, you're not late. You can start over and watch it from the beginning, for sure. We're not taking it down. And as we said at the beginning, on Friday, I'm inviting between 3 to 5 individuals to come on the platform with me. And I'm going to give you 3 to 5 minutes to pitch your business, whatever it is. I already told you, no matter who you are, you're a business. Even if you think that, well, I'm just here in Ontario, Canada, and I'm in a little small town, and I only serve the town, it's all right. Somebody in your town watching me, don't worry. You understand? When you get an opportunity, and if you don't get this today, you're going to get it tomorrow. When you get an opportunity to promote, even if you're speaking to 2 people, promote. Sell what you have. Let people understand, hey, this is what I'm doing. Family, you could have the best ice cream maker in the world. If nobody knows about it, who is going to buy it? You got to promote. You can't be afraid or ashamed to let people know, hey, I'm here. I'm the one that have it. That's why I'm saying now confidence. That's why you have to be confident in your product, because your job is to promote it. You understand? So even if you are a janitor and you get in the door first, I will make you come in this program and say, well, I'm the janitor at the Charlestown High School. I work for Principal Maxwell, and I'm the best janitor in the city, really. You know, I work from 8 to 5 every day, but on the evenings, I do side jobs as well. This is my card, this is my number. If you have a school, a locker, if you have a gym that you need to clean, it's all right. I have 2 employees under me, and my company is actually billing. You see, this is what I'm showing you. You are a janitor. And some people say it's the lowest paid job. I don't know. You're mopping the school hall after school. Okay. While you are cleaning and mopping, you're on TikTok. We're going to get to all of this tomorrow, right? Because we're going to be talking about promotion and marketing. You're on TikTok cleaning. You tell one of the students, hey, film this for me, and you're cleaning. Hey, I'm Greg the janitor. I clean the best halls in this city. And you're cleaning and you're showing them you're cleaning. I use organic products. I get my organic products from the organic store. So in other words, you went to the organic store since last week and said, hey, listen, organic store, I'm Greg the janitor. Do you know me? Yeah, I've seen you on TikTok. You post up videos every day. Are you crazy? Am I crazy? You saw me today. Yeah, you have 1,000 views already. Exactly. come on, why are you showing people this? Well, you have some cleaning products. Yeah. I come and I buy your cleaning products all the time. Yeah. So what if I advertise your cleaning products for you on my TikTok and my Instagram and my YouTube? As you just said, I get thousands of views every day. And most of the views, I can show you the analytics, most of the views are in our community. So that means if 50% of my views are in my community, that means there's a big chance that some of my viewers will come to your store and buy your product. I'm not just advertising it, I'm using it. People watch me because I'm the best janitor in town. You may have something there, you see? It's just how you think. You're supposed to stay hungry. You're supposed to stay motivated. You're supposed to stay witty. Try to figure out what's the next step. You understand? It is sad that some of us only think like this when our back is against the wall. So that is why sometimes, depending on the character that you have, you need to keep your back against the wall. That's why some of us need to stay broke. Now, obviously, stay broke don't mean you're broke like that. But having money put aside here and put aside there, use the money. Invest the money. Yeah, put it somewhere that, hey, I ain't going to see that for the next 2 years, but it's coming back. So you got to go and get some more. You got to go and make sure the cash flow keeps flowing, because it's not about the bulk cashing. It's the cash flow. It's better you have a proper cash flow than some whole heap of money that then when it's done, you don't know where it's coming from again. A cash flow. You understand? So what I'm showing you, family, I know it is a lot, but there's a lot more. This is why we decided to begin with the mindset. This is why we decided to begin with motivation. This is why we decided to begin with the way we think. Because you have to understand, we have been taught to think funny even about money. Money won't make you happy. Yeah? Well, listen, family, let me tell you. There's nothing wrong with being broke, and there's nothing wrong with being old. But you don't want to be the two of them at the same time. And this whole mentality, this scarcity mentality that we carry, oh, I just want to make 100 a year, 100 grand a year, I'm okay. That's it. Let me show you. My goal, personally, as you know, I am a Rastafari, Bobo Shanti. My goal is to see my father's kingdom rise to the status of an international, accepted, respected, rich, and wealthy empire. Internationally, wealthy, commanded authority through its wealth. So all systems are go. As a hospital, an education system, a health system, a social system, a government, infrastructure, land, asset, wealth, internationally. That is my goal. And it's not no idea or a dream. It's something that I am strategically working on. So this is why you have targets now. That's why you have to have daily targets. I have a daily target. Doing this webinar was a daily target for me. I literally wrote it in my daily book to fulfill the webinar today. When I'm done here, I'm going to tick it off. So I have daily targets. I have a target to hit before the end of the week, so I can go into the Sabbath properly, because I've made stars, moon, and plants, trees, and animals like God did before he took his Sabbath rest. He didn't just go to Sabbath rest and he didn't do nothing for the week. He did work. He created. He made life, and then he took the Sabbath rest. So you must have a strongly or weekly target. Have a target that you need to hit for the end of the month. Have a target that you need to hit for the end of the year. It could be a financial target. It could be a money target. And then again, yeah, it's good to have a money target. You want $10,000 a day. It sounds good. Sounds good. Some people say, boy, that's just, okay, good. So you work for $80 a day,
and you're just going to wake up in the morning and start to think you want $10,000 a day. How are you going to do that and still be on the same job? Well, you write it every day. I will make $10,000 today and every day. Come on, man, that's wishful thinking. That's good. You forgot all about the power of the mind already. Maybe you came in late. That's why I said watch the video from the beginning. You forgot that you made your hands grow. I want to make $10,000. No, write it in the affirmative. I will make $10,000. Now you see, this is why I'm encouraging you to take this to another step, because you're listening to me. This is a webinar. You're listening and you're saying, wow, when I just work for $12 an hour, how am I going to make $10,000 a day, man? This is just, yeah, Priest, the motivation is good, but it's not real. Yeah. You see, I agree, nothing's just going to happen in a moment, maybe not in a day, maybe not in years. Some of us, I mean, we had to be behind a disc for years, in some cases decades, to even reach to a specific point that we can look back and say, hey, let me show you how I got here. Didn't happen overnight. I used to write every morning. Every morning I used to write, I will make $1,000 today in profit. Today and every day. I still write. I write every day. Every day I write. Every single day I write targets, several targets. I'm just giving you an example of what I used to write. I don't write that anymore. I will make $1,000. And then after a while, I changed it to I will make $5,000 today and every day. And then I changed it to I will make $10,000. Now, some people are listening to this, and they're saying, wow, what you need all that money for? All what money? What you talking about? I just explained to you what my goal is. My goal. I just explained an international empire. Why do you think we want an international empire? We have people to feed. We have people to clothe. We have houses to build. We have justice to mete out to our people who have been robbed of justice for centuries. That's my goal. And in this world that has been established, not the earth, but this world, you need capital, finance. The economy must be rolling for you to achieve that. Assets, wealth, not paper money. That will die someday, but that doesn't take away your economy. So with a goal like that, $1,000 a day can't make it. $10,000 a day won't make it. So then now I scratch that out and I move up to $100,000 a day. Now the reality is I may not have even hit any of them targets yet. But as I continue to progress, I can feel myself getting closer to any one of them targets. You move the target forward. So when you have a goal, or even a target, the closer you get to the target, you push it more ahead. You're never supposed to hit your target. That's my point. You push it ahead. So if you want to make $1,000 a day, you realize, hey, we making $500 every day, move the target and start to write $10,000 a day. Then you make the $1,000 a day. Move the target from 10 to 20. Strategies I'm giving you in the family. All of this is just your minding. If we can't do this, what can we do? But priest, we don't want to be unrealistic. Okay, everyone is not the same, right? But this is why when we get to the business part of it, especially those of you who are entrepreneurs and you have your own business now, not the person that works for someone, those of you who have your own business, restaurant business, you fixing tire, you sewing clothes, making curtains, some of you, you're artists, whether you are a carpenter, plumber, a painter, electrician, whatever you do, you need to expand your inventory. You need more products. You need more services.
Okay, for example, you visit my website, priestisaacinstitute.com. I have an astronomy course. I think we all know that. We have an international homeschool program. We have the evolution course that I'm speaking to you about right now, creating a better version of yourself. I have natal chart reading document. I have the Tiger's Nest radio program that you can be a subscriber to. You can also advertise on my international radio station, Radio Anu. Between myself and the Honorable Empress Naya and the Honorable Prince Almasi and the Honorable Princess Akesha Menin, we have several books, between 7 to 10 books on the website. We have the yoga instruction programs. We have the doula programs as well. We have the International Whole Food Store. You can come on my website and buy your nuts and your grains and your beans, and they will be shipped straight to you. You know, we have an archaeoastronomy course where people come in and visit us face to face and learn about archaeoastronomy. We also, obviously, as you know, do the Hikes the Green Castle thing, which is really Rastafari Experience Antigua. We have these webinars. This is a free webinar, but we do webinars that you also have to pay and come to. We are going to launch the Santa Claus Massacre tomorrow night. That's our newest documentary. We have several documentaries. We have several webinars. We have a store where we sell shirts and hoodies and all of these different things. My point is, family, listen to me good. Everything I just explained to you, although I didn't give you the prices, if I was to sell just one of everything I just explained to you, just one, that's over $10,000. Just one, much less if I sell it 2 a day. See? How did that happen? I expanded my inventory. So I have plenty things to offer. And each of these things, products and services, they need their own life. They need their own attention. They need their own marketing. They need their own promotion. Yes, you can promote the website in general as an umbrella, that's good, but each of them need their own attention. That will allow the company to get a sale each day from each of these products. It's about the mindset, my friend. We can't be lazy bone there. How many of you have emailed me as yet? Since I said, email me and I'll give you an opportunity to pitch your business on Friday. Now I'm only giving the opportunity to between 3 to 5 individuals. So you have to email me early. It's not necessarily who first come neither, because we have to screen as well. You know, we would have seen certain things with people that wanted to come on here and the experience was not the best experience. So we don't want none of these things to happen again. So what I'm saying, family, email me now, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and let me know if you want to pitch your business on the 3rd day of our webinar, which will be on the 22nd. On the 3rd day, we will be talking about sales. And after my discourse, we're going to open the floor. We're going to give 3 to 5 people a chance to come on and say, yes, my name is Chris, and I own a roof repair service. And I'm based in Florida, and we have the best shingles, whatever. I'm not a roof person. You understand? I'm giving you a chance. So what I'm saying now, you are listening to the webinar. And next webinar, the second part of the webinar is coming tomorrow. So you need to be here tomorrow, ready to go again. And then the 3rd part will be on Friday, just before the Sabbath. So prepare yourself to pitch your product, to pitch your business, to pitch your service if you want it. And I'm encouraging you now, family. This is a special that we are offering only for the webinar. Now, my brand new course, officially, it will be released on the 7th of February. But my brand new course, Evolution $199. I want you to listen to me good. It is going for only $99 during this 3-day webinar. So it's a pre-order, but trust me, the value of this course. Did you full joy the webinar today? I'm sure you did. This webinar cannot compare to the course. The course is in-depth, it's comprehensive, yet still concise. Short, neat chapters where you take a chapter a day. This is why I'm telling you, family, if you have a business partner, maybe your business partner not into Priest Isaac like you, and you're into Priest Isaac because you like consciousness, you like the Rasta vibes, but right now Priest Isaac is pushing some heavy business. My business partner should hear this. Get the course. You and the business partner sit down together. Just give it 5 to 10 minutes every day before you start work. That's all. That's all. And trust me, you, your business partner, your employees, even your employer, even though you're the one that is being paid to work for this fella, go and say, hey, boss, I have this program for you. If you're well paid, buy it for him and say, boss, that's your gift. Check it out. I'm on it. That's why you see I'm working so good. That's why you see me producing. That's why I'm so productive, because I'm studying from the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge how to step up my game, how to be the better, the best version of myself. That's why I'm showing you, family, it begins with investing in yourself. Before you invest in anything or anyone else, invest in yourself. And then everything else will follow. So family, again, you can get the course for only $99. It is a pre-order, but you can get it for only $99 during this webinar. So when the webinar is done, unless we have some, we go back to the table and speak to the board, the $99 offer will be over. But hey, listen, man, the course is $199 US. It's worth much more than that. As I said before, when you create a product, this is my rule. When I create a product or service, I slash it, I value it first and say, okay, this is value 500, sell it for 250. That's it. So when I come and say, yeah, man, this is at 250, boy, that's a lot of money. I actually don't know what you're talking about. You understand? The value of this is way beyond 250. This will solve your problem. You understand? You're in dire need of this, You shouldn't even be thinking about the price, because I know for sure your employees, your workers, you like to get more out of them, I'm sure. You want more productivity out of them. Sometimes a person comes into the store and leaves without buying anything. You don't want that kind of volunteer around you. You want someone that will bring revenue into your company so you can pay them good. This course, my family, has been designed for all of that. So I'm looking forward to your presence tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be going into promotion and marketing. I'm encouraging you to review this program here this evening, as we were really dealing with, mindset and motivation. And I will repeat for you one time, that is the same way that the course has been designed. Man, listen, you should make your little children watch your course with you, because you want, if you have to leave the plane before them, you want to know that you have left them with a mentality of growth, not no scarcity mentality. That is why we are killing the scarcity mentality in the first part of the course and in the first part of the webinar. Family, give thanks. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take advantage of the $99 offer for this beautiful course that will bring you information and inspiration. And at the same time, I'm looking for those of you who want to promote your business. Email me. It's free of cost. And you have 3 to 5 minutes, which is a lot of time, to make your pitch. Looking forward to see you tomorrow, family. Holy Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Blessed. Blessed love, royal family. Honorable Priest Isaac here.
I am inviting you to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Royal Business Webinar. It is about time, family, for us in the conscious space to motivate ourselves to become a more business-minded culture. Join us for 3 days, the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd day of December for a life-changing, I repeat, a life-changing experience. 3 p.m. each day, Radio Anu TV, YouTube, and Radio Anu International. For more information, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Royal Business Webinar. I will see you there. Blessed love, royal family. Honorable Priest Isaac here. I am inviting you to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Royal Business Webinar. It is about time, family, for us in the conscious space to motivate ourselves to become a more business-minded culture. Join us for 3 days, the 20th, 21st, and the 22nd day of December for a life-changing, I repeat, a life-changing experience. 3 p.m. each day, Radio Anu TV, YouTube, and Radio Anu International. For more information, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Royal Business Webinar. I will see you there.
Yes, royal family, blessed once again. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, you know, Kadamawe Haile Selassie the first to be exalted. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. And of course, I welcome you to the second day. Yes, this is day 2 of the Royal Business Webinar. We were definitely having a wonderful session. That's yesterday. We were talking about the mindset. We were talking about motivation. We were talking about staying hungry. Yes, and for those of you who would have missed that episode, well, it is still on my YouTube channel, Priest Isaac YouTube channel, and that, of course, is the Royal Business Webinar, day 1. That is the mindset and motivation. And remember, family, you can definitely share the link and share all the links, of course, tomorrow, yesterday. Share the links and let your family, let your loved ones. I mean, this is a business webinar. Many of you, I'm sure, have your own personal business, you know, whether you do it from home or whether you go on the road and you hustle, whether it's online. I know many of you have businesses. Some of you have business partners. Your business may not be registered. You ain't got to be registered to make money. But at the same time, of course, you know, when you're going to reach to a certain level, you don't know how the system's set. So if you have a registered business, whatever it is, LLC, whatever business you have a business. It could be a startup. It could be what they call small business and all of that. You could be a manager. You could be an employee. You could be an employer. You could be a human resource manager. You could be the CEO of a company, or you could be the owner of a company. This webinar specifically is for you. And again, you can share it with individuals that you work along with, because you must have a team. Your audience is your team. You are my team. You know, the people that buy from you, they're your team. I mean, the people that you work with, they tell me, you don't like him, I don't like him, this and that. That's your team. That's why you have to have good relationship amongst the people you work with. You know, the people in the executive, on the executive board, that's your team. You know, the owner of the company, although he only comes in once a month and you see him every now and again, that's the head of the team. You know, even to build a relationship with him. I don't care if the company has 1,000 workers and you're just down there packaging, you know, in aisle number 5. You can prove that you are an asset to the company. You don't have to prove it to them, prove it to yourself. And just proving it to yourself will make you naturally prove it to them, you know. So yes, family, for those of you for sure who were with us yesterday, you would have been here for, I would say, the official launch of the brand new course, which is Evolution, creating the best version of yourself. Now, evolution, specifically innovative and inspirational. It is a course or a program which has been designed for personal growth. It's for business partners, as I said earlier, employees, employers, managers, CEOs, owners specifically, and it is divided into 3 sections. It is divided into the section dealing, number 1, with mindset and motivation. It is divided into the section dealing with promotion and marketing, and then you have the section directly dealing with sales. Now, this is a course, family. Let me be clear here. This is a brand new course, a brand new program that has been created by the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Many of you are already on the different courses we have. Many of you are on the International Homeschool Program course with your young ones. Many of you are on the Ancient Astronomy course with yourself and even with your young ones as well. So Evolution now is a course designed, again, to create the best version of yourself. So in other words, you may consider that, hey, listen, I'm doing all right. I have life. That's good. We all have life. That's why we're here. But that doesn't mean there's not a better version of you. Yeah, you may consider yourself prosperous. You may consider yourself successful. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you think you are in life, but there's still a better version of you somewhere inside. So I'm telling you, in fact, I am guaranteeing you for sure that the evolution program, the evolution course that we have created specifically will create a better version of yourself. Even if you just sit down and watch the course off in a day or 2 and don't move again off of the couch or wherever you're sitting down. The evolution program is so powerful that it will not only motivate you as it promises to do, it will raise your income. These are 2 of the main promises and guarantees that come from the evolution course. That it will definitely motivate you, that is without a shadow of a doubt. And even if you were to just pay attention to 1% of what is expressed in evolution, you will definitely, in one way or the other, raise your income. Whether you double the income, or whether you quadruple the income, or whether you raise your income or by 20 times, 30 times, it's possible, it happens, but it depends on you. It depends on me. Even all that I'm teaching you, it depends on how I apply it to myself as well. So the information is good. I mean, anyone can hear it, but how many of us will apply the information to our life and make it a reality? So I may say, yeah, it's good to wake up before the sun. Yeah, that sounds good. But are we going to put the best foot forward to make sure we wake up before the sun? So yeah, it's good to write down your goals every day. Yeah, that makes sense. But how many of us keep it up? Sometimes we start. Okay, yeah, we write the goals. Yeah, come back tomorrow, write your goals. You come back tomorrow, write your goals, and then you just slip off. And then you totally forget about that until you hear Priest Isaac say again, hey, it's good to write your goals every morning. It's good to write your targets every morning.
your daily targets, what you intend to fulfill today, what you intend to fulfill for the week, what you intend to fulfill for the month, how much money you intend to make at the end of the year. Write your targets, write your goals every day. Yeah. I used to do that, but I stopped. Let me start again. That's what I'm talking about. It takes discipline. It takes consistency. It will never work without consistency. Consistency is extremely, extremely important, So I'm just showing you, family, once you apply what you learn, because I know what we are teaching here, the webinar, and for sure what's inside of Evolution, which is more set as a program, a strategic program, it has already worked. It is working right now, and it can work for anyone. That is why we begin with the mindset, because we all grew up in a culture, no matter who you are, we all grew up in a culture where the mindset has been dumbed down, where the mindset is mediocre, where the mindset is just everything is okay, let's just, scale through. You cannot think like that, family, for sure. Let me show you something. And this is very important. This is a very important point. Now, you may say, listen, priest, I got what you were saying yesterday. We need to have big, big goals. I got the point. And you were saying your goal is to build an empire across the earth and health care system and a ministry of education internationally and social transformation ministries and all of that. I get your point. You want to feed everyone. You want to clothe everyone. That's good, Priest Isaac. That's what you want to do. Me, I just want to feed my family. You see my two little girls here? I just want to take care of them. You see my mom there? I never had a pop. I just want to make sure she's all right. And you see my little dog outside? Man, he's take care of me every night. Nobody can come and interfere with anything I have outside in the garage or in the backyard or in the barn. Yeah. So I just want to take care of them. So I don't need all of that. You don't need all of what? In this planet, on this planet that you live in, you don't need all of what? Do you know how many people came tumbling down when Mr. COVID and Mrs. Corona passed through? You know how many people fell off of the hill when 9/11 took place? We live in a world. This is why, number one, you cannot focus on just the paper. The paper is like the middleman. You got to get the paper and get rid of the paper fast. That's why assets. That's why generational wealth, not generational paper, generational wealth is so important. Now, for you to have generational wealth, first of all, the fact that you have a next generation, that means you should be striving for generational wealth. And generational wealth is not easy. Generational wealth doesn't mean because you are a millionaire mean you have generational wealth. Not because you are worth, let's say, $4 million. That is not generational wealth. There is a saying that the higher the monkey climbs is, the more he is exposed. Do you know what that means? The higher you go. You see, we're talking about evolution. The more you evolve, believe it or not, is the more problems that are going to come your way. That's why a lot of people are afraid to evolve, because they are afraid of problems. But my point is, everyone will encounter problems. Who don't encounter problems? You never encounter. Everyone encounter problems. None of you have problems right now. Some people have $100 problems. Some people have $1,000 problems. Some people have $1 million problems. They have people that have $1 billion problems. Now, of course, if you're not making $1 billion, you will never have $1 billion problems. Nothing wrong with problems. In fact, you should be looking forward. A problem is just an opportunity to grow. You use your problems and these encounters as stepping stones, them stumbling blocks. They're stepping stones. This is very important to what I'm showing you in the family. So the point is now that the higher you climb, the more you are exposed. So if you think I'm just going to go to a certain level and then I'm all right, you're going to be in problems. Because when you reach to that certain level, you've exposed yourself to many incidences that could break or shake your foundation. I will give you a clear example. Oh, I just want to be worth about 4 million and I'm okay. Okay, bam. Because you have this $4 million empire, someone desires to break down your empire and decides that, hey, I'm going to sue you. For what? Well, I used to work for you and you didn't pay me this overtime. Are you serious? Yeah. Some little lady say, oh, I used to work for him and he touched me somewhere here or there, but I never knew her. Somebody else come and say, who, him? He did this and did that and did the third. And then all of a sudden, you have a lawsuit on your hand. Now, you may not lose the case, but you have to pay your lawyer $200,000 every month just because it's $1 million lawsuit. They're suing you for millions of dollars. Now, nobody's going to sue somebody for millions of dollars unless they have millions of dollars. Let me repeat that. Nobody gonna come and waste time and money trying to sue someone for millions of dollars when they do not have millions of dollars. You know that he ain't got no millions and no dollars. You're gonna waste time and waste money on a lawyer trying to get millions from him when he can hardly put gas in his car? No, but they know you have millions of dollars. And they're going to try, they just hear millions. They don't even know how much millions, but they know you got some cheese behind there. And they will spend the little crumbs they have on legal cases just to move you and get some millions from you. So with all of this, now that you have to pay $200,000 every month just to stay above water, you better have more than $4 million. The point I'm making is that you live in a real world. I'm not hoping that this happens to you, but things happen. Family, things happen. Emergencies, they're called. Things happen. You see, this is why now, this is what the scarcity mentality does. It has us as a people now just living to get by. Just living to get along, middle class. Well, we're the middle class. Everybody wants to be in this middle class. Middle class is just another way of saying the upper echelons of the poor people. Of course, all of these bourgeois people you see driving their high vehicle and living in their big mansion, many of them, they do not own the mansion. Many of them, they do not own the car. If you have to pay the bank every month for a car, you're renting the car. Well, it's rent to own. Yeah, you just miss a few payments and you're gonna see who really rents to own. You're paying a mortgage. I want you to follow me, good family. You're paying a mortgage on a house. You're middle class. You're middle class and yeah, you can shop in the top-ranking supermarket because you're middle class. You understand? You wear the best high heels because you're middle class. But you have to give the bank X amount of money every month for your home. You can hardly put the right amount of money in the collection plate at your church because you got to make sure the mortgage is okay. And here it is, reality speaking, you die and leave the mortgage on them. So the little children that you work so hard for, the same little children that, hey, everybody got to go to university to get some degrees so you can get a mortgage too. And then the little children can't pay this mortgage, they sell the house. The family house is sold. No generational wealth, no way around, because of the mediocre way that we have been taught to think, the way that we believe, our outlook on life. So this is why now the mindset is important. This is why now motivation is key. This is why you have to set big goals. Teach your little children to set big goals. They are not going to teach nothing like this in the schools. Have massive targets, but not wishful thinking. That's why I say again, evolution, because it's about strategic action going forward. Massive action, yes, but strategic action. So you have to take massive action. And to begin with this, you have to invest in yourself. So even evolution is an investment in yourself. Listening to this is an investment in yourself, because just the message alone will encourage you. It must encourage you to grow, but it cannot stop there. You yourself have to be constantly committed now to your growth. It has to be a constant commitment. So again, you listen to the message, you listen to the coaching, you listen to the consultation, but you have to put it into action. So again, if the action is daily writing down your goals, you have to daily write down your goals. If you want to be fit, you have to exercise, you have to work out daily, or at least have a specific routine, a regimen that will, give you the results that you're looking for. So it may be once every other day, but whatever the rhythm is that will give you the results, you have to keep the rhythm. And it's called discipline. So again, you have to invest in yourself. That's my point. You have to edify yourself. Whatever field that you are in, you have to learn the rudiments, the fundamentals, and of course the basics, and even the intricate details of that field, whatever it is. Well, I'm in sales. Everybody is in sales. That's number one. So that's no excuse. Everyone is in sales, because you got to sell yourself. I told you that yesterday. You specifically have to literally sell your own self. You got to be sold on yourself. I don't mean sell yourself like pass the money from one hand to the other hand. Not that kind of soul. You can sell somebody something without money. It's a mentality. You're sold on your own product. You have confidence in your product. But how can you have confidence in your product? Because you have confidence in yourself, especially if you created the product. Evolution is my product. The ancient astronomy course, I created it. It's my product. My little son sat down and he did all the graphics for me. That's our product. And his work is impeccable. You see how I'm speaking about it? Because I know it. I commit myself to my product. This is years of training, years of research, years of edification. I went as far as to get my certification in archaeoastronomy. So now I am extremely confident in my product. You understand? It's a top-notch product. It's second to no product at all. They say second to none. That means there's none whatsoever that can come next to it. That's my ancient astronomy course. Now you may say, well, he's very egotistic. Well, you can call it what you want. I'm confident in my product. So when I go and sell my ancient astronomy course and I say, yes, only $199. Oh, that's a little too much. No, it's not. It may be that you can't afford it, but it's surely not a little too much at all. It's worth much more than that. Confidence. So this is why you have to invest in yourself. You invest time, you invest money. It's important. Now, of course, you have the internet.
You can go online and get a lot of different, resource information for no cost whatsoever. But of course, if you want to get deeper into any study, you have to spend money, finance. You understand? Put your money where your mouth is. I always tell people, people's heart is, their hearts are in their pocket. Where your money is, people pay for what they believe in and what they think they need. So again, you have to definitely be committed. Now, this is important. We're working on ourselves. We are talking about promotion. But as I said earlier, promotion, when you promote, you have to begin with yourself. You have to begin with promoting yourself. So before you promote yourself, you have to work on yourself and make sure yourself is ready for promotion. Just like you want to promote a credible product or a credible service, you want to promote a credible person. So you got to work on yourself. You must understand yourself, understand your product. You understand, especially if you go into a workplace and you are given a product, say, hey, you're going to sell this for us. Okay, good. You got to know the product. You yourself should own the product. So you can tell the individual, yeah, man, I use the product myself every day, every morning. My children use it. My mother uses it. Man, I put it on all the time. Look, it's here now. Look, I have on mine. Whatever the product is. Because you believe in the product. It obviously will assist you to promote and market and sell the product better. Now, if it's your product that you created, your service, you're the cleaner, you're the one that wash the car, you're the one that cook the food. Again, so you formulated, you created the product, you definitely have to have confidence in yourself. Motivated, mindset, big goals, big targets, a pipeline filled with inventory, continually creating different products and services because you have great ideas. So you need to take time to reflect daily. You should write that down. You should take time to reflect daily. Every day, you need reflection time. So for example, you see like you're rising before the sun, give 15 minutes to a half an hour somewhere there for reflection. Whether it's just to sit and deep breathe, reflection. Whether it's yoga or any form of meditation that you do, reflection. It's very, very important. So now, as I said, what we are doing, we're working on ourselves. We're investing in ourselves. The time will come when you have to invest money into a product or into another service and see the money flip. But before you get there, invest in yourself. Your health, very important. Education in general, and of course, specific education as it relates to the service that you are into or the product that you are selling, whether it's the product you created, whether it's a product you and your business partner retailing, wholesaling, whatever, or whether you work for a company that supplies this product, supplies this service, or many products, many services, whatever it is that you are into, you need to invest in yourself. All right. So again, family, remember that the evolution is only $199. Of course, it will be appearing on the 7th of February, 2024, evolution, and you can get it for $99 throughout this webinar. You understand? $99 throughout this webinar. So you purchased this today. You purchased this yesterday. For those of you who purchased it, pre-ordered it really yesterday, and for those who will be pre-ordering it tomorrow, you'll be getting it for $99 for sure. As I said earlier, it is $199, but it's still worth more than that. Now let me show you this little trick here, as they call it. Not because we say it's $99. Family, when you're confident of your product, you don't have to drop no price. You see, when you reach to a certain stage, dropping the price is not to try to get it selling. No, man, you're just being strategic.
You're trying to fill up the pipeline as well. Inventory, again, very important, trying to remove inventory to bring in new inventory. That's why you see them every Christmas time, around them times there, what they call the stuff, Black Friday. Many of these big businesses, they're just moving out old products to bring in new products. You understand? They don't necessarily have to put it on sale. It's not like, boy, things hard and these things are not selling. Let's put it on sale. I don't want to offend anyone, but it's poor people do these things. This not selling, that not selling, let's put it on sale. Yeah, you have some products, yeah, that they're just not moving. You know, as they say, rock bottom price. That's why these big enterprises, when you see them really put something at rock bottom price, they really put it at rock bottom price. But the end of year sale is not because it's not selling. That's just a ritual for them. You know, they're not losing anything by doing that. In fact, they need to get that out of the way to get the new stuff in. Yeah. So it's not like, oh, it's not selling, let's put it on sale. No. And you as well should have that mentality. So when you have something on sale, as they call it, and we're not into the on sale thing, we may have a special offer. Everything is on sale. We're selling everything, but we have a special offer. And the special offer that we are giving for Evolution is that you can get it for $99 during the time of this webinar. Today is the second day of the webinar, and tomorrow is the last day or the sealing day of the webinar. So after that, the 99-day special or offer, or $99, pardon me, special or offer will be up. Simple as that. But the price now is $199, and it's more than worth it. I mean, just this conversation here, this is a webinar, this is free. But if this was a 3-day webinar and the tickets were $199 and you had to have a special pass to come and all of that, it would be worth it too. You understand? But it's free. Why? Because it's something that we know. We want to get to the populace. Even people that may not be interested in hearing it, we still want it to get to them. And this is enough to motivate anyone, but we have more motivation for you. Yeah, we have more inspiration for you. Yeah, and we have more strategies and more techniques on how to not only keep yourself motivated, but to raise your income. Yeah, we're Evolution. And that comes with a price. Now, I'm not trying to sell you something here. This is a lesson I'm teaching you. I'm showing you something here. You understand? How you present your product. You understand? And if you notice, we literally morphed into this. I showed you that I'm confident in myself. I know who I am. Even before I understood who I am, I knew that I was special. And I used that to literally go into myself to find out who I am, my purpose, my responsibilities on the earth. That is why my goal that I set is so big, because it's my responsibility. As I said yesterday, even if you miss the moon, you will still be amongst the stars. So again, that's the mentality you have to have even about yourself going forward. So then now you feel as if you are, unstoppable, unbreakable. You are conquering even and to conquer. So now, promotion. So that leads us now, as I said, into the whole aspect of promoting. And when it comes to promotion, just like investing, you have to start by promoting yourself, who you are. Now, even if you have the best product and no one knows who you or your product is, no one knows who you are, and no one knows anything about your product, it could be the best. The best. I mean, nothing shines the windows like this anywhere in the world, the best. My bees make the best honey anywhere in the world, best. You can't find orchids like this anywhere with these colors and this and that and the third. But who are you? Never heard of you. Are you from around here? Promotion.
Promotion, promotion, promotion. We live in a time, my family, where you don't even have to depend on the regular media. You have Instagram, you have TikTok, you have YouTube, you have LinkedIn, you have all kinds of other stuff, Pinterest, Periscope, Snapchat, Clubhouse, this and that, and the other stuff. And all of these avenues, for the most part, are free, for the most part. The most you have to do is to keep your electricity bill or keep your phone charged and make sure your internet is paid and you're good to go. You have a medium where thousands of people could see what you post. Millions of people could see, depending on your zeal and how rigorous you are in promoting yourself. You have TikTok, yeah. You have Instagram, yeah. You have YouTube, yeah. Put up a video every day on each of these channels. Every day? Yeah, once a day. You can put the same video on all three of them. In fact, how many subscribers you have? Well, about 123. Oh, sorry. You need 2 videos a day. What? 2 videos a day? It's all right. 2 5-minute videos. It's okay. 2 10-minute videos, YouTube, a 5-minute video for Instagram if you have to do a different video, and give TikTok a 2-minute video. You understand? This is a different time. You know, give it a nice thumbnail or whatever they call the stuff. You know, so that when the individual, when the passerby, yeah, that's what it is. People are just passing by. That's why they swipe, they're passing by. They're seeing all the stores. They may see something interesting. What's this? And they press your video. You got to catch their interest. You understand? We're not clickbaiting. We want to be genuine in what we're doing. All the years I've been doing this, I never tried to clickbait nobody. Never. Even though maybe once or twice the title may appear so to some, but it's just a genuine title. So don't try to clickbait, but genuinely try to attract attention to yourself. You understand? Even if you're not pushing your product as yet, but let the people know you. Let them know your organization. Let them know your company. Whatever it is, they have to know you. They have to feel you. They need to know who this is. I mean, what are you about? What are you talking about? What do you have to say? Huh? What do you say? Well, these bulbs that we use in our kitchen, they're very dangerous. Who is this fella here? I don't know. Yes, these bulbs, the radiation can cause skin cancer. Check me tomorrow, I'll give you a next video. Who is this guy? I don't know. But I'm going to listen to him tomorrow because I got them same bulbs in my kitchen. It's a start. You may be selling bulbs, or you manufacture the bulbs, or you work at an appliance store where the bulbs is just one of the products. But you didn't start by selling bulbs, you just was giving some information on the bulbs. And you have the replacement for the bulbs that you're throwing in the rubbish now, you know. You may do a program where you show yourself as a handyman around the house, but you sell these things that you use around the house as well. But because you are gifted, you're going to use your ability to promote yourself as a handyman. You may be a handyman. You may be selling your services. You have Instagram. You have Facebook. Oh, I forgot about the Facebook. You have all of these things. You have Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. People use these things to waste time. People use these things to gossip. People use these things to show you what they're having for lunch. You should use these things to promote yourself positively. And then obviously, eventually promote your product and promote your service. But again, you have to think big. You can't just be laying down in bed and just throw up some little picture on Facebook and then throw the phone aside and go to sleep. You got to work this stuff. You got to work this stuff. You got to monitor your posts. And just that amount of people, throw up a next one. I mean, people are always on Facebook.
People are always on YouTube. People are always on TikTok. People are always on Instagram. They're all looking for something to entertain them. Yeah, many of the people that are looking for something to entertain them, what you have for them may not be exactly what they're looking for, but that's all right. You know, that's all right. Yes, it's good to know your audience, but your audience is still 8 billion people. Huh? There are 8 billion people on the planet. Who's your audience? What are you talking about? You're ruling out people? You prejudice? Are you a segregationist? No. We come for everyone, whoever you are, wherever you are. You understand? That's how you're supposed to think. Don't be ruling out anyone. I understand for sure. Ancient astronomy. Obviously, there's a niche of people. There's a group of people, a group of people that would be more interested in that. And there's some people that have no interest in ancient astronomy. Yeah, but if I have the ability to turn their minds into finding interest in ancient astronomy, I'm going to do that as well. I have people on my ancient astronomy course that are not interested in ancient astronomy, but I made them interested in ancient astronomy, and they are on the ancient astronomy course. I have people on my international homeschool course that don't have children. And that's why they didn't want to buy it, because they don't have children. But I say, hey, well, come on, you don't intend to have children? Yeah, well, come on, get it now. They have it. I don't even know if they how much they partake of it, but for sure, it's there for them whenever they're ready to use it. Promotion. Again, people have to know who you are, what you're doing, what you're into. Get accustomed to you. It takes work. You know, some people, they take you a year, some people maybe 10 years to reach to a certain status where you can say, all right, I think I'm in a certain control of the market now. But it is you. You have to put the work, you have to put the effort. That's why I say you have to be up before the sun. You have to write down your targets for the day. So yeah, I'm going to do 2 Instagram videos. I got to send 2 pictures to this online thing. I want to have an online party in the next 2 months. Yeah, these online systems, these social media platforms, they do these things where you have a party or whatever they call it, some group call, you know, and just like a Zoom meeting, and I'm going to present my product, whatever it is, you understand? So you also set a plan. You project yourself and say, listen, in the next 6 months, this 120 subscribers is supposed to be 5,000 subscribers, and you work at it. You understand? Plan events online to attract people. You understand? And promote yourself. So you have to promote yourself, you have to promote what you do, and you have to promote why you do it. And you know why you have to promote why you do it? That's to keep you motivated, but it's also to make a heart-to-heart connection with the buyer. Because obviously promotion, when you promote, you're actually allowing the buyer, the prospective buyer, to see what you have available. So when you promote what you do, you know, again, it returns back to you, because remember, as I said earlier, you're supposed to have a purpose. So what you do and why you do it, I should say, kind of returns back to your purpose. You see, the reason why you do it is very important to you and to those who you're pitching it to. Is it keeps a certain level of morality in all that you do. Because it brings you back home. It brings you back to base. Why are you doing this? Well, I'm trying to make $1 million. Okay, I get that, but why are you trying to make $1 million? There got to be a root to this.
well, I've seen my mother live a kind, okay, you don't have to say anymore. I get the point. I see why you're doing it. That's why you just want $1 million, because you're trying to satisfy a person. No problem. That's just why you're doing it. You're being honest. So you know me. Even during this one day 12 webinar, Royal Business webinar, I've already promoted who I am. I've already promoted what I do. And even in this one webinar here, I've already promoted why I do what I do. The fact that I share with you my gold, the main gold, that specifically is an expression of why I am doing what I am doing, why I am promoting what I am promoting, why I am offering what I am offering. You're getting to know me. So when you buy the evolution course, it's because you know me. It's because I have been speaking to you for some time. Even if this is the first time you're listening to me, even if you didn't get day one and you just get in day two, this is enough for you to say, yeah, man, this brother looks like he has something in the bag here. I'm going to try the course. So you got to promote yourself. And I'm promoting myself with confidence. I'm not here saying, okay, what are we going to do next? Can you hear me good out there? Okay, hold on, people. I have something here. No, I'm keeping you alive. Dead ear kills. I learned that long time in radio. Dead ear kills. You understand? So I keep your attention. You understand? Anyone that understands psychology, you just observe it. Anytime a speaker is speaking, and maybe he's speaking fluently and he's on a go, bam, 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 he may make a little mistake. You see people lose their attention. Some people get up and maybe just go for a drink of water and come back and sit down because they were captivated with his rhythm. They were captivated with the flow. But he just hit a little pothole and they shook out for a moment. And some of them maybe moved a little bit. Some of them put their phone in the pocket. Some got up just to get a bit of water. The man that wanted to leave for the last 10 minutes, but he just couldn't leave. But he needed to go, but he couldn't go because he was glued to the words. And the moment that the man made a little mistake, he said, wow, that's good. But anyway, I gotta go now. Because the rhythm was broken. Rhythm, you understand? So it's deep, again, because he's projecting himself with confidence. He knows what he's selling. Even if he's not selling something to take money from you, he's selling you an idea. You understand? So even though I say, hey, come, I'm going to have a webinar, we're going to be talking about Ethiopia, you don't have to pay this. It's all right, we have nothing here to sell. And then I come and say, hey, Ethiopia is the oldest country, you know. Do you believe that? Wow, I didn't know that. I believe that. I just sold you an idea. And then you go on telling somebody, did you know Ethiopia was the oldest country? You bought the idea, you bought on to the concept. That's why I'm saying to you, you need to sell your own self. You need to be sold on yourself, and you need to be sold on the products that you are selling. So obviously, after investing in yourself, you need to make sure you create quality products for the marketplace. All of this adds to the confidence. Because you know, the product that you created, whatever it is, it could be a cleaning agent, it could be the light bulb, it could be, you could be a tour guide, that's a service, you could be a nurse, you could be a doctor, a dentist, whatever you are providing, you know you're giving the best service. And now this is where service comes in. Every product comes with a service. Every product really comes with a service. That is why when you are in the business and you have a similar product to another fella, this is where you see people fighting to see who can go the lowest with their prices. No. So what's the price for? What's the price for this telephone here, cellular phone? Oh, that's $300. $300. Okay. The fella down the road has it for $250. Can you give me for a better price? Or, well, no, I got to give you for $300. All right. Is he giving you a free $50 top up like us too? Oh, I don't think so. Okay. In fact, can he unlock the phone for you? Because for you to use the SIM card that you have, that you told me about, he's going to have to unlock it, and he's going to charge you another $300 to unlock it. We unlock for free. Oh, okay. Let me just buy it here. I'm going to waste my time. You see? Because you give service. All of that is service. Even if you didn't give the extra 50 top up, but you have service, you unlock for free. You know that it don't cost nothing to unlock it. Fella down the road charging some, exorbitant amount of money to unlock the phone, and you know it's just a little simple thing. Give the service. Depending on what you would have sold a customer 3 or 4 days after, ring, ring, ring. Hello. Yes, how are you, Miss Abraham? I'm good. Yes, we're here from Downtown Plumbings. Oh, yes. I know the other day you came to buy an attachment for the pipe, and you said you didn't need a plumber. You could put it on. So I just want to make sure you got it adjusted well and everything is running well. Yes, I put it on, I just have a little leak, but I think it's okay. No, Miss Abraham, the leak is not okay. I'm going to send somebody over right away just to check it for you. No charge. That's service. You understand? So when you give service, especially when you are in a field where somebody else is supplying the same thing, you ain't got to drop no price to catch up with them. Make them drop the price till they drop off the cliff. You stick to your guns, because although you are let's say you're retailing something, then you buy a product and then you have to sell it back. Obviously, you can't sell it, you can't carry a margin too low. So that means now, if this is what you want to sell, you know what you're into, you need to add and create a service around that product so that when you present it, you are confident with your price, that the customer understands, I'm not just putting this into your hand. If this begins to leak, you just call me. This other fella ain't going to tell you that. He's going to say, well, you got to call the manufacturer. Here's their number. No, I can fix it for you. I did a course with the manufacturer, so I alleviate this problem here totally. You understand? So this is what I've been saying even since yesterday. We have to take massive action in everything we do, because you see, when you take massive action, you don't leave room for failure, because you would have taken massive action. You went out there and tried to get 10 of them, you only came home with 1, but in reality, 1 was enough. 1 was all that you needed. But when you went out there trying to get 1, you come home and say, well, honey, I missed it again. Oh, it's all right, Roy, sit down. We have leftovers. So promote. People got to know who you are. Promote. Just promote. Find some way to promote yourself. You understand? Promote. And this is why I'm giving you an opportunity to promote yourself. Tomorrow is day 3 of the webinar. How you full join the webinar so far? I know this would have definitely inspired someone. Now, family, I'm giving 3 to 5 individuals, business, whoever, partners, even if you're partners. I'm giving 5 of you. So if you're a partnership, if you're a business, that counts as 1, obviously. But I'm giving 5 entities there. If you're a person or a business, whatever. 3 to 5 minutes to come on live tomorrow. You're going to get the Zoom link, everything, and you're going to come on live and you're going to pitch your business. to the audience. Don't mind the audience that will be there with us. Remember, thousands of people are going to see it afterwards. So you're going to pitch your business. You have to contact me first. Some people have already contacted me. We still have room. So if you have a business that you're not afraid to pitch, if for some reason you're saying to yourself, well, I make shoes, out of banana leaves. They're nice, but I'm not ready to tell nobody nothing. I sell them, I have honey, I do this, I do that. If you're still thinking so, you need to watch the webinar from yesterday. You need to rewatch this one and then wake yourself up and say, hey, I'm getting an opportunity to promote myself. Who knows me around here? Nobody knows me. Who knows me? If I get on Priest Isaac's channel, at least I know somebody else will know me that didn't know me before. So let me take the opportunity. It's just for 3 minutes and I might get 5. That's a lot of time to tell people my name, to tell people where I'm from, to tell people what the name of my business is, to tell people about my team, my staff, whatever, to tell people about my product, to tell people about my service and how it will solve their problem and what it will do for them and all the benefits that we have. And don't be afraid to tell them the price and my website and how they can contact me and my phone number and how they can pay. Yeah, you got 5 minutes. I did that in a minute. Promote, family. And I'm encouraging everyone, if you're serious about growth, the webinars are nice. The course is more detailed. And remember, the course should not just be for you. I know you have people that you work with. Nobody working by themselves right now. You have people that you work with. Share the course with them. You should share this with them. Share this link with the people you work with. Share this with your own boss. Share this with your manager. Say, hey, manager, I know you're not into no Rasta thing, but watch this. Give it 15 minutes. If you don't like it, lock it off. Tell him that. You see, you have to know how to sell it. Say, boss, give it 10 minutes. When you go on your lunch break, just give this 10 minutes. Don't start from the beginning. Start at minute 10 and give it 10 minutes. I bet you when you come back in half an hour, you still hear Priest Isaac talking to him and he's smiling and say, boy, this Rasta man serious. Yeah. Is he you listen to Frank? Yeah. He's a serious Rasta man. This is good. You show this to the people on the ground floor? No, boss. You need to show them this video. They need to listen to some of this. Straight up. And then what you're going to tell him? Well, boss, you need not the video, boss. We need to get the course, boss, for all of us. Every man should get the course. Every morning, you get 5 to 10 minutes of training by Priest Isaac, and then we come to work and we put it into action. And at the end of the course, yeah, the standard will be up. The quality will be up. And even the income will be up if you follow the instructions. Yes, family, give thanks. Give thanks for your presence with us. Let me remind you one more time. Please contact me, Royal Ones, those who definitely want to, pitch their business to the community. Tomorrow will be the day for that. It will be about 4 o'clock. You will come on live. I'm just going to do maybe an hour presentation, then bring you on live. You understand? Very close to the Sabbath coming in, but we will be definitely out of, the way before Psalms reading time. So make sure you come in, make sure you email me. Just tell me my name is so-and-so. Just tell me this is my business. You can show me your logo. You can show me your poster, whatever the case is. We will recontact you. Obviously, you will get your link so you can come in and, of course, have a good joy. Hey, remember, tonight at 7. Tonight at 7, it's the Santa Claus Massacre premiere. Make sure you're on that right here on YouTube. And don't forget, family, $99 for Evolution, the full package, the full course. You understand? Well packed, well put together, well strategic. But that's only for the moment of the time of this course. Give thanks. Looking forward to seeing you next day. In fact, looking forward to seeing you tonight for the massacre. Give thanks. Love. Holy Emmanuel Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Bless.
Blessed love, royal family, Honorable Priest Isaac here. I am inviting you to the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Royal Business Webinar. It is about time, family, for us in the conscious space to motivate ourselves to become a more business-minded culture. Join us for 3 days, the 20th, International. For more information, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Royal Business Webinar. I will see you there.
Yes, royal family, blessed love, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Adamawe Haile Selassie the First. What a wonderful moment. What a wonderful day, even at this hour. Hey, we're going to continue the premiere of the Santa Claus Massacre. Listen, so many people full joy. That one, everyone is talking about the Santa Claus Massacre. As I said, family, you could definitely get the full documentary for yourself. It's only $12.99. I mean, it's nice that you could share the link of the premiere, and I'll be very happy that you could share this link today for sure. But it is better for you if you are to purchase the full complete documentary for yourself. No interruptions, no commercials, and you get the full documentary, because remember, in the previous premiere, we did not air the whole Santa Claus Massacre, but everybody loved it. So we decided that we're going to give you a little bit more of it. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you what you would consider the end part, the closing aspect of the Santa Claus Massacre. I have the Honorable Prince Almasa here. Blessed love, my Lord.
Blessed love.
Yes, of course, Chief Coordinator. Give thanks, we have the Chief Researcher here, Honorable Princess Akesha Menen.
Blessed love.
Oh yes, Youth University is in the house. Family, please don't be sidestepping Youth University. You're talking about knowledge. You're talking about information. Youth University is the place to be. Bring the children, bring the young ones, and come every month. Yeah, family. We're giving thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie First. Done all good doings and sayings. We're going to just change the rhythm a bit. Just a bit. Live and direct, eh? Thanks with the Sabbath coming in. Live and direct. Change the rhythm. Just a bit.
Have you heard of archaeoastronomy? I am the Honorable Priest Isaac, and I am certified in the field of archaeoastronomy. Do you want to learn archaeoastronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. This is a studycation. You will visit the beach, experience the Rastafari camps, yoga, vegan food, and much more. For more information, visit priestisaacinstitute.com or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Family. I mean that, family. Our youths, our young ones, our children, we need them, redeem them, and clean them. You see them, or else the enemy will come and scheme them. Family. I mean that, family. Education for the nation that's full of salvation, biology, astronomy, and African theology, geography. Family. I love that, family. Whatever the age or the stage, that youth will be engaged with tutorials, activities, and videos from the studios of the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Family.
The International Homeschool Program is designed and recommended for all ages. The psychological state of our children is very important, especially in the environment that most of us live in. The International Homeschool Program provides online classes, activities, and videos that are fun for the youth and edifies them of their African heritage as well as the higher sciences. To enroll your family today, visit www.priestisaacinstitute.com, go to the main website, and search for Youth Corner. Or you can email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for a course sample. Thank you, thanks.
Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity. And of course, the life giver and the keeper of life is to be exalted and to be praised. And give thanks again, the tiger's nest in full effect. And, you know, one of the questions that ones are now revisited in a realistic essence is what happens to an individual when they die. Now, of course, Rasta born death, and many ones are even afraid to utilize the word. But I'm telling you, those of you who are serious about information, knowledge, and understanding, you would pay keen attention to what is going to be said from hereafter. Now, when we entertained our good brothers from the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, my good brethren was questioning me as it relates to who I would want to read last rites and certain things. Well, of course, I mean, I was just listening for sure. But you see, let me explain this. For those of you who are Rastafari, especially if you are long-standing, especially if you are from the old school, you know for sure that what is referred to as death never played a part in the Rasta culture. And if we are wise, it still doesn't play a part in the Rasta culture. I want you to listen to me good. As I've always said, death is not the opposite of life. Death is the opposite of to be born. And then what many refer to as death is not really the true essence of what to be dead really means. So in other words, they are people that you think are alive. And the true sense of that word, they are really dead. And there are those who would have passed on in the sense of, listen to me good, there are those who would have passed on in the sense of, they would have laid down their structure. And they are very much alive, even more alive than many people that you converse with on a daily level. So, I mean, what happens to an individual, again, when they die? Dr. Dre and Rakim has a song, I think, entitled the very same thing. Now, again, many people are shook up just by the word. When to me it's like the primary syllable in the word deity. And deity, deity is God. It's the creator, your sustainer, the deity. That's another term for God, just in case an individual doesn't know. Dios. But anyway, life is what Rastafari promotes. Life is what Rastafari defends. Why is this? Now, this is why Rastafari, even from the get-go, in conversation will tell you that we don't even eat the dead. Now, you could try your best to bring up some argument. Oh, well, you got to pick the fruit from the tree and then the fruit technically dies. So, come on. Listen, you know that if you pick a fruit, dig a hole and put the fruit, you don't even have to open it and pick out the seed. Just put the fruit in the ground. In fact, you could leave it on the table for several days and then put it in the ground. You could leave it there for a good while and then put it in the ground. The fruit will return. The tree will grow with more fruit. So don't try to compare the fruit that, it's dead now, it fell off of the tree. I mean, that's a different thing altogether. You go and kill the lamb. In fact, let me not encourage you, but someone kill a lamb. Dig a hole and bury the lamb and see if it comes back and grow a tree. No, it's two levels, totally different. So if we're going to deal with this thing intelligently, let's look at it intelligently, realistically. None of these fruits and vegetables, herbs, none of them try to get away from you when you desire to eat them. In fact, they want you to eat them. When you watch, listen to me good, when you watch the animal kingdom, when you watch the insects and the flora and the fauna, these documentaries that some of us grew up on, you clearly hear the narrator saying, well, this flower sends out a specific scent to attract the bees, to attract this insect, to attract that insect, so the insect could come and drink of its nectar and then go somewhere else and pollinate the next flower, and the whole cycle begins, and sexual, asexual, and whatever it's called in the plant world, reproduction, because the plant is assisted by the insect. It's the same thing with you, When you eat the fruit from the papaya and you go and you defecate, well, it wouldn't work in the toilet. But if you do it in the natural way and you dig a hole in the earth in a designated place and you plant your remains in that place, you would return there in a month or two and see the papaya tree growing again. That's why the papaya tree doesn't run from you, because you, like the animal, you have maybe an unseen contract with nature, with the trees. In your natural state, you help the tree to reproduce. We don't do that anymore. Everything goes down the toilet. You understand? This is serious. Now, this is why in nature now, when the tiger and the lion pounce on the deer and the antelope, they don't just lie down and say, oh, he's going to eat me and I'm going to reproduce. No, they try to get away. They run away. They dash over the hedge, and if they can climb, they would go up in the tree. Because they know that is it, if he takes hold of them. So it is obvious that we're talking about two different levels here. One is the cycle of life for that which is eaten, and one is just death for the zebra. So in reality now, this is why the Rastaman forefront. We not eating now our brothers. Nothing with eyes, nothing with teeth, nothing that have to run away, swim away, fly away. Yeah. I know I'm not speaking for every Ras, but I'm speaking for myself, for sure. Nothing with feathers, nothing with feet, nothing that babies looking for them to come back. No. No, that's not how we do it. We eat what grows out of the earth. Genesis chapter 1, verse 29. Now, that is just one level of the concept of life. And when you have that level fortified, it leads you into that spiritual level of life as well. Because when you're really, that's why on a certain level, Hindus and certain Buddhists as monks, and they're vegetarians. They don't even want to walk on an act because they've cultivated that level of life to advance into the next stage of life, the stage where nothing really dies. Even what I described earlier as the living dead, nothing with this definition now really dies. Why? Because life is really eternal. So even in the scriptural sense, when you say, the good shall rise to heaven and the bad shall go to hell in damnation, but they're all alive. The bad that is in hell burning up is because they're alive. They're gonna wish they would, could die, according to how the story is said. Now I'm saying clearly that life itself is the spirit of God. What we call God is life. And life is within all things that exist in the living world. Now this life, which is love, is one. That's why God is one, because life is love and life is one. In other words, it's not my life and it's not your life. And be careful how you live your life and all of that. No. Yes, you're responsible for the energy you're carrying, but life is one. We are all sharing this existence that is called life. Now your spirit, your soul, family, your soul, that is you. That is the real you. Many of us do not even comprehend 1% of the reality of our soul. We understand how much we weigh. We know how tall we are. We know, what we like to eat and what we don't like to eat and all of that stuff. We know where we have scars on our physical anatomy. We know ourselves physically. And even that, many of us, we're still not in tune with our physical self, but we know something. And we know more about our physical self, much more than we know about our soul, much more than we know about our spirit. We don't get no spirit class. We don't get no soul class. That's what religion come and try to do. That's why some churches try to teach you, the afterlife. This is somewhat of a spiritual class, not always the best spiritual class, but it's some sort of an attempt. Because, again, your soul is the real you. This physical flesh that you're moving with, I think everyone will agree. How old are you? See, 35. See, I mean, you just came 35 years ago. Well, I'm 75. Well, you just came 75 years ago. What I'm saying, your soul, the real you cannot put a date, a time to who you really are. So the you that came out of your blessed mother's womb existed way before that. Herein, enters that whole science of reincarnation. And I think the scripture itself highlights that, many times, actually. That whole science of coming again. I love to highlight when the saints that were martyred in the book of Revelations were under the altar. And the angel, this is in heaven now, the angel that managed the altar, the souls, that's what the book says, the Bible, Revelation, the souls that were under the altar were the souls that were martyred for righteousness' sake. And these souls that were martyred, you know what martyred means? It means you were killed for a good cause. Not to kill you as the cause. You were standing up for a good cause, and then you were murdered for the cause you were standing up for. Killed for a good cause. You gotta be careful how you say that. So you were martyred because you were defending righteousness. You were defending justice. You were defending, humanity. And these fellas didn't like it, and they say, nah, well, we're just gonna take him out. So those souls that were under the altar were martyred, so that means they're dead already. And they were saying, see, hear that? They were saying it, but they're dead. Martyred souls were talking to one another. That's the Bible. Martyred souls, souls that were dead, that get killed already, but you can't kill the soul. That means these souls were a part of a physical being that was standing up for righteousness' sake, and the wicked came and took him or her out. And the soul now is reminiscing its previous life. And hear what the soul say. Oh, they wish and pray for the day that they could return to avenge their own death. Meaning that these souls patiently waiting to get into another body so that they can go and avenge the martyrdom that they faced previously. Now, where did they get that idea from? Who tell them they can do that? Well, hear this now. After they said that, according to the Bible, the angel took a coal from off of the same altar. You got to understand the science. The altar represents, as you know, sacrifice. He took from off of the altar a coal and he placed it in his censer. And according to the Bible, he flung the censer or threw it to the earth. I could imagine, you know what's a censer. Well, the conventional understanding of a censer is that ball-like apparatus that has the chains that you swing. You put the frankincense inside of the censer and the coal and everything, and you swing it in the church. That's the censer. You would have all seen that. Our censer is really the chalice. They have a chalice in the church too, but we're talking about the Holy Grail. All of that is supposedly the cup that the Christ used, but we're talking about the chaloa, man, the chaloa, the chillam, the telephone chalice, the steamer, light it up, burn, right? That chalice we're talking about. That's our censer too. Because even what I'm going to explain in Revelation can be seen taking place in the chalice. But anyway, according to the book, the angel took the censer and threw it to the earth. And when the censer hit the water, hit the seas, the sea turned red, the waters turned to blood. Now, how many of you would have sat with us, you know, when we would have gone through this reasoning as it relates to the understanding of, you know, the sea water, the Red Sea represents the blood that runs through our vein. I'm sure most of you would have taken that in. And for those who would not have taken that in, again, this is why we're encouraging you. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com. Check all the different documentaries that we have available that covers basically a lot of the different subject areas that we delve into. But again, Adam, the red man, you know, red is the symbol of the human being, basically. Jacob and Esau, you know, as we showed you the science of Jacob, the spirit man, putting on Esau's clothes. Again, the salinity. Your blood is really the seawater of the earth because you're made up of the earth, and the salinity of the seawater is the same as that of the salinity of your blood, the saltiness. So that whole metaphoric vibration of the seawater turning to blood, the water turning red. Moses parting the Red Sea and passing through, very symbolic of an individual that has conquered the lower level, has conquered the beastly world. That's why we keep sacrificing beasts on the altar, you know, because we're sacrificing the lower self, the beastly self, you know. So when the angel took the censer, now we must understand the apparatus, understand the instrument. And he put the coal from off of the altar, and it's the same altar where the souls were underneath the altar, saying, we want to return. The souls say, we want to go back. And when they say that, the angel took a coal, fire now, which represents the spirit. Remember, it's fire and water. Fire is the spirit, and the water represents the physical, the matter. That's why water turned the W to an M, you get matter. It's deep. Positive, negative, masculine, feminine, fire, water, who and sa, shu and tefnu in the same science. So I'm trying to show you now that the fire, the coal, represents the spirit of the matter. And that's why he put it in the sense and threw it to the earth. It gone to earth. It gone to earth, the spirit going to earth. And it hit the seawater and it turned red because the seawater is symbolic, again, in that sense, of your blood. Not even symbolic, you know. We're talking science here. This is more than symbolism. I'm sure you know seawater and coconut water. Coconut water can be used and diffused into the blood for emergency cases. I ain't gonna tell you to try it, you know, for emergency cases. The medical reports on that you can read upon for yourself. Seawater, because again, remember, we're made from the elements of the earth. We are made from the elements of the earth. That's why we have silver, gold, all of that's inside of us. So that's why some people take liquid silver. Follow me, good family. So to me, that is showing you the real sense of reincarnation, coming again. The martyrs coming again. That's what they said. They want to come to avenge their death. That's why we're here. Many of us around here, martyrs, come to avenge our death. That's why they quickly throw you into preschool and kindergarten so you can forget your mission. Them fellas have a good system set up. I'm telling you, so you can forget your mission. So this is why they were questioning the Christ, saying, but hey, listen, man, if you are the Messiah, where is John? Not John. Where is the Elijah that is to come? Because Elijah was supposed to come, before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. So they want to know, so where is this Elijah that is supposed to come, man? If you are the great, God that is supposed to come. Elijah don't come yet. And Christ told them Elijah already came and gone. Wait, I didn't see him. John the Baptist. Now that is right in the Bible. I don't know who missed that one. He clearly showed them, man, it's John the Baptist I talking about. John the Baptist was the Elijah, but John the Baptist is a man that born 6 months before Christ. How he could be Elijah? Reincarnation, brothers and sisters. Come again, and that's basically what it is. So that science is a real science. I'm not telling anyone not to penetrate on the so-called afterlife, as they call it. But this is my point. This is an African understanding. This is nothing to be scared of. This is nothing to wonder about. It's because we don't know and we're wondering now. We start to create all sorts of fantastic theories, which is accompanied by religion and heaven and when you die, you're floating up in the sky and this place with the clouds and all of that. The pearly gates, man, the pearly gates, them right here. The city of Norway, the thieves, the city of 100 gates. You understand? So the pearly gates are right here. You make it here. When you understand, in fact, the science of reincarnation, according to some, is ancestral, meaning that you return in the same family lineage, the same DNA. This is a deep thing. It's only natural. Because listen again, family. When an individual rests down the physical, and this is why, again, I know I can tell you, as Rastafari, because of coming from that realms there, when you see Rasta man and Rasta woman now resting their structures, a lot of ones became like afraid, maybe because in the early days it wasn't happening as such. But elders do move on. This is a growing process, this is an evolution. So now we learn to understand it is us that have to even attend to our own family members. I would not encourage no one to try to mimic the process of how that world do their thing. We're dealing with a world that is different than our world. In our ancient world, number one, that's why we never die. That's why we never, that's not us. Even to say an animal came and eat us, we were in tune with the animals. That's why we are the ones that live to a ripe old age. We are the ones that would dress in white and lay down and call the family and say, hey, I'm gonna move on in about 5 days. Make me my favorite meal. You bring the musicians. Let me see all the grandchildren. That's the levels we were on. And then we just take a breath and I say, hey, listen, they're coming back in about 3 years, man. Don't worry. Give me a little time in the astral world. That's us. It's them realms we were on 7, 8, 10, 15, 20,000 years ago. That's just reality. Eh? So we already comprehend that. So when an individual rests that, hey, there are 2 to 3 people in a whole community that has been designated to come and handle that. Do you know just a few decades ago, when a person passed on around here, they were buried right away in the morning at the sun coming up, sunrise. That's why you call the morning, morning, yeah. That's when they bury people. So if they pass on 10 o'clock the night, they're going in the hole 6 o'clock the morning. If they pass 3 o'clock the night, 6 o'clock the morning, they're going in. If they pass midday, they will wait until the next morning, they're going in the hole, morning. And that's an ancient tradition. Nobody putting no one on ice. Listen to me good. Nobody waiting for nobody to fly in. That's somebody else's culture. And then we put it in this box that cannot rot away so that the physical not connected at all to the ground. This deep, eh? And then there's this procession now. They have a whole service where you have people preaching and eulogy, and they have the body between the preacher and the congregation. Then they follow the dead body to its final resting place. They don't lead it, everybody behind this dead body to its resting place. That's a totally different tradition. Now, I'm not saying it's different than the African tradition. You have different African tradition, but I'm talking about the ancient tradition. So, of course, Rastafari, we have to step up as we are growing. No need, we're not angry, we're stepping up. We understand that, yes, we are growing. Yeah, we are almost the youngest amongst all of these so-called theologies and faith, but we're the most ancient. So we are growing. And we come to learn that, hey, our ancients, our matriarchs and patriarchs, and anyone that may have to rest their structure, and we know they're coming again. We understand that theology. But we have to take care of their send-off. Well, we don't have to do it like how we see the oppressor do it. We don't have to put nobody and have them waiting for months for all sorts of people to fly in. We were there all the time. No, I'm serious. And then we have to go through a ceremony where we all pack up into this building with the same dead. No. That's not necessary at all. That's coming from someone else. And then we follow the same dead to his final resting. No, everyone in a long line. No, that's not necessary. No. If that's the way you do it, well, that's just the way you do it. But that is not our ancient tradition. You see, this is why even through the horrors of slavery, and I can speak specifically for the Caribbean, and yes, even the US specifically, the Black people held on strong to the ancient Afrocentric tradition. Strong. Is we put rhythm in the churches. The churches are a haunted, kind of scary place. These Black people go in there and start to sing and shout and clap. Is Black people create gospel music, Yeah. How did that come? Because again, when one pass, and not because they can't keep the body, so they have to bury it quick, because I know some is saying that. Remember, we are the ones that know how to preserve it. We know how to preserve. All of that came out of the slavery era. I myself see my father go fishing and catch fish and eel and all sort of stuff, and preserve that by utilizing salt, a process they call corning. That's what they call it, corning, and have them thing hanging out there in the backyard for months. He was born in 1925. Obviously, he learned it from his old people who learned it from their old people. We gone into slavery there. This is an ancient art. We understand these things. So it's not that we didn't know how to preserve the body. I'm talking about a tradition that went back, even back to the high days of Islam. Even in the Islamic tradition, they still do that in certain places. But even in the highest days, when according to some, the Islamic philosophers were creating the understanding of astronomy, some people say that, and they were, bringing breakthrough when it comes to cataract surgery and these different things, and certain aspects of mathematics and algebra and all of that. The Islamic tradition of that time in ancient Iraq was very sophisticated. So they as well had the science of how to preserve bodies. But make anybody pass, they're gonna bury them the next morning. Because it's a spiritual thing. That is why in certain traditions, although they may eat flesh, they ain't gonna go in no supermarket to buy it. They surely ain't going to go to Kentucky to get it. They gotta see it killed, number one, and it has to be killed in a humane way. There's certain traditions, although they eat the animal got to be killed in a humane way. No pain. And then now, after draining the blood and all of that stuff, the animal has to be consumed within 3 days. After 3 days, whether you put it on the fridge or not, after 3 days, they do not deal with that anymore, because according to them, a certain level of spirit will have left the animal. This is why you see in mythology and in the legend that whole concept of dying and coming back in the 3 days as well. It's all connected to, that's how real it is, you see. So again, it's an agency of how even those that deal with the quote-unquote dead and even eat the animals, even there's a moral conduct that they themselves even practice with it. So obviously it is that's why knowledge is so important. So when you comprehend, that nobody really dies, when you comprehend, that it is the spirit and the soul that lives on. Especially when you know that the individual you're dealing with is a spirit and a soul that is moving in the word of right and doing that which is upful. Of course, the soul must be preserved for the next cycle. You don't have to know no details. I don't think anybody knows no details. But all you have to know is that if you are upful and right, if you are truthful, your soul and spirit must be preserved. And this is where, I'm going to use the term here, this is where right theology and right religion comes in. I cannot judge no one for what they believe or don't believe. I cannot say what is the standard as such, to judge the inner man. I don't know. But I know for sure that there is a specific order in this earth that is designated for human beings to walk. I'm positive. You may say, oh man, we just have to live in love. What is that then? There is an order, whatever living in love is. And in fact, that's what it is. It's living in love. But how do you live in love? Just say living in love ain't good enough. Because when you're fighting against the universe, if the universe gives an order, whatever it is, if the universe says, listen, man, I didn't create you with no canine teeth and no fangs, brother. Look at your molars properly. Yet still you're eating the lobster and throwing the living crab in the boiling water so it can die while they're cooking it. And then you say we're living in love. But that's not the universe standard of living in love. You can't be upset with the universe. The universe set the standard. In fact, you are the universe too. This is another thing. That's why we are one with the God, because you are the universe. What is the universe? I hear people say the universe. What is the universe? What, the sky? What is the universe? The universe is everything. You are a part of the universe. There's no other part of the universe that's more than any other part of the universe. The squirrel outside in the tree is in the universe, is the universe. You know, the tree is the universe. What you call the universe? When you be talking about, well, I'm going to ask the universe. Who you talking about? What? Space? Well, you in space. You are part of the space. What you talking? What is the universe? The stars? This is what I'm showing you, family. We cannot look down on ourselves and belittle ourselves. You are a part of that universe. Everything that is the universe. No? Okay, let me ask you again. So what is the universe? Everything outside of Earth? How come? So Earth not in the universe too? Earth is in the universe, the birds are in the universe, and you are the universe. As you are as much as you are the universe, just as much as Jupiter is the universe, and the Milky Way is the universe. In fact, you are in the Milky Way. You are a product of the Milky Way. In fact, you are the Milky Way. Your toe is you, you know. It's not just your toe, it's you. It's you, your toe. It's not all of you, but it's you. It makes you up. We're all the universe, Rastafari. That's what I'm saying. We're greater than we think. Check it. And this is a robe of flesh we have. It's like you take off your robe and put on the next robe. That's what happens. Just live right. Just live up full. It's a balance here. It's the order that has been set down, King Emmanuel order. That's my tradition. Eh? It's the order that is set down, but you got to have love, honesty, loyalty, all of that have to balance together. So you can't just be living the order. Yeah, man, it's almost Sabbath and living the order. You got to be in your whites and living the order. You can't eat this and you can't eat that and you're living the order. Oh, you have to fast at this time and you're living the order, but yet still you're not helping your brother. Yet still you're robbing your neighbor. One way or the other. There are many ways of robbing people. Yet still you're not living up to the standard of the moral aspect of it. You got the balance. There got to be a balance. Now, hear this. You may be a good soul. You may be a very kind person. You know, you may share. You're very honest. You're very caring. You're what we call philanthropist. You give to charity. You genuinely help people. You're even interested in different ones' outlook, and you don't fight nobody's theology. But are you accepting that order of truth and right which the Most High, the universe, has set for you, the human beings, to follow? No. Okay. So you see, this thing has to be real balanced. Both of these things have to work together. There's an order that is set down. This is just my outlook of it. Eh? There's an order that is set down. And yet still, there's a certain level of morality that is in all of us. We all have a conscience. I am saying, once you diligently, honestly seek for that true order, even if you feel the order is just to live how you want, well, that's the order, yeah? Live how you want. If you diligently seek it out. And then in holding it, you also nourish your moral standings. That's very important, man. Your moral standings. You need to cultivate a real loving heart. You must care about people. You have to, if you can't feel that you care about people, work on it. You're supposed to like want to help people. It's supposed to be just inside of you, no matter what religion you are. You're supposed to just want to help people, see people happy. You know, don't go overboard now. You can't do everything. Just be wise with your actions, obviously. But at least know that you are, that's the God inside of you. So then that obviously will make you an upful person, a caring person, a truthful person, a loving person. Want to see, you know, families strive, children grow good. You're going to try to do different things to help the community. Yeah, man. Plus, you are following the order of truth. Man, you ain't got to worry about nothing about no die business. Your soul is safe. Your spirit is well taken care of. You know, I remember my brother there, brother Jacques from the Orthodox Church. He was saying that the Christ was the only person that would have ever chose his mother. But that is not exactly what the whole philosophy of, you know, the cycle of life really speaks of. It really highlights that you do have the ability